Okay. Go ahead. Get rolling.
I cast Ohio's 82 votes for Donald John President.
These are my favorite. The screeches, they're my favorite.
But I believe the communications business
no way that's a real dude.
In strengthening.
I don't know, man. I see so many videos of these screeching liberals. It has to be a thing. Whoa.
Yeah,
what happened to that one?
Nothing. I just because I was streaming with a game, I was just moving shit around.
Excuse me, President Reagan.
What just happened?
A fucking.
Can we hear that again? That was such a funny noise that came out of that guy's mouth.
In strengthening.
Excuse me, President Reagan. President Reagan.
He threw a glass at Reagan.
Crazy. When did AOC swear?
She's quoting somebody.
Oh, was she?
Yeah.
Do you identify as black? A fucking bitch. Do you identify as black?
We should get that as a soundbite.
A fucking bitch. Do you identify as black? No, it's a serious question because you might not identify. Can you please put the mic? Thank you. Okay.
When I walked into the room,
I am not done with my question.
I love this girl.
Young lady.
I'm just asking you to listen to me.
And I'm about to answer the first question.
But I didn't finish my question.
Yeah, I'm black.
Who in the hell you
gentlemen,
are?
Gentlemen,
If the shoe fits, you don't know how much we
gentleman will
families.
suspend
Kick dog holler. You should take those words down. I
gentleman
care
will
about your family and love your family.
The gentleman will
Is that Matt Gaetz?
Christmas ornaments.
No idea.
drywall,
Matt Gaetz is not. They opened up his
Name 3 things that don't have.
pedophile investigation. They reopened it.
Really?
Right. So this is an investigation launched by Republicans. So he's trying to say that the Democrats are after him, even though this investigation was launched while Trump was in office, cleared. Now they've apparently are opening it back up again.
Wild.
So apparently the minor that he had sex with came forward about it, and that's why they're opening it back up again, because they have all the evidence ready to go for it. So
cool.
And he's saying that
we should expect him getting. We should expect him getting killed in prison pretty soon.
Maybe.
Cool.
Hang themselves.
I know it's not.
The day that we lost Ruth Bader Ginsburg.
But to be clear, you're not taking any arrows out of your quiver. You're not ruling anything out.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
I've never seen that clip in full context, and it makes it funnier.
You've only seen her say good morning Sunday morning.
She broke. A wire snapped. Something happened. I think the computer sound was accurate. The programming reset. That's awesome.
It's thin, but it's real.
Okay. Thank you.
What?
No, you can examine it. It's a document. He's gonna
examine him for what he wrote and the intent behind what he said.
Well, I would just point out that that's unanimous consent.
What just happened?
For documents, and we got the document right here.
Chairman,
he handed to you.
Mr. Chairman, I would ask unanimous consent.
The chair now recognizes Ms.
Mr.
Washington.
Chairman,
Like Hitler, what you want me to do?
First, it is important that we teach Jesus. And
What's up with this wave of black women just owning politics? This is wild. I'm all for it. I want more of this.
Jesus is what we teach.
So which one is
But
better?
the reality
This?
is.
Do you think this is?
Could she answer the question, please?
I don't want reality. I'm asking the question: which one is better? That's exactly what it is.
Hey, everybody!
Listen up. Hey, I told you to be focused, and you're not focused right now. Listen to what I'm saying. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Everybody sit down and be quiet for a second.
Did he wrangle that crowd? Did he calm them down?
I don't know. No context, bro.
There's no context. I really want to know whether he calmed them down, because that's quite a feat. Like, I don't think people understand how hard it is to calm down a crowd that's going fucking crazy. Next one.
We're building Iron Man.
The price of gas is so high that it would be cheaper to buy cocaine and just run everywhere.
The Secret Service
I love
was
him so much.
investigating the
I hope
shocking
Kennedy never
discovery
leaves.
of cocaine
Kennedy's
just
like
steps
my
from the
favorite.
Oval Office.
Promise Governor Kasich he could respond. Can somebody attack me, please? Wolf. To be the first Democrat Alabama has elected to the U.S. Senate in 25 years.
Alabamans didn't want somebody who dated 14-year-old girls.
is a great insult to the men and women who serve in law enforcement. And I want everyone who puts on the uniform of law enforcement.
It
every
is
day.
so funny.
President Trump and I stand with you.
Among them, provocative posts that were liked by the 79-year-old Republican.
This was the best, bro. This was the best.
McNally responded with 3 red hearts and 3 on fire emojis, along with a comment, Finn, you can turn a rainy day into rainbows and sunshine.
In that case, was it appropriate? Probably not. Probably not.
I don't like them putting chemicals in the
That
water.
what he
They
looked
turn the
like?
freaking
Yep.
frogs gay.
Amazing.
Oh,
I love that he's still smiling. That's the best part.
Mary and Joseph.
What the hell?
Oh my god,
I
this is so funny.
Playing a silly
The
game.
whole
Just-
clip, Hillary literally starts crying because she thought she was being assassinated.
Are you for real?
Yes, a light just falls on them. And Hillary starts crying in Bill's arms like a damsel in distress about how she was so scared.
That's awesome.
Because that's what like women were supposed to be like still in the 90s.
So she was just playing into the
No, I think you
that was a
define your
genuine
mindset
response?
and you can change who you are based on, so as things became more progressive, like that's what it's like racist can just become not racist just like that. Like it's just overnight.
as
boom.
as time changes. They're just normal people who just swing with the wind.
Yeah.
That's
They're
why I
always
don't
gonna have
like.
like that shit underneath though. Like you're gonna have traces of your old opinions in
Of
politics.
course.
So people would say they're still racist, and I'm fine with saying, yeah, they're still racist, but
Mm.
I rather have like detransitioning racist,
Yeah.
People are
It's
gonna
not
be
gonna
like, he
happen.
said
Went through them, I moved
detransition, he's comparing them to trans people now, and it's like, no, that's not all that word means. It has other meanings and definitions.
people I'm here to represent can't afford to pay their rent. They're being laid off right now as I speak. They can't eat breakfast, lunch, or dinner. Listen, someone's stomach, child's stomach just growled. Did you hear it? Gotta listen like me.
Okay.
Let's
Mr.
talk about
McMillan.
This guy was the best.
People can't afford
Mr.
to pay their
Cuomo,
rent.
30
Stop.
seconds for you, sir.
Rent is too damn high.
I mean, man, Hillary, this chick is
At
a
one point, he
bad
goes, as a
luck with
karate
it,
expert.
doesn't she? Real. Don't be fucking politically correct on me tonight. I know this is Los Angeles. I could give a fuck.
You can express your comments and your views, but you will not tear down the integrity of people who are working just as hard as you are. That is absolutely unacceptable.
Folks, I gotta tell you.
Quickly, I think we.
I think I probably have a much higher IQ than you do. I suspect.
Who was essentially tackled out front, showing how it is very difficult to get right there. Nope.
What
not
the
going
fuck?
over there. Look at that move there.
Why?
Okay, so I'm gonna guess what's happening here.
Okay.
Oh, it's when Obama was regulating the Cuba relations as he was leaving office, and these are Cuban exiles that are like, you can't normalize communism because like it's like how like there's like Vietnam like exiles that like hate Vietnam.
Yeah,
it's the token like Cuban Republican.
Yes.
Maybe a little much. This.
You wonder what I'm kicking there? I'm kicking a stand in. It's not working. Like that. All right. Maybe I stand on it. I'll be 6'4".
He is kind of funny though, isn't he?
Yeah, it's just that he's so old you can't like understand or hear what he's saying.
He just mumbles. But when you understand him, some
compared, dude, to compared to the shit like Trump, the shit that's coming out of Trump's mouth has been really wild. Like he's definitely losing it.
Yeah.
Not children. Let's stop playing this game. He understands exactly what I meant. He understands I'm not anti-Semitic. He gets all of that. But look, the bottom line is, I think with a guy like Vaush, he's a YouTube master, so he does like the whole kayfabe thing and like. I'm the one voice of reason on the left, and I will set everybody straight. And that's his whole shtick. And hey, he's welcome to do that shtick. But
yeah, but he does that as that's sarcasm, and he's like, everyone is in on the joke. And you know that you're in on the joke, and you know it's sarcasm too. So what are you doing here, Kyle?
Statement.
He's doing press.
Was too far. The statement was anti-Semitic. That's nonsense. He knows exactly what I meant, and I said what I meant, and I would say it again, and I'm right, and everybody knows it.
Yeah, so I want to talk a little bit about the Houthis' recent controversy. I figured we could just play a couple seconds of a recent video of yours just so I don't misquote you, and then I want to get into the response to that.
We watched this, right?
Response to the response. But yeah, this is what he said about the Houthis.
Look,
we were commenting on how lazy it was.
Oh, yeah. Pathetic.
Say this is straightforward and as simply as possible, and this will be controversial, but it's true, which is why I'm going to say it. The Houthis are correct. The Houthis are right. In fact, you can argue they are the ones who are trying to uphold international law here.
Jesus Christ.
When they say, oh, you're going to do a genocide and nobody's going to do anything to try to stop it, well, let's do the bare minimum that we can and try to block trade with you. What happens as a result of that?
I refuse to believe Kyle doesn't understand that the Houthis don't care about Palestine. And like this is like he can call out Vaush's kayfabe. And which is a wrestling term, by the way, an American wrestling term, if you've never heard it. Right? So it's basically what they do to, it's like a industry term. It's like, don't reveal how you do the magic. Right?
Yeah.
That's what it means. So when it's like, oh my God, breaking the wall and people are actually mad, it's called shooting.
Yeah. Interesting.
So they'll say it's like, is it a shoot or a work? Because a work is like a fake shoot, you know? So like they're like working it into the script.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Kyle Kulinski is throwing out American wrestling terms on this. There's no way he doesn't know that all this shit from the Houthis is bullshit and they don't like.
You reckon? He could just be dumb.
I don't understand. I don't understand.
Insurance rates for the ships in Israel went up. Sometimes they have to take a different, much longer route to get to Israel. Oh man, the horror! How terrible! But the U.S. would rather
the ships weren't going.
Look at him smiling about it. He can't even hop smiling because I think he knows the bullshit that he's selling these two idiots right in front of us, right? And like these kids are like, in wrestling they call them marks, the people who believe everything that's happening in wrestling is real.
Yeah,
the guys who cry and say it's still real to me, damn it, that's these two, right? So he's literally laughing at them right now, being like, oh my God, everyone believes this shit.
It really is, isn't it? Oh, that's such a good comparison.
Yeah, based as fuck, man. That's a beautiful man right there.
Some people took issue with your comments, specifically Vaush. Zach and I responded to his video. He basically said that your commentary, in addition to other,
we did too, and we did it in a much shorter time.
that other streamers like Hasan, for example, they basically said it amounted to like America bad kind of logic, where your whole commentary just boils down to anything that's against America and our foreign policy is therefore good. And Vaush even went so far as to imply that this was an anti-Semitic position.
We're not doing this on Israel's behalf. That's a borderline anti-Semitic talking point.
What was that?
Like, that's just fully like the Jews
What was that Vaush just said? Borderline anti-Semitic talking point. Not anti-Semitic then.
Yeah, borderline. Yeah,
Case closed. Case closed. And now let's proceed to take this completely out of context, like he called Kyle anti-Semitic.
Like deceived the U.S. into like that's just not they're threatening international maritime trade. Also, Operation Prosperity Guardian isn't just an American effort. It's literally an internationally led effort. There's a UN condemnation that happened right before we began firing. Like, it's not just America,
I was just wondering how you respond to that charge and kind of this increasingly prevalent logic that like real leftist foreign policy, in the sense that we don't agree that America should be the world police, like somehow that's all of a sudden become America bad.
Yeah, I mean, look, to be fair, I think there are some people who fall down that rabbit hole where it literally does just amount to like America bad.
I don't know how they get 30,000. Say that, but 30,000 is really not that much in the grand scheme of things.
That's not they did it by constantly
of course, I've taken
starting
for my
beef with
position on
other
Ukraine.
people.
When I say something like,
seriously,
yes,
that's pathetic.
Russia illegally and offensively invading Ukraine is wrong and shouldn't happen, and it's a war crime, and Putin's a war criminal. When I say something like that, it should be very clear to people that I don't have this this position which is just America bad and all.
Hang on,
in fact,
Kyle, your example for you have a position that's not America bad is Ukraine and Russia. Where's America there? Like, you're already doing Russian talking points if you're saying that's like an American war already. So you're kind of fucking revealing everything right now, Kyle, you idiot.
Supported initially some defensive weapons going to Ukraine so they can defend themselves. So that would be an instance of America through whatever pathway ended up maybe accidentally being on the correct side of an issue. And I'm willing to say that when that's the case.
Kyle. One, there's a fucking obligation that's signed. Two, they're buying the weapons. If you buy weapons from America, they do not say no. Like, maybe you're Saudi Arabia and can't get an F-35, right? But you can get a whole lot of other stuff being Saudi Arabia. It is entirely to do with Ukraine being overpowered and next to NATO, because if Ukraine loses, then those assets are in an enemy of NATO's hands.
Yeah.
Like, if they weren't next to Russia, they would fucking have fighter jets already.
To be honest, of course, when you say something which sounds as controversial as the Houthis are correct, like, you have to expect some incoming fire over that. So I have no problem having incoming fire over that. But look, the point is actually very simple. I'm sure that this is being interpreted as like, a defense of the Houthis in general and writ large. And the fact of the matter is, that's not the case. They're a Shia Islamist group. Of course, domestically, they're a menace. In the same way that, like, Hamas, for example, they don't have a good position on gay rights. They want an Islamic caliphate to be a Palestinian state. I would like a Palestinian state that is not an Islamic caliphate, right? So, like, all those things matter, and we can point out those nuanced differences. But the main point, which is inescapably true, is that the Houthis stepped in and said, we see that Israel is carpet bombing innocent people in Gaza. They've killed 12,000 children and 28,000 innocent civilians. Our response.
Not yet.
Is that what I just heard?
No, not yet.
Oh, I thought he was saying white phosphorus and calling it a chemical weapon.
No, not yet.
Which is a new thing. Because
really?
I've been writing about like white phosphorus for a long time.
Yeah.
Right. And like a lot of people don't like know really in the mainstream. They're now being introduced to it because Israel's used it. Right.
Yeah.
And so, like, somebody said, like, white phosphorus is a chemical weapon because somebody said, do you really think they're gassing Palestinians? And they said, white phosphorus is a chemical weapon. And I'm just like, oh, my God. Like, just explaining it and knowing that nobody's going to read it anyway, because, like, Israel has used actual chemical weapons on Palestinians. So it's like the chlorhalidomide. It's like a CH. It's it's what Iran used on protesters, the green gas that they then did a disinformation campaign telling people it was sarin just to discredit protesters. Right? Like you could literally search and it's these copy pasted accounts saying the same thing about it being sarin, just so nobody would believe protesters on this.
Yeah.
So then that gas has also been used in Portland here. Right? This is like beyond tear gas. Like it's like the nausea like gas, right? It's like knockout gas. And my friend was hospitalized from it, a reporter.
Fucking hell.
With a gas mask on too.
That's wild. With a gas mask, that's crazy.
Yeah. And so they didn't, and you have to actually obtain samples of it, right? So they would have to, so because there was no obtainable samples in the air that people did collect, there's no case to be tried against using this banned weapon on protesters, which was ordered by Donald Trump and used by not like, law enforcement. It was like the contractors that he brought in who was using it.
Yeah.
Right? Crazy. Nobody cares that this happened on American soil.
Yeah.
So they use that. That's definitely super illegal. They also use tear gas, right? So because Palestine is a de facto territory under Israel, it's recognized that they're allowed to use riot control agents.
So they're allowed to use tear gas?
Yes. They're allowed to use chemical weapons, period, if they can classify it as a riot control agent.
Very cool.
So I tried explaining this to somebody, like, you don't have to make this stupid white phosphorus argument. You can just, like, cite documented evidence. Israel literally has gas drones.
What the fuck?
Yeah. So like you know how like everyone has like the drones that can deploy stuff, right? So like Ukraine has a huge one that they built where they can load 8 mortar shells on it, right? And it's huge,
Yeah.
It looks like a fucking picnic table. It can carry like 8 mortar shells and go and drop all 8, right?
That's pretty cool.
So Israel has that, but it's like a custom built quad drone, but it has that, but it has gas grenades on it.
Oh, great. Very cool, Israel.
And that's been there for like years. Like 2016, I first saw that thing.
Okay.
Response to that is going to try to be to block ships that are doing trade with Israel. Now, maybe they haven't done it perfectly, and sometimes they get the wrong ships, and sometimes they use force when they shouldn't, etc. All that's fair. But that core thing of let's stop these ships from getting to Israel to try to put economic pressure on them to stop them from carpet bombing babies, that is the point. But that is absolutely the correct thing. And what I go on to say in that video is, this is what the U.S. should be doing if we actually cared about human rights, if we were actually against war crimes. This is what the UN should be doing. Step number 1 for Joe Biden is cut off the money to Israel. Step number 2 is cut off the weapons to Israel. Step number 3 is allow a UN condemnation of Israel to let them know we are.
Step number 1. Look. Step number 1 is cut off the weapons. Period.
Yeah.
Just stop the weapons. Just say nope. Deny.
Yeah.
Do not feel like if they're out of ammo, they're out of ammo. It's their problem.
We're not selling them shit anymore.
You know why he won't?
That's what I need to say.
You know why he definitely won't?
Money.
No, because it will hurt him more electorally to do that.
True.
He'll be Jeremy Corbyn, anti-Semite, and Trump will be the hero.
You gotta love how the classic politicking on deaths is used. It's
well,
great.
like they literally
good.
like you know how like Netanyahu, like, so people don't realize this, but like the US actually just made a public statement, right? So they made a public statement basically saying that the war needs to come to an end. And in response was Bibi saying that they don't support the 2-state solution. And you remember that went viral for a little bit? And it's like everyone was like, Bibi telling us, I even said it, like Bibi telling us what we already know. That was into the response publicly being like, all right, it's enough. We're going to move, like, but the US basically said we're going to end this war and move towards a 2-state solution. And Israel's response was, fuck you.
Cool.
Right?
So what happens next?
I mean, it's like the fucking Texas Guard at this point. Am I right?
Yeah, it really is very similar. I don't know.
Okay, in my opinion,
what can happen?
The issue with white phosphorus is that they denied using it at first. I haven't looked too much into it, but I'm pretty sure that like nobody noticed the ones they used in Lebanon, and they only noticed the ones that were used in Palestine on the boats, or the other way around. One of those strikes was done at night, and so we couldn't credibly say it was white phosphorus, even though it looked very similar and what could be white phosphorus. Yeah, so that's another thing. Like, I don't think there's any ethical use of white phosphorus. I'm strongly against it. And that's why I think like that's why I would laugh if Kyle Kulinski was saying white phosphorus bad. Like that's like his like next like brilliant take. Like, yeah, dude. It is. I've seen fucking, oh my god, the fucking burns I've seen on people from that shit. Not even in person though. Like I haven't seen any like fresh wounds from it in person, but I've seen like scars and stuff like that.
Yeah.
People who have been hit by it. But oh my god, dude! So it's up there with sarin with some of the most horrific shit.
Really?
Yeah.
Crazy. The fuck? Sarin's fucked up,
dude. It like melts you down to the bone, and then the wound and the bone are all black if you like get hit directly with the white phosphorus. Yeah.
That's insane.
It's nasty.
Or is sanction the motherfuckers, blockade them, put economic pressure on them. I don't want to do regime change in Israel and send in SEAL Team 6 to put a bullet in between Netanyahu's eyes. That goes too far. I'm against regime change.
Bro, Kyle, that's not anti-Semitic. That's
that's pro-Jew.
A lot of people have said, "Can we just invade Israel to end this already?"
I mean, at this point, it would be entirely justified and probably supported by most of the world.
Bro, they skimped out on one of my meatballs here.
What the fuck?
Oh no, it's just hiding underneath another meatball, I think. No, they gave me 4 meatballs when there should be 5.
Motherfuckers.
Bet your ass I'm going to support economic pressure, and I don't give a fuck that it happens to be a Shia Islamic group that for whatever accidental reason ended up on the correct side of this. It's true, right? In the same, when I give America credit for something, does anybody say, oh, you're defending the terrorist state that did an illegal and offensive invasion of Iraq and did torture at Guantanamo Bay and did torture at Abu Ghraib and did all these war crimes? How dare you defend the terrorists? Nobody does that because they understand the nuance of it. That sometimes America does fucked up things. Sometimes they do good things. Everybody accepts the nuance on this front. But you're not allowed to be nuanced about the big bad guys like the Houthis or any other group like that. You have to say, in every scenario, I condemn them. I'm against them.
All Vaush said was like, basically explained America's position about how it has nothing to do with Palestine. They attacked international trade.
Yeah.
All he said is like, you can't expect like all he said is that it's dumb to think America is not going to attack if you attack international trade. That's literally all he said, and this is what we're doing now.
Yeah, it's literally their entire job of the Navy is protecting trade.
Regime change in Israel might be the best option. It is the best option. There have been protests. They've been silencing the reporting on these, but there have been a lot of protests. And somebody was like, yeah, but 50% of Israel supports the violence on Palestine, right? So my thing is like, how many people supported violence after 9/11?
A lot.
If we still got Bush out.
This is true.
Like, if Bush was still voted out on that term instead of winning a second one after the Iraq invasion.
Stupid. We're not children. Let's stop playing this game. He understands exactly what I meant.
He would have been voted out
I'm not anti-Semitic. He gets all of that. But look, bottom line is, I think with
it would have been changed when we needed it instead of changed when Petraeus came.
Yeah,
it would have been changed 2 years earlier at least.
Like Vaush, he's a YouTube master, so he does like the whole kayfabe thing and like I'm the one voice of reason on the left, and I will set everybody straight, and that's his whole shtick. And hey, he's welcome to do that shtick, but let's not get it twisted about like if the statement was too far, if the statement was anti-Semitic. That's nonsense. He knows exactly what I meant, and I said what I meant, and I would say it again, and I'm right, and everybody knows it.
It's almost like he didn't.
So important to say, right? That America does fucked up shit all the.
Huh?
I said it's almost like he didn't call you anti-Semitic.
Yeah, he definitely didn't.
He said he literally set it up by saying it's not even Palestine versus the U.S. or anything like that. He literally separated it, said it's attack on trade.
Yeah,
it's America versus the Houthis, right? And you're siding with the Houthis when it's an attack on trade attack. It doesn't matter why they attacked.
No,
is what his thing was.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a very complicated.
Yeah, so basically, he created an entire argument framework that Kyle is going to now avoid and vape about. Kyle wishes he could be these kids so bad right now. He's like, damn, these kids are so cool.
The time, and we all know it and we all accept it, right? But when some other country amorphously does the correct thing, we'll have to find like an invalidating factor about them and be like, oh, how are you supporting terrorism? It's absolutely ridiculous. One kind of side question in regards to,
what
obviously,
has Russia done that's good?
Good question. Nothing.
I mean, I can come up with one for China real easy. And you could go, but this. And I don't want the but this when I say it.
I'm not gonna.
Debt relief.
Yeah.
Especially considering they built the infrastructure that they were relieving the debt on in the first place.
Yes.
That was good of China to do. Russia, I don't know.
Yeah.
Iran, I don't fucking know. They didn't start a war with the Taliban
in real time when it comes to that.
There you go.
I couldn't tell you.
What's happening in Gaza for the first time. It's pretty unavoidable, I would say. Like, I don't ever like to go and look at pictures of dead babies or like somebody pulling a dead child out from the rubble or a miraculous almost dead child that has to go get like very painful fucking surgery with no innocent. Like, all these horrible things. I don't like seeing that shit. I don't think anybody
Let's see if Zach has a unilateral support for Ukraine then, if he hates dead babies. If you don't want to see dead babies, let's see if we have unilateral support for Ukraine. If the stance is just dead babies in an emotional position on babies.
I mean, if that's the case, then butcher is the only argument you need, right?
Of it all, like, it's broadcast to the entire world, and I can only believe that that's reaching people, right? And that the tides are turning. I've seen more and more regular people say, "Oh, we should call for a ceasefire." Like, we should stop this massive injustice, right? Very few people saying that they believe this is a good thing. However, the most recent general election polling came out with Donald Trump at 44%, Joe Biden at 33%.
Oh my God, who the fuck
RFK
cares?
at 18%, and then Weston Stein,
Who the fuck cares? Who the fuck cares? Like, acting like it's like a constant scorecard.
Yeah.
It's like literally, it's like, make sure you're a good boy or you're gonna get coal for Christmas. We know that only works in November, okay? Kids do not have the fucking permanence and projection. It works like a month before birthday. So like I'm a November birthday, so my mom was able to get that end of the year winter break relief with those things, being like, your birthday's coming up, Christmas. And then my brother's January, right? So it's like, she lucked out, so she can get like relief from each of her kids, for that chunk of time.
Respectively, right? And that's neither here nor there. That might be like off polling, but what's crazy to me is that outside of the 5% held by Weston Stein, all of those people are rabid, deranged supporters of Israel. And clearly, the American people are not putting it at the forefront of their minds when they're thinking electorally. How do we change that in the next?
I guarantee you,
10 months before
a majority of Americans think that the Israel shit is already over.
Yeah, because they haven't heard about it on front pages for a little while, probably.
Jeez, man. I mean, there is one group of people that really, really fucking cares about this, and it's young people. And actually, no, I'm wrong. There's two groups of people. It's Arab and Muslim American voters, and it's young people. And Biden has fallen off of a fucking cliff with those groups. There was one poll where Biden was losing by 4 points to Trump when it comes to young people. And he was at about 60% support with Muslim Americans and Arab Americans, and that plummeted down to 17% support. There's literally a campaign to be like, never vote for Joe Biden in the Muslim and Arab community.
Guess who runs it?
It's 17% support in Detroit right now.
Huh? No, guess who runs these campaigns that are anti-Joe Biden?
PSL?
Yeah.
Wow. How did I guess that?
With a Muslim American.
That's what I'm saying. So look, the pressure is being applied properly, and people
they know
are really
how they get
people
people in their
this, rightfully so. And there's protests.
They use Palestine to get people in their cult.
Yeah. It's like Russell Brand baiting people in before dousing them with fascism and genocide apologia.
Mm-hmm.
He baits them in with the libertarian side of stuff. Like, don't touch anybody, leave everybody alone. Radical leaving people alone. And then proceeds to fascist. Cool.
Outside the White House all the time over this issue. So I think what needs to be done is exactly what's being done to effectively look. Joe Biden will flip his position as soon as he genuinely believes, no, this really is my political ass on the line. Right now, he doesn't actually believe it's his political ass on the line. He thinks, no, come November, this will be in the rearview mirror. People won't even think about it.
It will be. Come on.
And they'll vote for me. And so on.
Come on.
But if it can get through to him on some level, if these protests and this campaign is persistent enough, then no, motherfucker, you are going to lose if you don't do something and stop this. Then I think it's possible that he does actually change the policy to one extent or another. I don't think he'd actually do anything that's sufficient in terms of something we would like as a final solution for it. But in terms of like slightly nudge him in the right direction. So
what solution?
Basically, everything's being.
Did Kyle just call for a final solution on Israel?
Let's say.
To one extent or another, I don't think he'd actually do anything that's sufficient in terms of something we would like as a final solution for it. But in terms of like slightly nudge him in the right direction. So I think that basically everything's being done that can be done to try to change the trajectory of that. Now, outside
reference
people,
the Protocols
of
Elder Zion. I mean, I wrote that book. That's a great book.
People don't fucking care about foreign policy. There's an issue where young people do, Arab Americans, Muslim Americans do for this conflict.
Actual
but clearly,
Nazi
it's really
here.
not on the forefront of people's minds. And I don't know how to change that other than to just expose the horrors and say, like, you should care about this, right? But I don't know. American voters, I've always held the position that I think the voters are, in general, pretty reasonable when you get down to the issues, and it's the politicians that are the problem. But yeah, in some ways, you want to revise that and say, if I can't get you to give a about this, then, like, what the like, well, what are we up against here? How can I get you to care about anything if you don't care about this?
How can I get you to... Fuck. Cease. Guess what's next? This is next.
It's genuinely no different than the psychopathic weird Nazi using Andrew Tate, consistently saying that I deny the Armenian genocide when I never have.
Oh, here we go.
Why do people say that you deny the Armenian genocide? Genuinely don't know. Because they're stupid. Like, what do you mean? They just want to shit stir and smear and lie to their fan base because I'm Turkish. It's not a meme because they're liars. There's no better way to, there's no easier way to explain it. I'm Turkish. They're fucking racist. Their audience is most likely racist, or at least completely oblivious to what my position is. So it makes them feel better. It gives them more moral permission to shit on me. They do this now, which is also
because they need moral permission
as well. This is another thing that I found out, guys. It's not. This is now officially the Hasan denies the Armenian genocide version, but for Kurds. Now they're also saying Hasan does not support Kurdish people. Okay, which is so fucking laughable. The notion that I am anti-Kurdish is fucking hilarious. I criticize the Turkish government routinely. Okay, routinely.
When?
Which is so funny that people are saying that I'm anti-Kurdish.
When?
Kurdish people don't believe that, which is why it's.
Did
really
you criticize them bombing
funny.
civilians
Also,
after the
I'm
PKK
also
clapped them in the
notoriously
mountains?
Good friends.
No,
with
nothing.
someone who literally went
Radio
to
silence?
Rojava and fought. Okay,
Cool.
alongside the Kurdish militias there.
Oh my God.
Hey, whoa.
Did you just see that? Did you see that?
Did you see who? Did you see who
Yeah.
it was? That's your token. Your token is like somebody who fought with them. Bruce Belden. Okay, bro. That is not. No.
Okay, alongside the Kurdish militias there. I had him on the fucking broadcast like 2 weeks ago. So the idea.
Okay.
that
Wow,
I'm
bro.
anti-Kurdish-
Did you also have somebody who fought in the United States Army on your podcast before? Or your stream before? Wow.
Insane.
Wow.
Wild.
or have denied the Armenian genocide is fucking laughable, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't fucking matter. It literally doesn't matter to the fan base. The lib said you thought the Kurds were hog people. That's so funny. Yeah. Listen, brother. Yeah, if you grew up in fucking Beverly Hills and you don't necessarily know anything about Middle Eastern politics, and you see like a Turkish guy, you go, what do I know about this guy? Well, he must hate Kurds. It's genuinely no different than the psychopathic weird Nazis that consistently, including Andrew Tate, consistently saying that I deny the Armenian genocide when I never have. So, very, very stupid stuff. Very stupid. Americans don't even know who the Kurds are. They just heard the talking points against you. Yeah. It is really cute, though, when people who don't know anything
he might have an Islamist
about my position,
but I don't think he has any philosophy besides, like, I need to go to college soon.
Yeah.
Or about the history in the region, tried to come at me with, like, pot shots and unconditionally claim the exact opposite position that I defend. Okay? That's it. There's also some new bullshit rumors saying you are pro-Erdogan because you think he was cooed by Fethullah Gulen. Yeah, exactly. Well, why can't I go back to Turkey?
No. Okay, that's not the take. That's not the take.
Sorry.
The take is that you said America was behind the attempted coup on Erdogan. That's the issue, Hasan, because that's just stupid.
Having this conversation with Amerifats literally feels like I'm talking to a baby. Okay? I sometimes feel like I'm talking to a fucking baby
when I watch your videos. Like I'm watching a child.
They do not know anything.
They jinx.
They're just simply talking
they do not know anything.
Of authority. That's it.
They are simply talking from a position of authority while saying that they're Turkish as a cop-out.
Bring up the estimated monthly earnings. Is that what you're saying?
Who am I talking about?
Last thing I will say is there's two
it's
different
crazy.
It's
crazy. One is like you have to think about it. There's people out there honestly, like you're an Australian. So as an Australian, do you think there's people out there that know more about Australian politics than Australians do?
Yes.
Right. So like to think that like you just have like expertise in politics because you came from Turkey, even though you didn't engage with the culture, you said so yourself, right?
Yeah, it's like I'm pretty sure that every time we speak about Australia, I'm like, I don't actually know what the fuck is happening, but I'm pretty sure this is what's going on. Like I always qualify it with that because I give such little fuck about Australian politics that I've just never learned. So I know like cursory stuff.
Yeah, this is so funny. You know, it's the video where they have like Ukrainians reacting to it, and like he didn't even watch it. He just responded to it angrily without even actually looking at what they said.
Hilarious.
Clip chimping to assume the exact opposite position that I have, and that happens pretty commonly. And the other is clip chimping to, rob my commentary of its context to claim that I have like an unnuanced position. These are the most common ways in which people
they don't need to clip you to show that
commentary.
No, not at all.
Knowing full well that I will refuse to give clout to those who are desperately seeking it, they take advantage of the fact that I'm not going to go and debate them, so they can just simply lie. That's it. That's it. Yeah. It's just like, it's like the classic take is the baby settlers concept. Okay. The baby settlers concept. Like I'm literally, my position has been clear from the jump that like, it is of course immoral to kill babies. Okay. Settler or not.
Wow.
You cannot do that. All right. My position has been clear from day one that you can't kill civilians either. Okay. But if you clip it out of context,
we say a lot
like I'm pro
that like
what people don't
what's
understand.
stopping Hasan literally, so like he just parked his wealth in the new car, right? He always does this, oh yeah, socialism is when no house, no car. And it's like, bro, you bought a fucking Porsche. Like you could easily take the cost you saved from buying that car by buying like something half as much, start an NGO with the upstart funding, do nothing, right? Just hire people to run the NGO that's about like just fucking helping unhoused people or homeless people or whatever term you want to refer to them as. Right? Like he could do so many fucking socialist NGOs and running it like a socialist company with the money he has, but instead he's just fucking parking it in fucking capitalist things. Soon he's going to be buying property, you know, just like people
he has
come
bought
here to
property.
buy
What are you
property to
talking
park
about?
there. Yeah, more than just one house though. He's going to start fucking buying property up so he can park his capital somewhere else.
And I am pro baby murder when it comes to abortion. That's right. I love baby murder. Okay, they will be on your dick until they die. They smell the syrup. I don't know what that means. The real baby murder I'm on board with is freaking abortions, baby. That's right. I've literally paid for abortions that happen to the tune of $60,000. Isn't your position that a one state is necessary because otherwise you'd have to expel all the baby settlers? Like you're more sympathetic to the settlers and the average flag emoji two staters? Yes, that's it. Dude, the only awards I've been getting are from your mom for best sex.
Wow, crazy.
And that's all I need. Also, you're grounded.
Man, that was next level burn. Crazy.
He also treats activism as a brand.
So a decent while back, Vaush responded to my video that I made about him, explaining the dishonest ways in which Vaush portrays himself.
Who this guy? Chemical Mind.
Yeah.
Who this?
I don't know. It's I just figured former Vaush fan triggered by Vaush.
Okay.
As more radical in his politics than
we're gonna go through why Vaush is dishonest, because that's what Hasan and Vangaurd both talking about how Vaush is bad here. Let's fucking get down to it, you know?
Yeah.
Let's see what he has to say, I guess.
About whether responding was wise at all, whether this would just pull me into some cycle of reaction that would just go back and forth forever. In the end, I decided that I would compromise. Despite the fact that I could easily make an hour-long video to respond to all the things he says, or the things that I
so we're
say
getting
that
a 2-for-1 here.
Answering, I'm keeping this
Sounds
short
like
enough so that he doesn't have much React content to farm off of. And
I'm sure he cares.
A few of the most dishonest parts of his response that stick out the most. However, if anyone does want to see me respond to everything he says in full,
I don't.
I did a live stream reacting to the entire video. The links
watch
to
our
which
live
can be found
streams
in the
instead.
description. I fully encourage
Subscribe
people
to our
watch these to get a
Patreon.
full idea of
All
just how
content
dishonest
coming
Vaush was
always.
throughout the entirety of his response. It's funny because I've gotten used to it.
Yeah, so we're also going to be doing. We're going to post Let Them Eat Cake episodes that are like basically uncut to Patreon.
Yeah.
So like, you know, the parts, not this one, but like it's definitely staying cut out of the one that's coming out like not next, but like when he talks about when he starts questioning about Assad gassing his own people, like that's already gone. I'm not putting that back in, you know, like that one's already edited, but you know, so basically in the future, there's going to be Raws going up.
Yeah. So they'll just be great, crazy opinions and shit. It'll be great.
Like imagine, you know, all the stuff we had to cut out of Pega's video.
Yeah, imagine a Ghazi video uncut. We should do a Patreon exclusive with Ghazi. that would be something to see. Just let him go off about Palestine. Oh, that would be entertaining.
So, I used to be
talk to him about Pakistan deporting Afghans, all that shit.
I mean, I've been trying to find like smaller channels. Like one of the guys I put in here, it's the guy with the propeller hat we were making fun of. So like I'm trying to find channels that are just larger than us to start beef with for clout, just like Vangaurd did.
Yeah, it's a good idea.
But in his response, he spends half of the video either doing his typical lie where he says he's taken out of context, or just saying the word he always says when he doesn't actually have any conscious rebuttal.
True. True. Also true.
Now uncut your dumb shit lip cut fucking SJW brains and recognize this empirically correct fact that I'm about to spit. It is possible for an adult and a child to have a sexual relationship.
Jesus
and for it to have
Christ.
positive outcomes.
Okay, hang on.
There isn't a single part in the video where he
This is a classic like click chimp that Vaush does. I defended Hasan on the same point the other day. They're using extremism to basically justify an argument. Vaush does this all the time with the Nazis, like, oh, but if it was Nazis, you'd support it, right? You know, so the context is him saying, like, in theory, wouldn't this be a thing? So blah blah blah. Like, what about now? It's like a class. That one specifically, where he's playing Zelda and saying it, is specifically one that he's like talked about and given context to so many times. I've seen it like so many times, and I don't even watch him like that heavy. So
okay. But I mean, that's the risk of posting shit online, I guess.
Well, just those types of arguments, like they said, like the thing that where I defended Hasan, they said like, oh, here's Hasan talking about pro-rape.
Yeah.
And his thing was saying, at least with like rich motherfuckers, they send their rich kids to rape rich daughters and keep them out of like general society.
Jesus.
Right?
Yeah,
That's a critique on prisons. That's like the point of him saying it.
Okay.
Right? So he's doing an extremism critique, which is only going to just be clipped. Like, it's not a good thing to use those arguments.
Yeah.
Points out something that I say that is actually incorrect by backing it up with any actual evidence that disproves any of my claims. The only times he ever really tries to
what it was.
disprove anything I say is through his own hearsay. More on that soon. Well, at least maybe the comments on his video reacting to me might actually make some good points. Let's take a look at the single most liked comment on Vaush's video. With 885 likes. The last
what
I
a
checked,
loser.
responded to me.
Fucking guy.
Socialism isn't a science, it's a process. This guy, very clearly confused about what science is. Okay, let's see what I say in the video. Is this all about aesthetics to you? Because that's not what socialism is about. Socialism isn't science. It is a process, something that takes reading.
Why isn't he just playing the fucking video?
I don't know, bro.
That's so strange.
Political silence. Checkmate.
Is to listen to the people who have done the reading and understanding and the organizing.
I
can understand where the cut in the audio clip might make it sound like I'm saying isn't, but that's simply not what I said. I said socialism is a science. I even say Marxism and Leninism is a scientific process earlier on in the video.
Oh my god, what a fucking loser.
The single most liked comment on Vaush's video.
Oh my god, who the fuck cares? Oh my god. Imagine, bro. God. Anyone who talks like this, I need to check if they've ever played World of Warcraft. All right?
For pointing this out. That's probably not a very good sign.
When was the last time they logged in?
But in any case, without further ado, let's get on to the main course and actually address a few of the most dishonest parts of Vaush's response. Imperialism in South America. He would know that in Cuba, before Batista, the winning candidate of Cuba's so-called...
Yeah, this is why absolutes are fucking stupid. People who talk in absolutes should be disregarded entirely.
Jack doesn't know who non-compete is, though. I don't think he's looked at his videos. It's Luna Oi's husband.
Who is this guy?
No.
They
said this guy in the comments who says it's like that non-complete dude. He's an idiot.
Yeah, okay.
It's Luna Oi's husband. But he debated Vaush, and it's like really funny because Vaush just basically starts sidelining him with these like pedophile Nazi arguments, and the guy's like, "All right, I'm done here," and hangs up on him.
That's hilarious.
Just like in every so-called democracy in South America during the Cold War, and in many cases since then as well. If Fidel had simply turned Cuba into democracy as Americans conceive of it again, and completely let freedom of press and capitalist parties...
Keep in mind, this has nothing to do with what I said. The only thing I said is that the people of Cuba have a right to protest their government if they feel like their government has failed them in some way, which is a very basic...
We can look at that video
sometime. What do you mean, exactly, Vaush,
where he's debating
when
Vaush?
You say you support the Cuban people demanding more from their government? I don't disagree about demanding your government giving you basic human rights. But what exactly more
this dude,
the Cuban people ask for?
Can somebody teach this person about luffs and like loudness in the recording? For God's sakes, bro.
Country under
set your shit to negative 14 luffs and fucking boost your loudness.
Free healthcare to their citizens as well.
Giving people editing tips.
It's literally it's just keeping up with industry standards at this time to be using luffs.
Yeah.
Like, you have to set it in your project settings, okay, bro? On your free editing software that you're using, all right? You got to go onto the project settings, right? And there's going to be something that's luffs. You should actually just Google whatever you use. Like, I use Resolve, so just type in Resolve luffs. It's LUFFS, I think. And then it will tell you that, like, YouTube, they already mandate that it's negative 14 luffs. So if your content is above that, it brings it down to negative 14 luffs. So you never want to be under it. You actually always want to hit exactly negative 14 luffs and above. Watch, it's not even negative 14 luffs, and I'm an idiot.
And they have some of the most advanced environmental protection laws in the world. What exactly do you mean when you ask them to demand more? Well, I know
that's the thing is I said it once and forget it.
How much you hate.
It's 1F, by the way.
It's only one?
Yeah, LUFS.
So-called authoritarianism all the fucking time. You even talk about Cuba's so-called authoritarianism in your Cuba video, so I know exactly what you're insinuating. It's very obvious, however much you might try to weasel out of it. You want a tiny third.
YouTube has a standard loudness target of negative 14 luffs.
Nailed it. Industry standard.
have more so-called freedom of press and a multi-party system. I assume you'd also probably want capitalist parties, both of which, regardless, the U.S. would use to destabilize Cuba and turn it right back into a colony like it was.
Well, guess what? You found the right channel, my friend.
You sure have.
I know this is what you meant, Vaush. You can try to weasel out of it any way you want. I know this is what you were insinuating. Of course, the effectiveness of states like Cuba in preventing regime change is backed up by significant data. Lindsay O'Rourke shows in her work, Covert Regime Change, America's Secret Cold War, that countries with more authoritarian so-called party structures are far less likely to be overthrown by the US than countries with less authoritarian party structures. And this makes perfect sense.
Yeah, Cuba's not even on this fucking list.
This is hilarious because Vaush just proves my point. There's a reason Cuba was never electorally intervened in. There's a reason it was never overthrown. Thanks for reinforcing my point, Vaush. Really appreciate it.
I'm not even listening to this guy. He's too quiet. We got to move on. I can't even hear what he's saying in his arguments. Bro needs to learn what fucking industry standard loudness is and then make videos. The fact that Vaush even responded to something that you can't even hear. All right, what's this now?
America's horrible new scheme.
Okay.
Exclusive. Pentagon floats Syria plan for Kurd allies to partner with Assad against ISIS. What? Syrian Kurds to partner with Assad against ISIS. Is that so? Is that true? Is that an idea that we're having right now? The proposal,
it was
which the head of
viable
the Syrian Democratic
at
Forces
one
denounced
point.
as a rotten plan, comes as part of a renewed review of Syria policy by the State Department. Nice, we're abandoning them. I'm not 100 a year. Good lord, who linked this? The Pentagon floated a plan for Syrian Kurdish allies
this is
to campaign
literally
against
like a
ISIS part of
Middle
the Syrian
East
regime.
think
Perfect.
tank that you're like reading from. Who they like already hate like Assad and Iran, right? Like great source, but like come on.
You don't understand what you're reading.
If the headline you're engaging in is already saying rotten plan, I don't think they're going to give you the full context of the situation.
Yeah.
Which is that this actually is not a thing.
Of the United States Syria policy currently ongoing at the State Department, and for which Turkey has been tapped for its input. Okay, I get it. We're trying to buy allegiance from Turkey by like throwing the Kurds to the wolves. We're essentially saying like, okay, Turkey, we know you really want to kill all the Kurdish people. I get it. Okay.
Oh my God.
So what we're gonna do is we're going to let Assad kill all the Kurdish people, and in return, you'll stop being so belligerent.
Oh
That's
my God.
so great. I love
Bro,
that.
the fact that he's able to come to
Assad, please be
conclusions
nicer.
so quick, and it has nothing to do with why this plan was floated.
It took a minute.
Anyone know why this plan was floated? Let me know. I'll tell you if you're right if you get it.
It might be American people wanting to
this is
draw.
there's this I have this video. It's Biden talking about when Trump pulled these people. Like I had just like people I knew who I was just been talking to weeks ago. Like I came back to America and it was the last time that I had went to Syria when these people got pulled right after, and like people I knew like suffered because of like this action from Trump. It really fucked me up. But Biden's on there saying like like Tulsi says he has blood on his hands. Biden's up there saying that like they lost their lives and it's shameful what Trump has done. And it's like you haven't been any better to the fucking Kurdish people. And like Biden is like historically very pro-Kurdish. Like he talks about how he wants to support like the Kurds electorally in Turkey to basically oust Erdogan through the democratic process. Because ISIS is bad. I mean, yes, it is why they need a contingency plan. If they leave the area, they need a contingency plan of how to keep fighting ISIS. And they can't trust Turkey in this because Turkey funds and helps ISIS. But it's because Iran forwarded another thing saying that the U.S. has to leave Iraq when they're not in Iraq. They're in Kurdistan and there's no authority over this. But because that was floated, the Pentagon refloated this plan because it's a contingency because the Syrian bases depend on American bases. So this isn't happening. They're not throwing the Kurds to the wolves. They're not pulling out of Kurdistan. They're not engaging in like moving towards this thing with Assad. Like, are they going to normalize Assad? 100%.
Yeah, that's what it seems to be moving.
They're going to do it. Like it's already happening with the Arab countries, right? And it's because Assad technically isn't Iran. Right? So Assad is going to be looked at as this person who can be a mediator, like how Qatar is.
True.
And that's why he'll kind of reform and come back to power.
Yeah.
Great. NATO member that yet sells shit to Russia. Yeah, there's no way to remove them. What do you expect? It's almost like they should have like rewrote that shit before letting Poland in.
Breath. Are the Kurds just Turkey's Palestinians? Kurds are Palestinians are Israel's Kurds. Okay, the Kurds have been on this for a long time. Iraq, Iran, Turkey, Syria. You know, it's the missing state, Kurdistan. You know,
Vaush is definitely the most knowledgeable out of all these people in Kurdistan.
I think you're right. I think he knows enough to have correct opinions.
I emailed him
delusional
to put actual people who were fighting Turkey on his show, and he said he was busy. So
yeah, clearly cares a lot.
SDF Commander-in-Chief Mazlum Kobain told Al Monitor late Sunday he was unaware of the Pentagon scheme. It is the first time hearing of this. It is utterly unviable given the state of our relations. With
that's another thing. So, like, this is where it gets funny, right?
For a democratic future for the whole of the country, including
like I said, it's not happening, right? This is not going to happen. But the Pentagon having a contingency plan shouldn't fucking surprise people.
No, not at all.
So, this whole thing, I might have said more coverage of it. The other part of this where they talk about the Iraq side, but they say this thing about how they floated a bill to get America out of Iraq, which they've already done. They've already passed this bill, but it also came with a contingency because the opposition said, okay, Iran has to leave too. America pulled out, went to Kurdistan. Iran didn't do shit. They put more people in.
Yeah.
So Iran is the one not honoring this bill, but the US, even back then, never got a formal letter. Right, so like their response to Iran and or I should say Iraq pushing this, right, that U.S. has to leave, is they haven't sent us a letter. We don't know what it is. Same response this guy is having, right?
Yeah,
we haven't been told this. We weren't sent a letter. It's because it's not true.
Yes,
people are misleading you.
Which is incapable of defending its territories against Daesh, ISIS, let alone ours.
Yeah, so
why do they hate Kurds? Because they're racist. What do you want?
I'd say a good 15% of the show is talking about how Iraq is just Iran now.
Pretty much.
Relies on the Kurds to keep on top of the Islamic. Oh yeah, the Assad and the Syrian state are incredibly weak, which is why most of the territory of Syria is made up of like various Iranian-backed militia groups and the Kurds. You know, like they don't even control their own territory, and ISIS, of course. Rojava has been really effective at
what
fighting
about the
ISIS,
fucking rebels in Idlib? What about Turkey? I was like, oh, he's doing good. He's doing good. If he stopped at just saying Iran factions, it would just be talking about like, because like there's no northern control of the state, right? But because he included the Kurds, then you have to also include the other side. You could have just stopped it with Iran.
It's a radical Islamic, militant sects. It's most effective if you have soldiers who give a shit and who care and who are passionate, rather than just like being a dictator who throws bodies at the problem. You know, at the risk of sounding contrarian, ethno-states supposedly are bad. How would Kurdistan not be an ethno-state? Ethno-state doesn't just mean
this is
like
so
ethnicity
stupid.
gets a country. It means that only that ethnicity gets a country.
How would it not be an ethno-state, right?
Yeah.
So like,
that's the whole point.
Well, Rojava isn't acknowledged as being like the territory is not acknowledged as Kurdistan. They don't acknowledge themselves as Kurdistan because they think that it like sidelines other minorities that are there.
Autonomous area of north and eastern Syria, right?
Yeah.
There's northeastern Syria, whatever the new acronym
North
is.
and East Syria.
Okay.
So then you have Kirkuk, right? Kirkuk had minority populations, right, of like Turkmen, and they're now ethnically cleansing that city of Kurds, right? So these cities in autonomous Kurdistan already had these people there, and also like the Iranian side, Azari and like Lori and Farsi people live there. Like Pega is Lori, which is basically Farsi. It's like an older Persian tribe, you know. But when when they've integrated and stayed with the culture of Iran as it's evolved over the years, but they're way older than like any type of Persian thing. They're almost like Southern Kurds in a way, but even then the cultures were not linked, you know. But they're a mountain people, and like they border Kurdistan and Iran, right? So like Pega has Kurdish family members.
Yeah.
Because the territory of Luristan is right there. So like all those people also integrate there. There's also Armenians. Armenians would also be living in this state. They would be one of the bigger minorities there.
I would imagine so, yeah.
And also a unified state is not going to happen.
No, there's no.
And that's why we need to be supporting South Kurdistan to get under. It's like they have the same problem as like other places. It's the leadership. Fucking the Barzani clan is like just dragging.
That's Iraqi Kurdistan, yeah.
Yeah, they're just dragging the country into the ground. The Barzani clan. But they are. Look, it doesn't matter. They voted for a referendum. It passed. It doesn't matter if Iraq recognizes it or not. It's an independent country.
Yeah.
Country. Based on the way Rojava is governed, they would probably end up being the most democratic state in the Middle East, including Israel.
Possibly,
like by far.
Yeah.
There's
yes,
nothing wrong
but
with
they
the
don't
idea.
want to
like,
be a state.
The Kurds.
No. Like the idea of the state is just for recognition and
literally that's the thing. This is like Öcalan is like specifically the ideology that he has. I'd say if anything, it's specifically anti-nation state. He talks about how the nation state is like that. It's where the source of capital is stored. It's like the next step of like not recognizing capitalism as the villain, but the nation state and how the nation state oppresses people more than capital.
Yeah, that's why I say that it's more of like they want recognition, more of a protection and recognition more than a nation state of its own. They just want their own place.
Yeah, I mean, they don't need. I mean, they like it's all about like making your own currency and all that shit.
Yeah,
and like you're on this and you're on that.
I wonder, and that legitimizes them.
I'm curious if Kurdistan has its own passports.
That is an interesting question.
Or if it's an Iraqi passport. Because Somaliland, of course, has their own.
Have their own, yeah.
Yeah, their passport is still an Iraqi passport. Oh, there is. Hang on, this might be fake. There is a picture, but it's like Redbubble. Like you can get it on a shirt. So. Okay, these are definitely real.
Okay.
So there's a Republic of Kurdistan passport.
Don't do that in here.
She's yelling at you for vaping. You gonna hit play? Or you're just gonna stay here?
I thought you were bringing something up.
I'm seeing if there is one.
Yeah.
Essentially had like an ancestral state going back centuries, and they're mistreated in every country they're a part of, right? Like they're literally right there. It's not even like a Jewish thing or whatever, where Jews are mistreated everywhere. But then to do their homeland thing, you have to go all the way back to Israel, like go from Europe to Israel, whatever. The Kurds are right there. They're in the area, you know, like it's right there, and it would probably be a hell of a lot better than any of its constituent states, you know. Though I guess it's not very difficult to outdo Turkey, Iran, Iraq, and Syria in terms of like making a better state. But this is why every one of these countries hates the Kurds, because they know the Kurds are. Jesus, Benjamin,
what the?
I guess I do have to read donuts today. Thank you. They know the Kurds are mistreated broadly in the region, and if one region of Kurds starts getting too powerful,
someone just gave him $500.
It empowers the rest of them. People start talking about secession. Kurdistan has always been an inclusive idea. They don't want a democratic nation for Kurds only. Rojava has.
Remember how I told you that there was an actual nation of Kurdistan that existed very briefly, but it was just a Soviet-controlled project?
Yes, yes.
So the passport that I found for Republic of Kurdistan is from that region.
Soviet passport. Interesting.
So it's So it technically would be an Iranian passport.
Huh.
Because that's Iranian controlled now.
Yeah. Very interesting.
5 official languages, and they're all mandatory to be taught in school. Yeah, Rojava is literally like, Vaush, why do you like Rojava? Genuine question. I know nothing about them. Rojava is the closest thing we have to an anarchist society.
Yeah.
They're a large, well-functioning, well-governed, essentially anarchist nation. Given where they are, like they are highly feminist, they are secular, they have a parallel council that is run by women, so they can give counsel on women's issues and vote in tandem with the existing government. They're based and red-pilled on pretty much every international issue I've seen them speak on, with them offering solidarity to other leftist movements around the world. They're incredibly effective.
Do you think Biden's original plan of splitting Iraq and the Emirates was a good idea? Yes, I do. So there's a lot of people who have the conspiracy that the Iraqi civil war was intentional. Now, I think they're just that stupid. Now, the reason why they didn't do this is because Shiistan would basically be given to Iran, right? So why would they want to just hand Iraq over to Iran?
True.
Well, what did they end up doing anyway?
Yeah.
Right. So now it just gave Iran more control than they would have had if it was split into the Emirates.
Yes.
So yes. That was a good idea. Biden was right. And it should have happened. Also, that's like ISIS's big goal. That's why they were able to radicalize people, is that they were splitting, because the Civil War was about having a Sunni state because they were already oppressed by the Shias under America, right? So so Sunnistan, like this is like what develops into ISIS's main goal and ideology. You don't have ISIS if you don't have the fucking settlement that we went on.
Militarized.
Which is why Al Qaeda also supported
that fights back very effectively against ISIS. We fought with them against ISIS. That's why American troops are there in Syria, and that's why we're like trying to throw them to the wolves now, because we worked alongside them to fight against ISIS. They also fight against Assad, the local dictator.
Dude literally read the statement.
So communists hate them. Communists hate them. Yeah.
From the guy who runs the army, saying, the Kurdish army, which is not all Kurdish, saying, we didn't hear anything about this. Come on, Vaush.
Turkey hates them. Iran hates them. Iraq hates them. Syria hates them. Like Syria, currently controlled by a dictator, where most of Syria's territory is kind of like up in the air.
Syria doesn't necessarily hate them. Assad has always been like the better out of the four, honestly.
Which is wild.
Yeah, well, so
it's also not very hard to, not drop chemical weapons on people.
I don't know her exact name, but it's like Rodaja Fiat or something, the general of the YPJ during the Raqqa. Like she ran the military during the Raqqa campaign. She was originally going to join the Syrian army. But the war broke out, so she joined up with these people. Because it's funny, because a lot of the early YPJ are just PKK people.
Yeah.
Like Aaron was PKK beforehand. She was a child soldier technically for the PKK.
Ah, interesting.
She left at 17 to join them at 17. So that's why nobody knows her exact age, because they can't be honest about it. But anyway, she almost joined Syria just because Syria does this shit where they use the minorities. I mean, that's how they were able to use the war, right? Is that they told the Druze, hey, the Sunnis are going to come kill you. They're going to slit all your throats. Druze, stick with us. And now even the Druze protest Assad because things have gotten so bad. So the Kurds were a token minority for Assad, just like the rest.
State. Turkey hates them because they're a loud and independence-wanting minority. They've called like members of the Kurdish advocacy groups terrorists. And
Turkey hates them because of nationalism, period.
Yeah.
Turkey also hates them. If anything, Turkey is the most legitimate in their hate because of the PKK, right? Just how you can rationalize how average Israeli hate Palestinians because of Hamas. It's still bullshit. We can acknowledge it's still bullshit, but we can at least understand where it comes from. But
that's a good start.
Yeah, it's nationalism entwined with the actual terrorist attacks that come up to make this, like America had it after 9/11, this toxic type of thing. Yeah. It's not because because the Kurdish regional like politics in Turkey, for large part, the party that actually is allowed to participate in elections, they have no interest in leaving Turkey. And also, even Öcalan, his philosophy is not an independence philosophy, it's an autonomy within a state philosophy, because they don't recognize the need to create a nation state. So it has nothing to do with seeking independence.
Mm.
In fact, the current hijab protests that have been going on in Iran for a little over a year happened because the police brutalized and killed a Kurdish woman for not wearing her hijab. The woman that the morality police abducted and killed in custody, beat to death, that was a Kurdish woman. And in Iraq, we got over this recently, not only do the Kurds have their own history of oppression, Saddam Hussein literally genocided them, the Anfal genocide. That's the thing that one guy, who's that one fake communist YouTuber, the fascist, the pan-Arabist?
Which
Hakeem,
one? All of them?
Hakeem denies, basically says the Kurds did it to themselves. Dropped chemical weapons on Kurdish neighborhoods. The U.S. helped Saddam with that? Of course we did. What's
the reason why this thing comes with the Kurds did it to themselves is because the Kurds have always, in Iraq, the Iraqi region, they've always been fighting each other. There's one side that's more allied with Iran and one side that's more allied with Iraq, right?
Yeah.
So the attacks were targeted against, like, because even Barzani had a small alliance with Saddam at one point against the Iranis.
Yeah.
And the Kurds that are backed by Iran. So that's who the target was. So the conspiracy is that basically Iran had chemical weapons and started it.
Great.
Even though it's so silly to say that they gassed themselves because like it was an announced Anfal campaign. The chemical part was just a small part of the campaign.
Mm-hmm.
So like to deny everything, like they literally, there's recordings of them saying they're sending bulldozers to bury them alive, which they did.
Kurd relations, but they're probably not great. In Iraq, they have an autonomous province now. That's nice. The government's less based than Rojava, though. Yeah, Rojava is kind of a flash in the pan.
They had
that deserves to be.
They had an autonomous province before
best case
2003.
It's been there for a while.
It was part of the end of the Gulf War. Was creating an autonomous state there. So it happened under Saddam.
Scenario. Okay? Best case scenario. All right? Rojava gets thrown to the wolves in the Assadist regime and they win and take over. Okay? We get glorious anarchist Syria. All right? Let's go. It's not going to happen. But let's go. Worth noting that one of the, like, in terms of who's an enemy to freedom here, Rojava has been fighting nonstop against ISIS for a long time. But the second biggest enemy they've been fighting against, at least in terms of threats to them, has been Turkey. Turkey was so insistent on killing Rojavans that they started shelling Kurdish bases when American soldiers were still there. Turkey.
Bro, this idiot. America had to shoot down a Turkish drone because it almost fucking hit them with fucking strikes. It's happening now. Jesus Christ. These fucking wannabe experts that don't read anything.
Troops there. Like, that's how desperate they are to stop the Rojava project, because they don't want any hope getting to the Kurds in eastern Turkey. What's Rojava? Is it a group or an area? Just think of it as like an unofficial nation. You know, it's a large militant anarchist cell that operates as a nation with its own government. Is there any hope for the Kurds? There's always hope, friend. Kind of like the Houthis. In terms of them being like a non-official de facto state or nation in their region, sure. In terms of like every other sense, no. Because these guys are based around. Okay, I'll put it for those of you who can't understand otherwise. I'll put it for you this way. Okay, Luffy would love Rojava, unironically. So there you go. That's my. For those of you, like,
okay, Hasan.
I hate my fucking life. He's making fun of Hasan right now, but I fucking hate my life right now.
I will never understand, bro. I do not understand it. It like hurts my brain.
Or engaging with Hasan, that's the level I'm pitching it as. He would. He definitely would. There you go. Now everyone understands. Interview a Rajavan soldier like Hasan. Yeah. What about LGBTQ?
Oh my God! Somebody said it.
Like insanely.
Somebody said interview a Rajavan soldier like Hasan. It's talking about Brace fucking Belden. I mean, just listen to this.
It's happening. It's catching on. The idiots are winning. Fuck's sake.
So, well, I'm just going to read this just because, like, you know, it's difficult to not, like, you kind of have to. Hold on. While entertaining some foreign relations, the region, this is Rojava, is neither officially recognized as autonomous by the government of Syria,
you know, there's like a totally there's this thing called Let Them Eat Cake where they sit down and they talk to people who actually went here and are deployed there and fighting there, And
Crazy.
we go through and we talk about the entire government and like things that are misleading about it and all that stuff. Crazy.
It's a really good show.
You could have had those
Everybody
people
should
on
watch
your
it.
show, Vaush, but you're too busy.
Could have.
Institutions except for the Catalan Parliament. Thanks, Catalan. The AANES has widespread support for its universal, democratic, sustainable, autonomous, pluralist, equal, and feminist policies in dialogue with other parties and organizations. Northeastern Syria is polyethnic and home to a sizable ethnic Kurdish, Arab, and Assyrian populations, with smaller communities of ethnic Turkmen, Armenians, Circassians, and Yazidis. The supporter of the region's administrative state that is officially secular polity with direct democratic ambitions based on democratic confederalism and libertarian socialism, promoting decentralization, gender equality, environmental sustainability, social ecology. Basically, Rojava would be like if you took the overly long Twitter bio of a 16-year-old communist raised in Minnesota, but made it real, social ecology and pluralistic tolerance for religious, cultural, and political diversity, and that these values are mirrored in its constitution, society, and politics, stating it to be a model for a federalized Syria as a whole, rather than outright independence. The region's administration has been accused by partisan and non-partisan sources of authoritarianism, media censorship, forced disappearances, support of the Syrian government, Kurdification, and displacement. For what it's worth, guys, these accusations are largely bullshit. Kurdification is like the Turkish term for Kurds aren't second-class citizens, and support of the Syrian government is nonsense. These are like, keep in mind, every government in the region despises Rojava and wants them dead. So they'll come up with literally like any random like Kurdification and siding with the Syrian government. If they're not a perfect society or whatever, but like a lot of the shit they say about them is just complete nonsense. At the same time, the AANES has been described by partisan and non-partisan sources as the most democratic system in Syria or the Middle East, arguably, with direct open elections, universal equality, respecting human rights within the region, as well as defense of minority and religious rights within Syria. God damn. Rojava has by far the highest average salaries and standard of living throughout Syria, with salaries being twice as large as in regime-controlled Syria. Following the collapse of the Syrian pound, Rojava doubled salaries.
I don't know if that's anything to brag about, to be honest. You know what I'm saying? Like, well, your economy's better than fucking Idlib and fucking Assad Syria.
Exactly, Sherlock Smoke. Literally. Well, Syria did, at least. Yeah, or does, I guess. Anyone who has been to Rojava can tell you those accusations are bullshit. Yeah, I don't mean to like certainly like any government, they have done bad things, right? I've seen some of it, but first of all, like
I don't know, define
the bad
things.
stuff they've done pales in comparison to every other thing done by the other governments in the region. Like it's not even remotely close. You know what I mean? It would be like it would like basically Rojava went into a like fetid like rock cave and produced a high quality burger, and people are complaining about it because it doesn't compare to like a 3-star Michelin restaurant or whatever. It's it's so good. Is there a prospect of that becoming a real country? I don't know. It seems like the United States wants to throw them to the wolves a little bit. I don't know. Maybe not. I don't know. Maybe we'll just kill them. Whatever, dude. That's just like the closest we've gotten to actual communism.
Can I just say for this story,
like ever, basically. Not kidding when I say that, but
it's not the best source.
Whatever. Why hasn't America fed
not the best source
in the stratosphere? I don't know what you mean by that. That was kind of a jumble of buzzwords. Oh yeah, here's Rojava. There you go. There's queer rights. Why do we let them exist? Because we don't consider them a threat. Even now, we don't consider them a threat. This isn't like a containment strategy thing. I think the State Department is mostly like enjoying.
Why do we let them exist? Why would America care?
I don't
exactly. It's outside of their influence sphere. So
people, you know what? You know who's asking that? People who think America attacks communism globally at this point. Yeah. Like also, let's not forget that when this first started, considering that the Republic had just been formed and it was a Soviet puppet, right? Öcalan's original like philosophy was Marxist-Leninist, and his goal was to get annexed by the Soviet Union, along with like Azerbaijan and this like Kurdish region, right?
Yeah.
So, if anything, America would have fucked them up then.
I don't think it would be an exaggeration to say that Rojava has probably been the single most effective fighting force in the world against ISIS or anything else like it. Boko Haram, Daesh, whatever.
They've been fighting against ISIS, but I also wouldn't shit on. Like honestly, like the thing is that like Golden Division was like the Mosul campaign led by Golden Division. It wasn't exactly like it's fine. Like they both destroyed ISIS with similar strategies of like surrounding and containing them.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
ISIS is just really dumb.
They definitely shared intel.
And it's also questionable there comes a question, and the question is these camps, right? The ISIS camps. Iraq doesn't fuck with that shit. In fact, do you remember when Iraq agreed to repatriate citizens? You can learn about this in our interview with the YPJ. The administration said that they would only give these ISIS fighters to Iraq if they weren't executed. You remember that shit?
Yeah.
Because Iraq just kills ISIS. So there's a question there: is what's more effective? Keeping these people in a camp that's just going to radicalize them and not actually fix the problem, or just shoot them in the head?
That's the decision.
Yeah, and ultimately humanity is going to come first for Rojava and the Northeastern Territory.
Yes.
What do you think about the Zapatistas / the EZLN? Okay, the problem with these is that, like, how many people are even in the Zapatistas? Aren't they tiny? Rojava has hundreds of thousands of people who are actively fighting and like developing.
No,
the problem is that
he's confused. He's confused because the Zapatistas is just the military wing.
Yes.
What did they rename the municipalities to?
I can't remember.
I'm gonna try and reach out to Daisy again and see if she's recovered enough to come talk.
They're mostly just like an antiquated tiny holdout, you know? Like the Mexican government doesn't think they're worth the time and the effort, and that's probably true, but they're kind of I think that the Zapatistas are mostly like, I don't know, they're just like a regional quirk, you know? They don't represent any kind of burgeoning or developing socialist movement. Whereas Rojava has been incredibly active. 300,000 people are under the area of control. Yeah, but how many people are part of the group, right? The Rojava, you know, their government is a lot more there's a lot more direct engagement, I think. If you're in Rojava, it's not just like,
oh my god, everyone's directly engaged.
About 7,000 active participants in militia. Yeah, that's not that many. 3 million people live in Rojava. God damn. Both can be cool. Yeah, I'm not saying the Zapatistas aren't cool or whatever. I'm just saying that, like,
so about 10
Rojava
times as many people are in northern Syria.
Powerful, you know.
Oh, really?
Than are in Chiapas, Mexico. Because Chiapas, Mexico doesn't have a high population density anyway, but I wouldn't say over 250,000 people in those municipalities is small, especially considering the extreme poverty they're under.
Oh, group incidents. Rojava also released their new social contract. It's so based.
Oh no, it's foreign politics.
When you open this website. Oh, look, guys, look at this. Check it out. Oh, it didn't play again. It did like a little lines and stuff. Wow, mucho texto. The Democratic Autonomous Administration develops the societal economy for women, eliminating the exploitation of women.
But you know who's already done this?
Ensuring women's freedom and rights, society, and gender
equality. Text.
Would that be us?
Gotta
love it. We're pretty good.
Woke bullshit. Can't believe the feminazis got to northeastern Syria. Are they adding pronouns? Pronouns! Wait, he didn't say it like that. Pronoun. I don't know. I forget. It's been too long. I can't believe critical race theory spread to Rojava. Yeah.
They're actually gender abolitionists. So, and I think Vaush is also a gender abolitionist.
Watch that one. Let's not watch that one because that guy has no idea how to make a video.
Oh yeah. Well, it would just be the first one he made about Vaush.
Yeah, it was.
He was also pogging over child labor. Well, the children do yearn for the mines. This much is known.
This is mainly, I don't care what Vaush has to say. I just want to grab this because Tim Pool has something to say about it. But you should. This is important in the beginning here. He's going to give context to it.
Night and over 30 hours a week. One Republican said, "We've been weakening our society, and the remedy is to have kids, quote, start working full time."
I started working in as well. We've been weakening our society since before my time. I started working.
So this is Oh, nice suit on this guy, by the way. So this is very transparently an attempt to bolster the labor market. Like the Republicans are such transparent vessels for corporate interests. Like they're doing this perfectly in alignment with. Like it's funny because conservatives will simultaneously say that allowing women into the workplace ruins society, but then they'll also go like, yeah, we need like 15-year-olds working or whatever. Presumably 15-year-old boys. The funny thing is that the social consequences of this are actually ruinous. American school children do really poorly in school compared to a lot of comparably developed nations. You know, this is a material conditions thing. All right, you understand? This is a material conditions thing.
Okay, now we don't care. Now we can go to Tim Pool.
Will shape themselves.
We get it. They're gonna fucking put children to work for more than 30 hours. And here's some stats on like why children are stupid. Putting Tim Pool in the thumbnail and is Tim Pool even in this video?
Zero Tim Pool.
I can't believe he would put Tim Pool in the thumbnail and not even make a video about Tim Pool. What a piece of shit. What a fucking
like it was literally just the first thing. It was just this.
I wanted to hear Tim Pool talking about this because it would be so funny.
It would be. Oops, lost that one. Okay, we're at Sam Cedar.
This might be just looking at not what Sam Cedar has to say.
Candace Owens.
Oh no, this one we only need to look at what Candace Owens is saying here.
Okay.
First, speaking of Matt Walsh, I actually took this issue so seriously. I texted him over the weekend because I went back to revisit the clip after many of you wrote in that no, what Dorothy did was manslaughter. She accidentally killed the witch, making her not that bad of a person. So what I'm going to do for this comment section is I'm going to take you very slowly through what really took place in this scene after, again, Dorothy murdered somebody's sister and then stole her shoes.
Oh my God. Is this
so first,
really
just to provide you guys
happening?
a background of what took place before I even show you the clip. Before the Wicked Witch, if that's what we're calling her, shows up, the Munchkins, Oompa Loompas, whatever you want to call them, are throwing a party while there is a dead person under a house, and they're skipping with Dorothy saying, ding dong, the witch is dead. While there's a dead person at center, right? There's somebody that's dead, and they're dancing and saying, witch, oh, witch, the Wicked Witch. Obviously, this is some sort of a satanic ritual. I want to make that clear. If they're having a satanic ritual, it's the only reason to have a dead person and dance around them. And then the witch ends the party when she shows up and finds her dead sister.
And she's happy about it. She's like, bitch, take her shoes.
Just really skipping into another.
There's a tweet that Candace Owens reads that's mad funny. I don't know if it happened already though, but if it doesn't happen, we'll have to go back and find it in the video because it's very funny.
That's it?
No, there's definitely more. They definitely bring it up again.
Nope.
Because like, there's the tweet. I just saw the tweet.
Yeah, we missed a bit at the start.
There you go.
Classic.
All right, guys, now it's time to get into some of your comments, or rather to respond to a lot of the comments that I received pertaining to the Wizard of Oz and Black Twitter making me aware that actually what happened to the witch was outrageous.
Okay, pause. So go back to the tweet. First, so she's speaking derisively about Black Twitter here, but like, is that what it is? I'm not exactly sure. Or she's agreeing. Okay, here we go. This is what this person tweeted. In hindsight, the Wicked Witch of the West have every reason to light Dorothy's ass up. How are you going to kill my sister and steal her red bottoms, you hillbilly bitch? Which is, is an amazing tweet. The Wicked Witch of the West totally justified in lighting Dorothy's ass up. I mean, this has been explored in the musical Wicked. This has been Elphaba's misunderstood, folks. She just was not like
consequences for the actions of Dorothy far beyond what it was ever known in the 1939 movie.
Yes,
that is hilarious. Okay, next one.
I told you, man. So funny.
Massacre in Gaza.
What's this one?
Are we only seeing the Israeli guy meltdown?
Yeah.
Oh, it's these three. Yeah, we definitely don't want to listen to them.
But enough of my prelude. This is how it went down.
Video that was played in courts yesterday of Israeli soldiers singing about Amalek and singing about the fact that there were no innocent civilians.
And in every war, soldiers may perform things for social media that have absolutely nothing to do with the declared goals of this war.
Them
everyone
trying
at every level understands that their goal, that this goal. And
is it?
Because this is Israel's main defense.
Yeah.
Is that talk is talk, but genocide is another thing. And they're saying, and like they compare it to ISIS because ISIS, like, in their rhetoric against the Yazidis was like very clear genocide. So Israel's defenses were not as bad as ISIS.
But
that's it. That's their defense.
And again, you keep going back to this Amalek reference. Refers to the destruction.
Pause it. Like, forget the Amalek thing. They literally said there are no civilians in Gaza. Okay, and also we had actually a huge scandal here with the Abu Ghraib prison photos, and like the idea that if there were chanting, I would love to know and publicize it. Actually, like if American soldiers were doing things specifically like
exactly.
that.
Chelsea Manning did.
The
Chelsea
talk
Manning
is
published.
the intent. When you say. Or do you say I'm going to murder somebody and then murder them? You can't go, yeah, but the talk was just talk. People say things.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't premeditation or anything.
Just like tons of clips, all taken out of context.
Yeah,
apparently.
and again, you keep going back to this Amalek reference. Refers to the destruction of Hamas. It refers to the destruction of the terrorist organization. It refers to the destruction of the terrorist organization.
But in that video, we see them chanting about their own.
The minister has been clear, and the defense minister and the war cabinet, and all those who make decisions, including the chief of staff and all the senior generals, that our war is a war against Hamas and not the Palestinian people.
So were those soldiers wrong? Was that chanting wrong? Had a senior officer or a politician come in, would they have said, "Stop that? That's wrong"?
Lived for it.
I'm not familiar with the particular video. I haven't watched that particular video. I was on a flight from Tel Aviv yesterday during the proceedings. But of course, it's soldiers say things that are not in accordance with the military goals of the campaign. That is not acceptable. And the army has already disciplined soldiers on occasion.
Can you pause it? The problem with your statement here.
Don't care. More of the genocidal guy, please.
And sorry, this is Channel 4, not the BBC.
Campaign. That is not acceptable, and the army has already disciplined soldiers on occasions when they have deviated from the discipline and the standards that we uphold.
So I said that there could be soldiers who are deviating from your stated goals and killing civilians. Are there any investigations going on?
Question, on cases where soldiers are believed to have acted in violation of the very...
That's the point.
Yeah.
You know, because they're trying to defend with the things that were said in the trial.
Very severe standards to which we hold ourselves. That is, of course, investigated. But
are there any current investigations?
But notice that this is where we're taking the question now. It started with South Africa making a blanket and outrageous statement that cheapens the memory of the Holocaust by accusing Israel of genocide for fighting to bring back the hostages who are trapped in the terror dungeons. And now you're asking about whether there are occasional misdemeanors soldiers who
fighting to bring back the hostages is when you fucking bomb people with white flags who end up being hostages.
Yeah. Saving the hostages is killing your own people.
And no, killing those hostages, actually.
Yeah.
And this shows just how spurious and
occasional misdemeanors.
There's always the standoff scene, like RoboCop. It's funny because he shoots the guy in the dick, but there's always the movies where they shoot the guy in the head behind somebody.
Yeah.
You know, and then it's like slow-mo and they have like the gun up and the smoke coming out and they're like,
yeah.
I want to do something where they just dome the hostage and then it's just like, yeah, the same sequence. You know, it's like in the first Men in Black, right? The only shot Jay shoots is like the little girl with the advanced textbooks.
Yeah.
And that's why
he gives the explanation of why.
Yeah, and like how it's like this guy he looks scary, but he looks like he just got an earache or something like that, you know? Like that none of these aliens are actually doing bad things, but this one is clearly plotting like something.
Yeah.
About more than 24,000 people killed.
Question, the civilian casualties.
That's an extraordinary number of civilian casualties.
And it's tragic. And it's
this is why
when
when they brought the Chinese ambassador on to talk about Xinjiang, they played the drone footage that was obtained with people being blindfolded and led to trains, right? So like this guy, if he really wanted to pressure this guy, he would go, oh, well, let's look at it and put it on. So like China literally was like, couldn't say, I haven't seen the video. He was just going, I have not seen this before. I don't know what this is.
Killed since October 7th would still be alive if Hamas had not declared war. If Hamas were not fighting this war from densely populated areas,
we've coming out, if we're going to use that video as evidence of genocide in Xinjiang, we can't say that Israel hasn't done it because we've seen literal children stripped naked and being like paraded around.
But this didn't start on
and lay down its arms.
Did it?
You're right.
You know, you can say this would not have happened had October the 7th not happened. They would say October the 7th wouldn't have happened had Israel not occupied Gaza in the first place.
I would be very wary of trying in any way to contextualize the atrocities of October 7th.
I'm explaining what they would say. I'm not contextualizing. I'm saying
You should, though.
Trying to work out when this began is a very confusing
and I'm not
game.
surprised that the army of terror that practiced acts of pedophilia, necrophilia, and sexual mutilation on October 7th would try to paint a different picture in order to justify its atrocities. There is nothing that can justify or contextualize the barbaric acts of sexual violence that Hamas perpetrated on October 7th that we fear they are perpetrating against the 19 women who are still trapped in its terror dungeons, and which it is telling us that it wants to do again.
And do you think the way people are killed in Gaza is also barbaric when they're blown up?
War is a barbaric
when children
business.
get their heads blown off. Is that barbaric?
War is a barbaric business, but you seem to have me confused with someone who wants this war. We didn't want this war.
No, you're just someone who's defending
this war.
we
were invaded on October 7th with the bloodiest massacre of Jews since the Holocaust, and we are fighting now so that Hamas can never do that again. Christian, I wish I could send Hamas an email or wave a magic wand and make it go away, but that's not going to happen.
All right, pause.
We have no
enough of this tone from this guy.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
I've had enough of your tone, Buster.
You literally can. Hi, do you want to know how to fix this? Stop. Problem solved.
I mean, there's so much to be said there, but Brandon, why don't you go ahead?
He's just so condescending because he's relying on.
Shut up.
Shut up. I don't think they're going to show him again, honestly.
You are correct. Fantastic. Trump.
That wasn't even a serious meltdown. That guy, wasn't that guy actually hit by Tarantino? Did Tarantino actually strike him?
I'm not sure. Maybe.
Your primary results last night. I don't know how much you can read into.
We'll skip through. What are you doing? You can't hear me.
To these in one way or another, because for the Democrats, it wasn't even a primary. No delegates will be awarded from there. So it freed up a lot of people to sign up to run in the Republican Party.
This is fine context here.
Yeah. We'll just watch it the first 5 minutes or so.
Yeah.
More relevantly, it allowed for independents some of whom might vote in a Democratic primary to vote in the Republican primary. Even with that caveat, Trump, I think, received more votes in the Republican primary.
Largest fucking primary New Hampshire has ever had as well.
Really?
So what he's saying right now is saying Trump received more votes than any primary candidate in New Hampshire. But more people came out to vote in New Hampshire for a primary than ever before for this one.
Crazy.
Which I think is more of a statement of anti-Trumpism.
Yeah.
The fact that Nikki Haley did as well as she did shows how much people hate Trump. But it's New Hampshire.
Yeah.
Other winner of the Republican primary in the past. Now, it's also really rare. I don't ever remember any New Hampshire primary having only two candidates declared.
Yeah.
Does anybody have any recollection of that? So,
it's not never. Because we're looking back at these figures here. First of all, this was the biggest gap in independents and Republicans between those two candidates that we've seen over the past election cycles.
Gap in who they chose.
Yes. Trump won Republicans by 49 points. Nikki Haley won independents by 22 points. And it was high turnout, around, I think, 300,000 people turned out.
Very high turnout for the Republicans. But again,
but that split between independents and Republican voters is by far the highest we've seen in a long period of time.
But it's hard to assess that because you don't know how many of those independent voters would normally have voted in a Democratic primary.
Exactly. Because if you're going to the polls, you're a New Hampshire person that cares.
We should also say that Nikki Haley's done because she had to win here. She's still in single digits in the next state, even though it's her home state. So even though I expect her to do way better than what polling shows, I don't expect her to do that much better. So this SCOTUS ruling is what's interesting, right? Because I was saying while I was gaming yesterday, I said who do we think that Nikki Haley would pick for VP? Because I'm calling Tim Scott for Trump right now because it makes sense. Because Mike Pence was his evangelical anti-abortion guy. So Tim Scott is the same thing. So and he can tokenize him as well. So it's like nobody, anyone who's racist enough to only Trump, they're not even going to care that it's a black guy because Trump overrides the racism.
Yeah, it's
He's
very
prioritized above it.
Voting, and you're an unaffiliated voter,
Nikki pick
right?
For VP, right? And then also, if this SCOTUS thing passes,
I feel like Nikki would pick another woman.
Then, I think she would have to pick a strong man type. I think Dan Crenshaw would be a good pick.
Yeah,
Because they're both. Isn't Nikki Haley also a veteran? Or her husband, I think, is currently deployed.
See, my initial thought is maybe she would get someone stronger on domestic.
Well, Crenshaw is pretty strong in general, and he's anti-Trump. He doesn't lick Trump's boots. So I think Dan Crenshaw would be a strong pick there. But with the SCOTUS ruling, like, Trump has already won. So the SCOTUS aren't ruling next week. So if they rule Trump out, what happens to the Republican primary if they've already selected a primary this early?
Hopefully they fucking collapse. That would be amazing.
The term independent. Yeah. So also, like, a lot of people literally went and were Democrats and they changed their status to independents just to participate in this. Like, it's literally everyone is an independent basically in New Hampshire. It's a weird state.
I made a tweet about this. I'm like, if you're a Democrat not voting in the Republican primaries, you're a fucking idiot. Like, you should be manipulating that to get the person who, if the Republicans win, is going to be the least worst of them all.
And there was also, like, write-ins as well, right? And people still, like, wrote in for Joe Biden more than, even though he wasn't on the ballot, than any other of the Democrats.
Yeah.
There's two ballots you can pick. You can pick a Republican one or a Democratic one. And the Democratic one was not going to make a difference. It was symbolic. So you're going to pick the Republican one, right? And if you hate Trump, you'll vote Nikki Haley. She was set up with, and by the way, Sununu, the governor of New Hampshire, was campaigning for her.
Man, that's so difficult to say that their integrity will matter enough to make that happen. Because I think they are too aligned to conservative values to understand, like, the consequences there, to be the linchpin that pulls the pin on the whole party. I just don't see their integrity holding up, even though I have been impressed with some of the things they've done, like this border ruling that I can't wait to look at all the bad takes on this coming up.
It's going to be awesome.
I mean, we have one
for
from
this whole
Tim
time,
Pool,
like,
but not a lot of people have talked about it yet, so.
Not a religious state, college-educated state. This was the perfect opportunity for her to actually win a state, and this means she won't win any.
Potentially, they would immediately default to the Speaker of the House, I would think.
Who?
For the so like the Speaker of the House is third in line for president.
Yeah.
So I think if this happened, that it might default to the Speaker of the House being the nominee.
Interesting. That would be a wrench in the works. Because who's the speaker? Kevin McCarthy?
Yeah, but he's about to be ousted.
For who?
Well, to delay the Ukraine funding even more, because you know why? You want to know why they're delaying Ukraine funding? I tried to bring it up in this video we're releasing with the mercenary, but he doesn't understand what I'm saying because he's a dumb mercenary. I mean, he's smart for one of those guys, but they're all dumb. They can't think in they can only think about, like, a certain way, and that's why they're good at being mercenaries.
Yeah.
But I'm trying to tell him that one of the reasons why you hear Republicans be more anti-Ukraine and more anti-Ukraine funding is because they can't get insurance for their fucking land buying.
Yeah.
Because Ukraine's at war. So if the war ends, they get that insurance policy and they can fucking start buying up Ukraine's land. It doesn't matter if Russia or Ukraine controls it to these people. And that's why they want to delay the weapons and get into a position where Ukraine has to fucking negotiate a ceasefire land and shit so they can get insurance.
Yep.
Real question, though, is how long she'll stay in the race. Here is Donald Trump. Oh, I should say, well, here is Nikki Haley in her concession speech.
She's spinning it. Spin zone.
And she's spinning. I mean, the real question is
just a flesh wound speech.
How long is she going to stay in the race? Because this is the thing to think about here. She probably is one of the few also-rans, as it were, in this Republican primary who is not anticipating a job.
That's another thing. Do you know how far away South Carolina is?
No.
A month.
Interesting.
So is she going to stay in for another month, even if it's her home state?
That's the question, isn't it?
Yeah. If it was like next week, obviously she'd stay in.
Like, I feel like she should.
Depends on who gives her money.
True.
She has no grassroots support, so.
She needs the corporate backers.
Mm-hmm. And if if those billionaires stop giving her money, then they stop giving her money.
True.
In the Trump administration, she must realize that he's not going to pick her for vice president. And certainly she's had a run in the administration. And then the question becomes, well, how much tolerance? What's the agenda of her backers? If she cannot win in this election, she seems to be able to maybe hurt Donald Trump in the general just by existing, because here she was last night. But listen, do we have that last line where we hear her audience members? Yeah, this is going to make it. This is the part that is interesting to me.
And the question is, who's going to fix it? With Donald Trump, Republicans have lost almost every competitive election. We lost the Senate. We lost the House. We lost the White House. We lost in 2018. We lost in 2020. And we lost in 2022. She's doing it so much better than Christie, too. Worst kept secret in politics is how badly the Democrats want to run against Donald Trump.
This is literally Chris Christie's line. Chris Christie literally wrote that, or his staff did. That's literally, she's literally quoting Chris Christie.
They know Trump is the only Republican in the country
who
Joe Biden can defeat.
Okay. And that's true. The idea that you have Republican, I mean, I have every reason to believe that most of the people in that room are Republicans, right? They're obviously anti-Trump Republicans. But just that you have someone around there who is in the Republican Party, who is forcing some Republicans to yell that Trump is a loser, I think that to the extent that anything can hurt Donald Trump, I think that's the type of thing that hurts Donald Trump. And then the only other thing that can hurt Donald Trump is Donald Trump.
I would rather have Nikki Haley as president than have Trump get anywhere close to being a general candidate.
Yeah.
I don't want him anywhere by there.
Yeah, he should be kept as far away from power as possible.
This speech from Donald Trump that came very shortly after that, very different from the Iowa speech. And,
Tim Scott's doing his best, Chris Christie.
Without a doubt.
I hope he has a clip from Tim Scott.
This speech was weird for a couple of reasons. One,
Tom Scott? Is it Tim Scott or Tom Scott?
Tim Scott.
Okay. And Tom Scott
Trump
is the guy who dies when he vapes.
Sure.
You know that video?
Brought up the
no idea.
Like within minutes of this speech he said, time
you got
only 1 minute
to introduce him to rap or something like that. He's waiting in the wings.
He brought him up to just kiss Trump's ring. And I think it was like his way. My guess is that
there's literally just memes of it. Like this one, it's Minecraft.
Oh, where he coughs and disappears.
Yeah.
I have seen this, yeah.
Like that's his video.
He made that one.
Yeah.
That's funny.
I think so.
Tom Scott, who is very, very clearly influencing legions of fans, including a lot of fans, doesn't have to declare anything. When they do the same thing in a music video. I got an email. I die in 7 days. Or now very
like this is like the YouTube poops, you know? Like he wasn't even intending to take that big of a hit, and it's the first time he has hit a vape.
He's not white.
He's a great salesman.
Yeah. And so we want him on national television because this is the sort of the launch of the general campaign.
Well, they're hoping that's the case.
Well,
Scott,
they operate under that.
Which one of these guys is the guy running for president? Is the guy we just watched, or Tom Scott?
That's the guy who only went down in the polls.
We'll bring Vivek out there, and but he's only got a minute. And this is what, and Vivek is doing this because he wants.
Yeah. He really does.
to run for something, I think, in Ohio, and he wants Trump to come and campaign for him. And so this is what's going on here. But listen to Trump. This is not what his campaign would have wanted him to do as like the opening salvo of his general campaign, because this is the type of thing that turns off those sort of like semi-low information, like semi-involved voter who doesn't feel comfortable with how rude Trump is.
Get to
go ahead.
And we won by 21 points, and it was great. And today, I have to tell you, it was very interesting because I said, wow, what a great victory. But then somebody ran up to the stage all dressed up nicely when it was at 7. But now I just walked up and it's at 14. But she ran up when it was 7. And, we have to do what's good for our party. And she was up and I said, wow, she's doing like a speech like she won. She didn't win, she lost. And,
So Nikki Haley did her speech that the concession speech
earlier
when it was clear that Trump was going to win.
Yeah.
And he's mad that she did her speech before he did or something. Is that what I'm getting from this?
I think that's what it is. He's just butt blasted because he's a big fascist.
Because somebody called him a loser and he heard that.
Must be.
Last week we had a little bit of a problem, and if you remember, Ron was very upset because she ran up and she pretended she won Iowa. And I looked around, I said, didn't she come in third? Yeah, she came in third. And then I looked at the polls. He was talking about most winnability, who's going to win, and I had one put up. I don't know if you see it, but I have one put up. We've won almost every single poll in the last 3 months against crooked Joe Biden, almost every poll. And she doesn't win those polls. And she doesn't win.
Actually,
this is not your typical
she does. If they say against Joe Biden, she's actually been doing better than you in those polls.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. See, somebody even is there. Haley does better. Damn right. Loser.
Take a victory when she had a very bad night. She had a very bad night. And you have the now very unpopular governor of this state. This guy, he's got to be on something. I've never seen anybody with energy.
Taking drugs.
Like, the governor literally told people to go vote for Haley and helped her campaign in New Hampshire.
No, I'm
he's implying he's on taking coke.
What does hopscotch mean?
He's hopped up. He's hopped up.
Hopscotch.
He's hopped up on drugs.
Everyone knows that.
Never thought I'd hear Trump say
Studio 54. You're playing hopscotch.
Hopscotching.
As I sniff. I mean, hey, no shame. But
this is the beginning of the speech, and this is the type of thing.
Huh?
Tim Scott at that speech.
Speeches
that the Biden campaign is praying for and needs, because they're hoping that Trump, agitated, is going to remind people, in part, why they didn't want Trump before. And you have to remember, just statistically speaking, more of Trump's voters have passed away, honestly.
From COVID?
Well, I mean, COVID and old age, just statistically speaking, than theoretically Biden ones. And so this is what the Biden campaign wants. Whether they're right or not, I'll be able to tell you in 11 months, but 10 months, I guess. But as to whether Nikki Haley stays in the race, it really is just a question of what is the agenda of the donors. Yes. Do they want to, are there Republican donors who think, if this hurts Donald Trump in the general election, to keep Nikki Haley in until Super Tuesday,
money. That's what I reckon.
Maybe they'll fund her to do it, because if she thinks that she's not going to get anywhere anyways until 2028, this might be in her best interest.
I think so. And it's a really unique situation this year, because for some reason, Iowa and New Hampshire are way ahead of South Carolina. Because I remember
Nevada has its...
There's a small part in it. There's a small part in this link where Tim Scott gets on the stage to talk about endorsing Trump. So just jump to that real quick. Because I just want to show you the energy he has, not even what he says. Because it's weird energy from that guy.
Bad people, they're bad people. But tonight, I'm truly honored to bring him in on stage, and I've known him for a long time. And we just happened to get lucky. I talked about opportunities.
Oh, New Hampshire!
Weird.
Isn't that wild? Aren't you already blown away by this?
Compared to his stage presence, yeah.
This Donald Trump country.
Cringe.
Oh yeah. Is it?
Super cringe.
I can't hear you.
Mega cringe.
I can't hear you.
Cringe.
You know.
You're a loser.
Thank you. Let me say, we need a president who will close our southern border today.
You see what I mean? Trump gave him some of
is-
his fucking amphetamines, bro.
This is strange.
Now, the one I just sent you again,
It's so put
literally after he like hypes him up and shows all this effort, he's literally talking shit about him 5 days later to his face because it's just how Trump rolls. And that's the next thing I said. It's a little clip from Forbes. This is also so wild. I expected Sam Cedar to have pulled both of these. He might have shown him in later segments, but I can't screen everything. I only have so much time.
I love it. But, you know, she forgot one thing. Next week, it's Nevada. It's not South Carolina. We love South Carolina, but next week, it's Nevada. And I'm pleased to announce we just won Nevada. We just won 100%. Because all of them, they looked at it and they took polls, and I was polling at 95% to 4 or 5%. And they decided not to play in Nevada. So we just won Nevada.
Look at all
We
these
have a
fucking
man from,
bootlickers
Nevada
standing
here, Steve
behind
Wynn,
him.
wherever he may be. And John Paulson, the
Pathetic
great John
fucking
Paulson, made
weasels.
plenty of money in Nevada. Doesn't live there, but he makes a hell of a lot of money. He makes money everywhere he goes, actually.
Please give
So
me a
money
cabinet
machine.
position.
Maybe we'll put you know what? Put him at Treasury. You want to make a little money? Let's put you. Anyways, good to have you guys.
Oh, so
but
he
we
mentioned
go
that
to
random guy
Nevada,
for
and that's
cabinet
been
position.
One,
Mm.
so we pick up all of those delegates. And then we do go to South Carolina, where we've done really well, where I've done well. We have a great governor and lieutenant governor and great everything, because almost every one of them have endorsed me. 2 great senators, which is hard. I mean, did you ever think that she actually appointed you, Tim? And think of it, appointed, and you're the senator of his state, and she endorsed me. You must really hate her.
Isn't that fucked?
No, it's
He's
a shame.
just straight talking shit to his face. Like,
bro,
man.
he actually is stepping up to the mic. Trump's like, "Oh no, you didn't. This is you blowing your shot." Does he say anything?
I just love you.
No, that's why he's a great politician. That's why
Oh
he's
my
a
god,
great politician.
what?
Embarrassing.
Dude, that's some
Embarrassing.
like Game of Thrones shit, like testing you if you're
Yeah.
gonna die by Joffrey.
Mhm.
Like you either like have to like kiss his ass or something.
Yeah.
After he talks shit to
Embarrassing.
you, bro. Oh,
Fucking embarrassment.
Crystal, you flagged the story. I'll set it up a little bit.
oh my god, here we go. So this
what
is
you think
funny.
about Biden.
Look at this title. Biden thinks
Oh
he'll
my
lose
God.
the NH primary. This is obviously old, but I just wanted to look at this lazy reporting because there is no primary for Democrats. So I was like, bro, this has got to be like stupid as fuck cancer from them as usual.
Both Biden and the DNC, honestly, writing off New Hampshire, bypassing it, changing their process such that South Carolina comes first, basically to rig the primary because they know that Iowa and New Hampshire actually didn't choose Biden last time, and Iowa gave him the perfect excuse. They're like, "Oh, well, it was such a shit show last time. We have to bypass it." But that
You
didn't
know how
mean you
Trump
had to
was just saying
bypass
how he
New
wanted
Hampshire, where Biden
Nevada
conveniently
because
got
the
fifth
delegates,
place.
right?
But South Carolina,
So,
where
like-
we have a large elderly black population, which votes very, very differently than Iowa.
You know
and New
how
Hampshire.
like
Yeah, it was just
Iowa caucus doesn't matter, right?
Mm.
Because I think it's one of the states that the electors choose anyway. Right? It's not like I think New Hampshire gives people like the actual direct vote. Nevada, like I think, is one that's electors, and so is Iowa. That's why it's just like Iowa, just like a caucus. The electors still look at like who did best in the caucus.
Yeah.
Not even
to
like
see where the
I don't know.
party.
I'm not
is
sure
heading.
about that one because like my specialty is not American politics, so I'm like
Yeah.
Vaush taking shots in the dark with conclusion here.
throw it to them because of racism or whatever. Well, now though, it seems, even though the New Hampshire primary will continue, let's put this please up on the screen.
No way.
The Biden team, I mean, look, it seems to be panic in a certain way.
Yeah.
They are now instituting, after Dean Phillips has announced his candidacy, a quote, weird write-in campaign where they want Biden to win New Hampshire, but they don't want to seem as if they are all that invested in him winning, because Biden,
they're not,
by trying to end the quote 100-year reign as the nation's first in the primary and put South Carolina first. Now his allies are trying to make it so that he will have a write-in campaign on a shoestring budget where his campaign is not technically involved, but they still really, really want him to win because it would be embarrassing. Which
now everyone here should know that Biden did win. He was written in more than people that were actually on the ballot. All the and like, what's funny is did you know about the AI phone call that happened? So. It's not the first time they've done these types of calls, but it was an AI Biden phone call, and it was Biden saying, "Make sure you don't vote because it doesn't matter. Save your vote or something. Like, don't go vote in this primary, right?
Save your vote."
Like, bro, did Dean Phillips do this? It's got to be him, right? Because the only legitimacy and airtime that dude would continue getting is if he actually won the primary where Biden isn't even on it, because that's not how it works because he's the incumbent.
Yeah. Interesting.
Like,
I mean, we're never going to hear from that guy ever again.
Like, yeah, they killed him already. Like, I think, because I don't know if it's ever happened, right? Where like they hold a primary with well, it probably happened in the past, but in a modern standard. Because I think it would mean that the fucking Democratic and Republican primaries would still have to face each other. And there might be like almost like two general elections, because it wouldn't, if you elected somebody in the primary, I don't think it overrides the incumbent president.
No.
They might have to do like a whole ruling on it too. Like, who knows?
Well, yeah, it could be a pretty wild election cycle.
Marianne Williamson, or previously RFK Jr., who had been vying.
Oh yeah, he was totally legit.
If you would think about the RFK Jr. case before he
went
actually independent, when he was
better
in the Democratic Party, his entire thing was New Hampshire, because that was the one place where Biden's not competing. He's literally not there. And if RFK was able to win for 40, 50, or whatever percent, that would have been humiliating, and the media would have had to treat that as a story. In this case, now we've got Dean Phillips, who's got.
Well, that's the thing. This is because of New Hampshire, the independents that were like, because you could vote. If you're independent, you can vote in both, right?
Yeah.
So those people who would be normally like voting for the Republican, right, would then vote for somebody against Joe Biden, the way that the independents were picking Haley over Trump.
Yeah.
Like a fast one, both trying to tell the media, New Hampshire primary doesn't matter. All of this, Biden challengers, they're fake. That's why they're rigging the whole election process in the rest of these states. But now they also do want to win, to try to save face in terms of their headlines.
Basically, by being so heavy-handed in trying to rig the Democratic primaries,
stop
they screwed themselves.
saying
Really
this whole rhetoric.
Everyone,
like anyone who's on the fringe, cannot be like, they literally must think that the elections are all fake here and we're not democratic at all.
Yeah. They must, right? There's
like,
only
you
one.
can make arguments saying like America's not actually democratic. It's like, shut up. All right, I don't want to hear them.
And would just get in line, and then they would be able to have the exact state order that they want, that they thought was ideal for Joe Biden. But they didn't think through the fact that, number one, this is like a point of pride and a source of identity and money, by the way, for the Democratic Party in New Hampshire. They didn't want to let this go easily. And the other thing is, the New Hampshire Constitution says that they go first in the nation. And New Hampshire is not run by Democrats. It's run by Republicans. So even if they wanted to change it, they're not in control to change it. So they're saying, okay, we have to abide by our state laws. So we're going forward with this primary, whether you're participating or not. So that's what put Joe Biden.
Yeah, you want to know where we're getting points off for the Democratic index?
I think we've spoken about this before.
Well, because there's newer stuff, right?
Oh, okay.
So it's going to be updated soon. Because the one that's still in the site is 2021, right? But like, I'd like to see when the new one comes out, which should be out, because if it's 2021 where the last index is,
it should be already out.
It should be already out. But
even with delays.
Yeah. Like, I want to see if they start talking about how keeping Trump on the ballot after doing an insurrection hurts, but reduces the Democratic score on the index.
Yeah.
Or if they say that excluding him, because it's going to be one ruling or the other from the index, right?
Yeah. I mean, fucking dog.
Like, okay, well, since the DNC isn't sanctioning this thing, and in fact, they're penalizing the candidates in the state, if whoever wins the state isn't going to get any delegates, so Biden can't put his name on the ballot. So they have to do this write-in effort. But they're also worried that, all of this anti-Biden sentiment that is very clear within the Democratic Party, where people really feel like they want another alternative, and which has been amplified and exacerbated by the fact that so many young people are disgusted with his unconditional support for Israel's all-out assault on Gaza. That has opened them up to a very precarious situation. They don't want to be seen as spending any money in New Hampshire. So the state party, which is, by the way, incredibly pissed at the DNC and incredibly pissed at Joe Biden, they've sort of begrudgingly taken up this effort. It's a very low dollar amount in terms of presidential politics that they put into this write-in effort. And it's a real wild card what's going to happen here, because it's hard to poll, right? How do you poll what's going to happen in a write-in campaign? Are you asking people, okay,
Such
here's
a
your
waste of fucking time,
right? Don't you hate them?
Christ. What a joke! Like, of course he was going to win. Who the fuck else would run for the Democrats? Some random no-name Ron Weasley looking motherfucker? I don't think so.
So I guess their big thing that they've been working on is that Nations in Transit project over the global freedom scores.
Yeah.
Options that are on the ballot, word ceasefire on the ballot to try to send a message to Joe Biden. I mean, I think probably the more effective way to send a message to vote for one of his actual opponents who's on the ballot. I think Dean and Marion at this point both support a ceasefire and have some differences from Joe Biden on their policy towards Israel. But that just adds another factor, motivating young people to go out and send some sort of a signal against Joe Biden. So it makes it a little more interesting than Iowa. Nothing happened for Democrats. Yes. It makes it a little more interesting than some of the others.
Yeah, people wrote in ceasefire as a candidate. That's what they did. Right? And like, bro, it was like less than 10 people per region.
Hilarious.
To poll a write-in. Number two, people aren't spending any money on polling the Democratic race. We have one, maybe two.
Yeah.
At this point,
wow.
Super PACs are the only ones.
Wow. Would you believe it?
If we look at history,
they're not spending money polling the Democratic race. Can you believe it, bro?
Crazy. Imagine, it's almost like there is no Democratic race.
Okay, I'm done with these two idiots. Yep. It's like, it's like Non-Complete and Luna Oi, these two. With their fucking political opinions. Not them specifically. All right, we have to find out where he's
the governor of Texas.
Oh, thank you, Tim. Right off the bat.
No. He does like a little intro segment.
Oh, well, it'll be the top story, right?
This has issued a statement with a formal letter that the president of the United States has violated his oath of office, and they are actively committing crimes. For this, Texas has declared its right to self-defense of its border, declaring supremacy over the jurisdiction. They're saying that Texas's right to self-defense supersedes federal orders. Oh, boy.
Guess what?
There are now many prominent leftists calling for a...
What?
You might have an argument if it was before 9/11. But the Patriot Act exists now.
True.
There is no way that you can claim that George Bush didn't fucking give authority to the federal government over the borders after the Patriot Act.
Oh, for sure. I mean, isn't the TSA just that?
Yeah.
So,
I mean, that's just Customs and Borders Protection. The TSA is an expansion there.
Yeah.
In fact, one Democrat has once again asserted the federal government should seize the Texas National Guard.
Oh, can we provide context to actually what's happening in Texas? All right. It's not like they're doing this to the entire border where they took over the entire border, because the Texas National Guard doesn't have the resources to do that. It's one park, right? It's one park that's a popular migrant crossing, and they've put up barbed wire there, and so and deployed. And all that the Border Patrol has said is that they can't access a boat ramp that they need, and the barbed wire isn't hindering their job. They have not said that the people working there cannot technically be there. Just that these two specific things are interfering with their ability to patrol the river.
Yes.
That's it.
It's really not that complex.
One ramp, one boat ramp is what this is over now.
You know, when we talk about the hyperpolarization in this country and what it could bubble up into, we are now looking at the rather rare and shocking circumstance of the state
Civil
National
War!
Guard of Texas armed in opposition to federal agents. Where this one goes. Well, we've been talking about this one quite a bit, so we're going to talk about that quite a bit more. And there is a bunch of other news. They're trying to stop Donald Trump.
Don't care.
They would legitimately have a civil war at hands because Texas would like not
go back further.
I imagine that there will be a war. According to the federal government, the Civil War.
To try and seize control of the National Guard or deploy federal agents to Texas to try and stop them. I want the whole
Tim Pool
idiocy green on this or lighter face. Oh, bring up Chicago. Federal law and state law is chaos. The actions being taken means Greg basically saying like, okay,
this is the article he's going to start his dumb take on.
Well, they're doing nothing. Let's pull this story from the Hill, ladies and gentlemen. The escalation is here. Texas Democrat calls on Biden to seize control of Texas National Guard. Rep. Joaquin Castro is calling on President Biden to take control of the Texas National Guard if the state defies a Supreme Court ruling, which it did. Governor Greg Abbott is using the Texas National Guard to obstruct and create chaos at the border. If Abbott is defying yesterday's Supreme Court ruling, POTUS needs to establish sole federal control of the Texas National Guard now. He can't, by the way. It doesn't work that way. The governor has to sign off on federalization, basically saying like, okay, through me.
Look, buddy, it's the federal fucking government. If they want to fucking do it, they'll fucking do it. Are you fucking dumb?
I don't know. Trump was shackled with half the shit he wanted to do.
We're the United States of America, for God's sake.
That's a good point, Joe.
You can give orders and we can unify. In this instance, I don't want to tell you guys. You have these people. Let me show you this tweet.
Civil War.
This is Janai Nelson,
Civil War.
President and Direct Counsel of LDF NAACP Legal Defense and Educational Fund, saying, this is outright defiance of a Supreme Court order by a Southern governor who thinks he is above the law.
You like how
if federalism means anything, it means Greg Abbott must be held to account. Let me make clear.
Southern. That was
They did that on
like a
purpose.
dig or
Yeah,
something.
100%
Sure.
And let me make clear. What we are seeing now is Greg Abbott enforcing the law to the best of his abilities. Joaquin Castro and Democrats are lying about what's going on, saying it's chaos.
Yeah, well, he said that Greg Abbott is causing the chaos. It is chaos at the border.
They're saying
they're
that
trying to stem the chaos.
the actions being taken to uphold federal law and state law is chaos. The Biden administration and Democrats are actively destroying this country. And I got to be honest.
Who caused those migrants to drown? Oh, that was Texas. Who's created the environments to endanger these migrants crossing these borders?
Yeah.
Oh, it was Texas. Ah, so it wasn't the Democrats. It was the Republicans. It was Texas. Interesting.
Guys, like, I don't know. I can't mince words on this one. They are quite literally destroying the country. This is not, I don't even, how do I say this? They are engaged in a seditious conspiracy to subvert the Constitution and destroy the fabric of this country. That's not hyperbole. When Ian brings up his parents who are not super.
Hold on. Let me do something real quick. Hyperbole. Define. Exaggerated statements or claim not meant to be taken literally.
Well, he wants you to take them literally because he believes.
Yeah. So sure. What?
It's not hyperbole. I'm just that stupid, guys.
Yeah. That's literally it.
Politically engaged and watch MSNBC saying this is getting crazy. When I bring up Chicago and New York because when you have major Democrat strongholds in panic over the crisis that is happening right now.
Panic.
And the Biden
Everybody's
administration,
panicking.
with a smile on his face, says,
I guarantee everybody in New York and Chicago gives all the fucks about the migrant border.
Mm-hmm.
All the fucks constantly in their mind.
the border is
You're
not
already trying
secure.
to escape
And
the
then
elephant.
tries to damage it further. There is no question we are
Already did it
watching a
once
man
today, so you know
pour
it's
lighter
just how to
fluid
do it
on the
today.
fabric of this nation and set it aflame while we all scream.
Oh my God.
The outcome here, if the feds do make a move to try and seize control of the National Guard or
And
deploy federal
what are they
agents to
gonna do,
Texas to
Tim?
try and stop them, guys, what do you call it when
What's it gonna
armed
be, Tim?
forces under state jurisdiction engage in active conflict with federal
What
forces?
is it, Tim? Tell us.
Call it whatever you want.
Tell us, Tim.
I don't know if the president, I mean, he's the commander in chief of the armed forces. I don't know if the National Guard of Texas would, the Guard of Texas would.
Want to know what it would be called?
Captain Meathead is going to.
You know what I think it would be called? I think the Texas National Guard would be doing
Hmm.
insurrection.
Yes, that would be the appropriate term for it. You are correct. Let me just look this guy up because I am curious.
Who, the guy on Tim Pool?
Yeah.
What's his name?
That is the woman.
Yeah, look at her, how she spells her name.
Yeah.
Morgan.
She's a TP USA contributor.
Uh-huh.
Boy. You can imagine.
The guy is just
all
a
of her
regular
names.
Tim guy, I guess.
Must be.
He doesn't get it.
So I guess she's the guy.
Well, I mean, the feds can call them up. They called them up and sent them overseas.
It's a question of where are these guardsmen from?
Right.
Are they residents of Texas who enlisted in Texas?
Oh my God.
I'd imagine they'd have to be, right?
Yeah, but even still, that like you don't go to the same. You still go like Army, wherever the Army does their basic training.
That doesn't mean anything.
Oh my God.
In 1861, you had West Point graduates trained in New York saying, "My home is Virginia," and they said, "I will." And that's the famous generals. I will stand with my state.
But I don't think that people think like that,
don't.
so, I mean,
don't talk about that Civil War to make arguments because
yeah,
not the best source.
I'm in Spain without the S. Do you think the 19-year-old guy whose mom lives in, I don't know,
He's
Austin
literally
is going to be like, nah,
standing up as tall as he can on his feet,
Mhm.
looking to see if he can jump over this shit? And it looks so funny because they're so fluffy, but when they stand up on their feet, it's just these two little sticks that stick out because it's their like extended foot. And there's no fur on it.
I'm going to go to war with my neighbors and friends.
no idea what your what a kid's gonna do. Because there are people like I would have said something different before.
You have
January
no
6th
idea what a
last year
kid's going to
when
do. First
the-
of all,
when
the
feds
Homeland is not
filled
going
up
to challenge the
DC.
National Guard
No.
with arms.
Mm-hmm.
So here's what's going to happen. Homeland's going to walk up. The National Guard's going to say, our orders are to tell you no, right? The National Guard is going to say, okay. They're then going to file more stuff with the court.
Mm-hmm.
Like anyone who thinks that they're going to come up and like being like, we're going to kill you if you don't move. Because did the Supreme Court authorize them to shoot on sight? Or did it authorize that it was just saying that the other guys maintaining the park are wrong?
Yeah.
It's like, so you know the Seattle Autonomous Zone, right? That they made? So imagine the Supreme Court ruling that was illegal.
Yeah.
And then the police went up to them, right? And would they just open fire on them because the Supreme Court ruled that was an illegal thing? I don't think so.
Sure, why not?
I think it would continue with the state negotiating with them.
Yeah. But why not? Shoot him. Lock it. I mean, really? Who gives a shit? At the end of the day, I used the same thing, but I fucking lost it. And now I don't know where it is.
It's like, we're the United States of America, for God's sake.
Exactly, Joe. You can do whatever the fuck you want.
It just goes to show, the states have a lot of power here.
No, they do, and they
countries.
should. They should. Ultimately, they should. But when it comes to people's lives and a state negligently and purposefully endangering them, pretty sure the feds, it's time for the federal
I want to
government.
know how much of like the Fox News reporting. Well, we looked at some of it. They misled, saying they already had drowned.
Yeah.
So like they're not even being honest about it.
Mm-hmm.
But like even if they were honest about it, would people even care that a mother and 2 children died?
I don't think people would care. No, I really don't.
With troops for no reason.
The question is, are these guardsmen from Texas and connected through community to Texas?
Oh my God.
If the answer is yes, there is no question.
What
if
are you
the feds make a
talking about?
move against Texas and try to seize control of the guard, on average, people will always just defend their friends and their families.
Yeah.
Oh my God!
You're talking about
Tim, you
what
are
people
so
are likely
stupid.
to do. I'm wondering.
You are so stupid. You are so fucking dumb, right? There is a fucking chain of command, and if the chain of command for those National Guardmen tells them not to do something, they'll do it.
Yeah.
Because that's how the chain of command works. It has nothing to do with the individual guards picking sides. You fucking moron. I need to go stop a chinchilla from eating drywall.
Apparently, I'm not a lawyer. I'm reading this from findlaw.com that Title 32 gives governors the authority over the guard in their states, but then they say that Title 10 says the president can mobilize the guard and put it under federal authority.
Yes, but under what circumstances? My understanding is the governor has to sign off on it.
If that's the case, then if the governor has to say yes, then that's the case.
I'm pretty sure.
But yeah, I don't know for sure.
Extreme circumstances would supersede any previous ruling. If the Texas National Guard is literally facilitating the deaths of migrants, I'm pretty sure that's means to supersede whatever the fuck has come before. Also, that Francesca Albanese chick that we saw on that Q&A episode?
Mm-hmm.
I hear people referencing her all the time. All the time. So she must be pretty fucking big in that scene.
We should email her.
We should.
Well, I mean, I think realistically, the reason this country is still alive is because states are preeminent. The federal government's an afterthought. Like, we are United States. We unite by choice.
The Civil War completely changed all of that.
Yeah, it did.
What you're talking about is the way that the states thought of themselves prior to the Civil War, when the states still thought that they could secede.
Yeah.
Like they used to think
still can.
Like Texas in their constitution, before they joined in their constitution, I believe it says we're reserving the right to leave because Texas used to be its own country. So I think
Texas could secede theoretically.
So allegedly, I don't know that the federal government would allow it. The feds might still say, no, we settled this with the Civil War. According to the federal government, the Civil War settled the question as to whether or not countries can secede. So,
no, actually, Ulysses S. Grant wrote up exactly why they cannot, and I believe he's correct. So there are certainly he's mostly correct. He wrote this great letter, and he said basically,
tell us why, Tim.
The states of the Union sacrificed blood and treasure to admit
blood and treasure.
That
sounds pretty fashy.
To declare that they would separate.
Is literally our blood and soil line.
Yeah. Like, man, what a quote to pick. Goddamn. Just went straight for the fash. Very cool.
While in debt is, I'm paraphrasing, but you can read the whole letter. Basically, his point is, yo, homie, I paid a bunch of money for you to come and join this crew. You can't just bow out now. You owe us. And that makes sense.
Is that it? I mean,
something to that effect is the argument being made. And so,
does that mean in perpetuity?
Well, that's a good point. That's why I say mostly correct. Mostly correct being, so long as you are in a debt, pay that debt back, and we'll negotiate however that is. But I do believe that ultimately, it doesn't matter.
Crazy.
Because Ulysses Grant also wrote,
also
you have the right to secede.
This is what I was going to say when I was wrangling the chinchilla just now. They didn't have the right to secede back then either. That's why the Union immediately went to war with them.
Yeah.
Right? So Texas could totally pursue a generalized autonomy though. If they really wanted to.
Yeah.
But
there's no reason that they couldn't.
What does Texas get from a more generalized autonomy? They already have it. Their power lines are independent.
Yeah, they're basically...
They can determine their own taxes already.
There's no reason that they wouldn't be able to do so.
But no,
blood dough.
If there is a debt to be paid,
I was like, what is this comment saying? It's like, oh, blood dough for the bundle of sticks.
War, and if you lose, you'll be ruled by by the victors.
Yeah,
so his point is basically
not
at
necessarily.
any point, any person, any state could declare they will no longer be part of the union, but be prepared to fight. And if you lose, you are now under our rule.
I imagine that there would.
Nobody is seceding through firefights in the global north anytime in the near future. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah,
Be a
like it's so funny, but as like somebody like who like is really interested in like whenever there's like updates on autonomous movements, it's always the story I'm covering on Let Them Eat Cake, right? Like to be so far behind because you're too racist to look outside your country to know about these autonomous movements and like how even the UN is worried about it because the UN isn't designed for these things to happen.
Texas were to say, well, we're going to just kick federal troops out.
I think it wouldn't be like leaving the union. It would be like, obviously Florida and Texas are unified. So if there was a union, like what's the union? How many unions?
What are you talking
who's
about?
United? Exactly. Is it 49 of the states decide to unify?
Why is he talking about Florida suddenly?
This guy he scrambled his brain somehow where to the point that his train of thought is this thing, and instead of going straight the way he should, it goes.
So did this guy replace the other guy who actually stood up to Tim Pool?
No, they were both in it, and then the other guy, I don't know why he left.
I think he started standing up to Tim Pool over something. I think it had to do with girl drama.
He turned into like some crazy Trump fash fucking nutbag.
Okay, is this Moon Lord or Weed Lord?
Oh my god.
Is this Moon Lord or Weed Lord?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Stupid federal government that's gone too far. Then what's the union? The union is the people that are unifying. It's not on paper. It's like what's really happening right now.
I've never listened to an episode where he's added something constructive. It's always just dumb, idiotic shit.
Yeah, so here it says, no, it's Weed Lord. Moon Lord is Tim Pool's new sidekick. So it is Weed Lord.
I just find it fascinating how many people scoffed at the idea of civil war. And then even after January 6th, you still get a lot of people say January 6th was not an insurrection, but these Democrats who claim it is still scoff at the idea of civil war. Right. Now you have, I'm sorry, my friends.
Because one fascist,
we quite literally,
bro, imagine.
Over. Sure.
No, seriously. So like, in the like general like even G20, even further than that, like anything that's like a developed actual country, where is the civil war going to happen in any of these countries for real?
Yeah, like that's the question. Nobody
is America the most likely one? Like, what's more likely than America for a civil war to happen? I'll tell you.
Anywhere?
I mean, you could have conflict, like not a civil war, but like a conflict with the Northern Ireland situation. Because there was tensions over Brexit, but even that is something that they've already moved to solve politically. Catalan, there's been like violence with mainly like protest and like other terrorist factions there, but that's not civil war. Brittany and France, that's not civil war.
Maybe the closest could be Venezuela, but
even Venezuela is too poor to qualify in this like category. Like Ukraine,
you're thinking
Ukraine, you could define that as being a civil war, like the Russia-backed separatist.
Yeah,
you could define that as a civil war, but even then, it wasn't.
Yeah, I don't really think there would be a country in the global north that could fall to a civil war, unless like a string of devastating events happens. There's no chance.
Okay. Anyone know Weed Lord's real name?
Ian Crossland.
That was the old guy?
That's the dude with the hair.
Ian what?
Crossland.
The lowest degree possible, but we do have armed conflict between a state National Guard and the federal government.
Is it?
Now I want to be careful here because
Tim?
I don't want.
That's what armed conflict means. Simply being armed is not armed conflict, you fucking moron.
People to assume armed conflict implies people are shooting at each other. What this means is both factions have deployed armed personnel.
They're cops, you fucking moron.
And they are in conflict with each other, meaning Texas National Guard are defying federal mandate and pushing out.
Yeah, so I guess I'm not reading
federal
too much
agents
into this,
to
but
take.
It has something to do with Ian not liking his contract, but that's going to be just his validation excuse for personal drama.
Ian's the one that was talking that adds nothing constructive ever.
Okay, what? Okay, so who's the other guy?
I have no idea. Are you talking about the new one? Because I have no clue.
Wait, which one is which? I'm so confused now.
Fucking hell, the guy with the hair on the show is
They both
Ian.
have hair. Weed Lord and Moon Lord both have hair.
This guy.
Yes. That's Moon Lord.
Sure.
Weed Lord is the one that was before him who looks exactly and sounds exactly like him.
Take territory.
No
the
idea
feds want that territory back. The only thing that hasn't happened is they've not decided to fight about it yet physically. But there are armed men in conflict right now trying to control certain jurisdictions. I mean, this is a powder keg.
It's certainly far more significant than January 6th was. January 6th, it was a riot that got out of hand. This is
Joe.
This guy?
No.
Biden is engaged in insurrection.
Yeah, this is
chat knows what I'm talking about.
Look. I think it is definitive at this point. Joe Biden should be removed from the ballot in as many states as he can for engaging in insurrection actively right now by subverting the Constitution and engaging in a seditious conspiracy of human smuggling in defiance of even blue states.
To make any argument that Trump engaged in insurrection and to then make the argument that Biden has not.
Are these people serious?
Completely ridiculous and unserious.
See, I don't think they're actually the federal government is actually going to go down to Texas and seize
How do these people sit in this room, talk to each other like this, then leave going, yeah, that was sick.
The other guy's name was Adam.
Yeah, he's the guy that turned into the Trump fucking bootlicker.
the National Guard, because I think they would legitimately have a civil war at hands, because Texas would they wouldn't allow that. And so why would the federal government, especially in an election year, go down there and do something? Because then the problem would get 10 times worse. And I think to your point of, Eric Adams and 50% of the hotel rooms are taken up by illegal immigrants and we have this huge crisis in our country. Why would he continuously make it worse? So I honestly think it's a political play just to paint Texas and Greg Abbott like the bad guys
I can
and
give you
not
an
actually
answer.
do something.
Why would they make it worse? So that Donald Trump can't win an election in November.
Oh my God.
That's true.
Yes, everything's about Donald Trump.
We were talking before the show.
Congratulations.
Ian was
Your
saying
political
they would not be
analysis
able to
is
win a civil war.
incredibly astute. Nothing but the best from Tim Pool as per usual.
I mean, it's ridiculous. I'm like, they would, because the win condition is not like one side climbs the top of the hill and plants a flag. The win condition for people who hate America is to destroy.
Bro,
the
it's
fabric
not a
of the country.
fucking RPG. Fucking turn-based combat shit.
Starting a civil war is the win condition for these people.
God. Yeah,
so when I hear people say like national divorce, I'm like, that will be civil war. There is no circumstance where there is a peaceful separation of states. Impossible. Because of water rights, because of farming rights, because of highway access, because of weapon control, because of general natural resources. Which states have access to? I mean, come on. The North Dakota frack fields would become an economic powerhouse. And then you're going to have someone in a different state being like, I'm the one who paid for all of that. And they're going to say, no, you're going to get conflict for sure.
Win condition is Ted Cruz building a spaceship. Science victory, bitch.
No constitution anymore. In the Civil War in 1861, Abraham Lincoln suspended habeas corpus in a corridor stretching from D.C. up to Pennsylvania. The reason being, Maryland was a slave state with massive Southern sympathies. So he had members of their legislature arrested and created a corridor where they could travel between D.C.
Abraham
and
Lincoln
PA, so the
actually
Union could stay unified with D.C. And they would arrest anyone without charge or trial who in any way bothered them. And there was actually one guy they did. Locked him up for the duration of the war.
Who was it?
And he gave him the middle finger and said, F you. When the war ended, they let him go. And then he just said, F you. And they're like, your charges stand. He said, F you. And he left. And then that was like, they just let it go.
Who was it?
You can read about the story. It was crazy.
Yeah,
Abraham Lincoln, when the war started, Constitution was gone.
Yeah.
If you were speaking...
No name for this dude who apparently
Here we go.
gave
This is the libertarian
finger,
Abraham Lincoln worst president take.
Pro-Confederacy speech, you're locked up. Done. No question. If a civil war were to break out,
not true.
Let me just tell you. Do you guys think? Let me ask you a question. The Epstein client list.
Oh my God.
Let's say there's a person. We know that they're ultra wealthy individuals and powerful. They're on the client list. Which would you think they would prefer? Having their name published in the press as to being a high-profile billionaire pedophile who was working with Epstein, or Civil War breaking the machine apart? What do you think these people would rather have happen?
Here's the thing. There won't be a conflict because he's talking about something that isn't going to happen. Like, it's just not going to happen in the global north. Like, there's literally processes being formed in Europe for generalized autonomy. Also, inside America for generalized autonomy, we already have independent First Nations. Like, Texas could claim its entire state to be an independent First Nation. And then they would have to hand the power to like one, like
tribe,
maybe like I think Texas is even named after a Navajo word, but I'm not sure. That might be more to the west. Navajo might not even be in Texas. I know Northeast.
They don't want to be exposed. Yeah, absolutely.
They don't want accountability. They don't want to get caught. They want to keep up their operations, keep up the crimes they're committing, and they'd rather the United States burn than anyone find out what they're doing.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, that's what they want to destabilize Western civilization as we know it, and they want to destroy the Constitution. But that's all coming from the WEF. They've been wanting to do this.
Oh my God!
Just continuously destabilize.
I did say that she was TP USA influencer. So are we really surprised?
Country as we know it, take away our freedom slowly but surely. And I mean, even now, Gen Z, they're willing to do anything to make $1, and they don't even have a care about politics.
Tell us about how OnlyFans
I
is bad.
haven't even heard of this nation, but the word Texas comes from it's Cato, might be Caddo, Caddo, federally recognized tribe headquartered in Oklahoma now. But I knew Texas. The reason they call it the friendship state is because Tejas meant friend in these people's language.
Okay.
Amount of college kids actually that I interview asking if they even know about the border crisis or how many people are coming into our country or that their taxpayer dollars are paying for it, whether it's in San Diego, California, or Texas. So many kids have no idea because they don't watch the news. All they watch is brainwashing on TikTok, and they don't actually know the crisis is going on.
Watch out.
A lot of people have made the joke that everything started to fall apart when Epstein died. And there's a meme that around the time Epstein dies,
here we go.
Breakdown of narrative control.
Did this dude? Did Tim Pool used to make arguments about Harambe? Like everything went wrong when that monkey died. Has he made those arguments too? Jesus Christ, dude.
I mean, people are losing their minds. Now, I certainly don't think that means that whatever Epstein was doing was the top of the mountain in terms of this deep state. I like the new phrase that we're getting from the Kerry Lake scenario. People back
Jack
east.
doesn't even know. I keep asking him which one is Moonlord and which one is Weedlord.
By the way.
I don't know what the fuck these names mean. You just pulled them out of nowhere and expect me to know them.
I'm telling you, the guy who's here now, that's Moonlord. The old guy was Weedlord. Look, here's a meme. Look, I have a meme explaining everything right here. Hang on. This should clear it up, right? Oh, hang on. I'm covering it. No, that's worse. There we go. Right? That clears it up, right?
Sure.
But I'm wondering if whatever it is Epstein's involved in has scattered the cockroaches.
Dude.
And,
Yes.
and this is why the narrative machine is breaking, because it used to be that high-profile millionaires and billionaires and politicians were all partying, and then once Epstein gets caught, they all say, every man for themselves.
Yeah. It feels like abject panic. It does feel like that,
Sure,
like the
bro.
panic
Does
that I
this
can't
dude
see.
think
but I
that
can sense
Jeffrey
that it's
Epstein was
happening.
the only dude who'd had parties with politicians and shit?
Probably, yeah.
Behind the scenes, because it's so quiet.
I'm
It's
so glad I
quiet
never
about
listened
that
to this
Epstein
dude
stuff.
before. Jack used to listen to him avidly before
I mean, come on, we know
before
powerful people
I
on that
recruited
list.
him.
They're going to be heads of industry. They're going to be politicians. They're going to be world leaders.
It could be Bill Clinton. Like
Prince Andrew.
Before I was
I've
like,
heard
hey
that
Jack,
Bill
have you
Clinton
ever thought about
literally
using
flew
your
with Epstein a
brain
bunch of
and
times, probably got
actually thinking
massages.
this thought through before, and then he realized Tim Pool is a fucking idiot and I should stop watching him.
Just from 15-year-olds, God knows what else they did. I'm not know if probably is the right word, but like that, if it was Bill, if you found the Bill Clinton of all people, it's like the grossest underage sex scandal on earth, and then you're implicating like Bill, like what in the.
See, I was covering his little UFO thing in front of him before too. Obviously, this is Moon Lord. He's got the whole flying saucer in front of him and everything. That's how he flies up to his moon base. He's called Moon Lord because he constantly would keep bringing things up about mining the moon. And that's like all he was obsessed about was turning the conversation to talking about moon mining for a while.
What is that?
Bro, Prince Andrew is photographed with one of the
Prince of
victims.
England?
Yeah, well, Prince Andrew
Prince of the
did it.
United Kingdom.
We know for a fact, yes, Prince Andrew, definitely it happened with him. But also, like, the other guy was, I think, what was it? David Copperfield, the magician who was on there for using underage girls. They would come to his show, right? So when he calls for volunteers from the audience, right? Those are always plants. So he was calling up these people who were sex trafficked from Jeffrey Epstein to participate in the show, and then they would do parties with them after. I think it's Copperfield.
Crazy.
I mean, this is already that.
But Clinton had
think
only
about how
flown on the
look,
plane.
man.
He hadn't done anything like that's like implicating him in any crimes. They could have still happened.
You look
but
at
come on, let's get some fucking evidence.
You look
here,
at like
guys.
the Emirates. You look at
Stephen
Saudi
Hawking.
Arabia, you look at the
isn't
wealth that's
surprise
down
either.
there. You think these people aren't also connected? And I'm not saying all of them. I'm just saying there are criminal, corrupt people with massive amounts of power, probably working with Epstein. Epstein, the whole thing's broken. Whatever machine they had running. I'm not saying it was the machine. I'm not saying it was the deep state, but too many people associated with powerful industry and government were involved in that, and they're scattering like cockroaches. The light got turned on, and they rushed to
It's
the
almost
corners
like
of the
they
room,
don't want to
and
be
now there's nothing
associated with
maintaining the
Jeffrey Epstein, even if they like had a business dinner with him.
Insane, right?
I wonder why. Yeah, these people are dating Donald Trump.
It's odd.
I mean, I feel like the Epstein was an intel asset, and so I mean that's kind of what would happen that's what you would expect to happen.
Bro, he was literally
if,
Mossad.
You know, if he actually did have information on powerful people and stuff like that, and they were using it as state secrets to get compliance or whatever, they're gonna try to squash the list. That intel agencies don't want anyone to know about what they're doing ever. Like they that's just. Everything is as secret as they can get.
I was picturing Tim. You were talking about Epstein getting off the plane with like some dude. I keep using Bill Clinton or whoever it was, some random guy, and he's like, "You like her a lot, man? Yeah, she really likes you. She's 15, bro. We got you." And then like Epstein just seizes alpha control of Bill Clinton or whoever, the emotional control, and then they're like, "What? I can't even say he's got this thing that I don't want him to have because it's like
I'm over it. No more."
You want to see a crazy mine clearing video from Myanmar and how they're clearing mines? This is, this is innovation happening in real time.
Huh. That's pretty cool.
Sick, bro. So smart.
What the fuck? What happened?
I mean, the frag from the mines broke the glass. Right?
Yeah, sure. I mean, it's a great idea until you cop a fucking piece of frag to the forehead.
That's ventilation. I mean, they're using what they got, right?
Mm.
Like, if you have a mine clearing suit and you're hitting it from that far away,
yeah.
I mean, there's still a lot of risk, but it's better than fucking Ukrainians whacking the butterfly mines with big stick.
Mm. Yeah.
Which
right now, the crisis in a standoff over the use of razor wire. Today, new video shows
literally that's
even
all it's
more
about.
razor wire being put
all it's
into
about is
along
razor
a
wire
contested
blocking
section
access
of
to a fucking boat ramp, guys.
U.S.-Mexico border. This is happening even after the Supreme Court on Monday voted to let federal Border Patrol agents remove all of that wire. The razor wire was installed as part of Texas Governor Greg Abbott's security initiative at the border known as Operation Lone Star. The Biden administration arguing now the razor wire prevents Border Patrol agents from doing their job. In a new statement, I want to share it with you this afternoon from
Technically,
the
Border
governor's
Patrol
desk. He
argued
says
that.
he's declared an invasion and invoking the state's constitutional authority to defend and protect itself, and it supersedes any federal statutes.
Literally, they can. They just they just need to give. Watch out! If we show Destiny on Twitch, we'll get banned.
Yeah, we're not.
We're covering them right now. But like all they have to do is let them access a boat ramp, and they can keep all their shit up.
Mm-hmm.
So that's just shows you how big of political theater it is. Is that nobody points that out?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh my
so
god, I love this guy. This is my new favorite guy, by the way. Is he talking quietly because it's night and he doesn't want to wake his parents up?
Possibly.
Fucking propeller hat, man.
To make this video, and I just want to say something before.
He is totally trying not to wake his parents up because he's recording at night.
I'm not making this video because I want anyone canceled. I'm not.
Could be louder.
To piggyback off of someone else's name for views.
Buy him a
I'm not
propeller.
making this video because I care about clout or whatever the people that are going to come and comment about what I'm about to say, because I know there's going to be certain people that show up to comment and say things like that, say, what I'm saying isn't true, I'm full of shit, whatever.
You are full of shit. True.
But originally, this video was going to be me talking about some comments that Kafal's made recently. Some of you might know that name, some of you might
I could do
not
so
know the
much
name
work with
Kafal's.
this dude.
Kafal's is a streamer and a
Kafal's?
What do you mean?
Kafal's?
What do you mean do work? What are you talking about?
Oh, I mean, like, I could clean this dude up.
Right.
Get rid of the propeller hat. He's talking about keffals and calling her kafals.
Kafals? Yeah. I did notice that. You would think that you would double check the pronunciation, wouldn't you?
On these
Don't make fun of
social
his
media
speaking
platforms
head,
that
man.
she has, and I've seen her. I've seen a lot of clips of Kafals. I've seen a lot of clips out of context. I've seen a lot of videos. I've seen a lot of articles about Kafals.
Oh, gross! What is
And,
with that
you
one
know,
nail?
I've seen a lot of things that I disagree with.
Is that just a Band-Aid on
I've
your
seen a lot
finger?
of
Please
things
tell me
that
that's
I
just a
Yeah,
Band-Aid
it
on
is.
your
are,
finger.
really
Okay. It looked like a
good to
nail
say.
that
I've
had
seen a
like
lot
a
of things
black
that I just,
undertone.
think are just not okay to say online. And originally I was just gonna make a video, reacting to some of the things that she said, some of the things that she said about Hasan very recently, which I don't want this,
Oh
anyone
no,
to think this
not
channel is just
Hasan.
making videos defending, like Hasan or
Cringe.
just videos about like people that criticize Hasan or whatever. But I decided before I actually sat down to make this video.
The tweet I'm making is guy in propeller
Maybe
hat
instead
tells
of
us how to
making a
stop
video just
leftist
focused on Kafals,
infighting while
maybe-
trying not to
maybe
wake up his parents.
I could make a video where I actually talk to her. I actually have a conversation. I bring her on the channel.
Yeah, dude,
and
she's totally gonna
I
talk to you.
Actually, we have a conversation about what we disagree with. The focus of this video, this video specifically, is the fact that I think that a lot, not all, but a lot of online progressives and leftists or lefties or whatever you want to say, there's a huge disconnect when
Tell us about
they
this
have a
disconnect.
disagreement with each other and, actually being able to
You mean
have
on
a
Twitter?
conversation about said disagreements. I feel like there's a lot of
On
just
Twitter?
shedding shots back and forth on social media, not actually.
I don't give a
willing
fuck because
to
Twitter's not a real
sit down,
place.
have a talk about stuff. And
But first of all, you think he wears his fucking propeller hat to the bar?
100%.
And also, like, the meta of these like nerdy, like circular and like octagonal glasses coming in, like, oh, they're in again. Not for you.
Mm-hmm.
I think that there are some people that do that really well. I think that Sam Cedar and Emma Vigeland are really good at being able to have disagreements with people, even people on the left, and actually be able to talk about them. I think Hasan could do it really well sometimes.
Unless it's gun control, and then he has an emotional breakdown every fucking time.
The weapon of war.
I think sometimes he gets a little angry at his chat or whatever, and he
a little
doesn't
angry
learn
at his
mistakes
chat.
as best as he can. I think that there's a bunch of leftists that wear their takes better than me, but that's beside the point. But that's what I want the focus of this video to be: the fact that when it comes to online progressives, it seems to be, at least largely in part, that there's a disconnect when people disagree
From
with each other
reality,
on
because they don't
certain
touch grass.
And a little bit of background before I play this clip, because I went into Kafal's chat while she was live streaming
Kafal's
to maybe come on my channel.
I can't get
and
over
chat
the.
with me
Oh
about
my
some,
God.
things that I just care about,
Kafal's.
just have a conversation. I've only done one other debate, and that was like an actual debate with some random commenter. That I asked.
Remember when this started? And I said this guy is my new favorite guy.
Kafal should come on our show instead.
I've
and then
tried.
We can tag him.
Bro,
and then
people
we
have
can
tried.
tag
People
him.
have tried to get her to like talk to us and shit. That's like one of the people that people have actually wanted us to talk to.
It would be pretty funny if she did come on this show and then we tagged him. It's like
It's up on the channel.
It's one way to
but
create
a little bit of
beef.
background. So almost a month ago now, Hasan was doing a stream while he was on a trip in Italy, I believe, and he has about a 40-minute.
Oh, a trip in Italy.
Where
How bougie.
He went to Italy to fucking sit in some guy's house in bad lighting on a computer instead of going outside. Epic, bro. Hasan really has a fucking problem. Like,
yeah, just fucking take a holiday, bro. Jesus Christ.
it's about a lot of different things, but he brings up Kafals and he brings up Vaush and he talks about some other leftists, I guess, and he says a lot of stuff. And Kafals actually responded to it in a video. This is not the right video. Kafals responded to it in a video where she said Hasan B had a meltdown about me, and she said a lot of things in this that I disagreed with, but she said one thing that I really thought was so reaching. She said specifically that Hasan just hates drug addicts, which I don't know if I can even play this clip in this video. I'm right here, but she like straight up, like not jokingly says like Hasan just hates drug addicts, which I mean, I don't know Hasan personally. Okay, I don't know, but I just
really
the
wouldn't have
amount
guessed.
of times that he's covered, addiction issues on his streams and talked about how addiction to drugs is a problem. I feel like that criticism, you can't make a case for that, no matter how hard you try.
Wait, did you actually look that the only two channels this guy follows? Did you go? Because like ours are public, like who we follow. Because because obviously I follow Fox News. How else would I fucking get these great Fox News clips that I show all the time?
And our facts generator, the amount of shit that.
Oh, that's the other channel. I don't know if that one's public. I'm not sure if that one's public, but on my one on YouTube, the one that's streaming to my account, you can totally see what I've subbed to.
Yeah.
I
looked in the
that,
video.
It's calling
okay.
It's all furries.
You out, then obviously you're gonna have some type of emotion about that, because we're all human beings. But I again, just for the record here, because I like to be as transparent as possible. Just for the record here, I tried my best.
I'm
to
fucking
actually,
better than you.
DM Kafals and ask her privately if she wanted to come on the channel, and I can't do that on Twitter. It says you cannot message user because you are not verified. I've never seen that message ever before, so I don't know why.
Oh my god, you haven't, bro? That message is my
not,
nightmare.
I don't know.
Because they're like verified users.
Yeah, because now I have to tag people publicly and
Yeah.
shit to like engage in like, hey, want to do an interview and stuff.
Yeah. It just makes it a fucking nightmare. Unless we just like pay for the 5th gen Twitter. And then
and verified it. Yeah. Well, if we had the money to
it.
do that,
Yeah.
I would verify it, but we don't have the money for it.
Which we could have the money if people subscribe to Patreon.
It's only $1, one bone. You'll get raw LTEX, extended LTEX. So you can hear the psychotic takes we have to cut for the general audience. And like, oh my god, if I still have, I probably don't, but if I still had Pega's recording, that would be a really good one to put up for the raw take because she says some insane shit. But as if when you're interviewing diaspora, that's what you have to expect.
Yeah, you can't really like butt in and sort of push back much either.
Well, it's not like she was wrong about the shit she said.
No, it's just sort of it scares people off.
There's just a lot of context you need to add when you talk about like how like the regime is using like the idea of Kurdish nationalism to divide people.
Yeah, it's very complicated and gets very very complex very quickly. So it's unless you want a 3.5 hour conversation about one topic, that's what we're gonna do.
The only 2 ways, as far as I know, that you can get into contact with Kafals is either through her public Discord server or through her Twitch chat or like leaving a comment on YouTube. But like, what is that going to do? So
public
I went
Discord
into streaming live, and I decided to just
whoa.
Go and ask
trying really hard was you trying to check if you could message her on Twitter, seeing you couldn't, and then giving up. It wasn't you know how it's you can get a hold of her on Discord, and you didn't try to join the Discord to say, hey, let's talk.
Crazy, right? Maximum effort.
Hey, would you like to come on my channel and discuss some things?
Maybe it's a Teletubbies hat.
Some disagreements that we have, some disagreements specifically about, some criticisms you made about Hasan. There were some other things I want to talk about. That's specifically what I asked her about. And I'm going to play that clip now. This was her response to me. I tweeted this is 1 minute after I sent this message. I just came into the stream and immediately sent
so he did go to her Discord and do it.
He went to the stream.
I said,
no, that is
Discord. I'm a smaller creator who covers politics.
Oh no, it wasn't a Twitch chat.
On my channel and talk about some of your criticisms of Hasan, which I disagree with. And one of her subscribers, I guess, or someone that follows her, said, "Please, big streamer, please give me your viewers, lol." And before I play the clip, I just want to say, like, I've gotten a lot of people that say shit like that to me in the comments when I was making my videos about the Young Turks and some comments at Anna Kasparian.
Yeah, because the Young Turks is who you farm views off. Because
he said you might join Al Shabaab. That was a joke, though. Who did I say that about, though? I don't remember. I remember saying this joke, but I don't remember the context of when I said it. Because I was like, I don't know, Al Shabaab's looking pretty good right now. No, the takes that I'm cutting are generally like things that could be construed as somebody being racist and stuff when it comes to talking about Iran and the interpolitics between Persians and Kurds.
Yeah. Or like sourcing bad sources.
I said it in the BRG episode. That's funny.
Of course it was.
Hey man, you're a grifter. You're just trying to use their name to get clout and to get viewers and to get subs and to make money. And I'm gonna be honest. And
come on, Ash. We don't.
No, she does though. That's what she's not a political channel. People are like you can. She's definitely on the left, but to say she's a political channel is kind of inaccurate. She goes after tankies more, but she's definitely like a drama channel, which isn't like to be like negative or anything.
Yeah.
That's just the type of content that she makes. She's not a fucking like here. Like she's also Canadian, and when 4chan chased her out of the country, right? And she now lives in fucking Ireland because it wasn't even safe for her. Not 4chan. Kiwi Farms. She literally shut down Kiwi Farms. Right?
Yeah.
But they like even found her when she was in like Britain or something, based on the sheets at the hotel.
What the fuck?
Yeah, crazy shit, right? So it's like she's not even in this country. She's in fucking Ireland. And if you want to talk about a leftist country, even though it's like unlimited fucking capital there.
Yeah, it's a very interesting country.
Feel about this criticism. If I was in this for money or clout or whatever, I wouldn't fucking be making political content on YouTube. I would be making any other type of content. Well, not any other type of content.
That's why she doesn't.
I would not be making.
She's in Northern Ireland. Okay.
If I cared about clout.
Same
if
thing
I cared
as Britain
about
then.
views, if I cared about literally anything that people say that I'm caring about that it's not. I used to be a brainwashed conservative, literally straight up. Went to Christian school my entire life. Conservative talk radio. Fox
What do you want,
News,
a fucking cookie?
You know.
I had a political transformation.
I want to try to at least, in some ways, you know, make it so people that believe what I honestly believed.
Our banner is covering him, and all you see is his fucking propeller hat now.
Horrible, just terrible way of thinking and way of life because it really is super toxic. Okay, that's the reason that I honestly make these.
I laughed into a muted microphone.
I used to be a conservative.
Very funny.
Now I want to dedicate, you know, my life to combating conservative mis and disinformation, you know, combating people that are, you know, just brainwashing people and just doing this heinous shit.
And instead, what you're doing is making videos defending Hasan, one of the worst disinformation agents on the internet right now, primarily because of how wide his spread of disinformation sits. But that's what you're doing. So please tell me more about how you're preventing disinformation.
On my heart,
as opposed to us who have been doing it
telling lies, Jack,
the entire time that we've been operating. You know,
when I see
little thing called integrity.
Listen, he's telling the truth on how to pronounce Kafal's name.
Kafals. We have to only call it Kafals now.
You know, and then people are gonna start getting mad at us. Like, why are you calling her Kafals?
It'll be deep lore for the people here at the start.
Yeah. Nobody's gonna know that this is the origin point.
Progressives and leftists, you know, using their platform to spread misinformation or hate or whatever.
Yeah.
It just people that have larger platforms than me, when I see them do things that are not valid or
like Hasan,
horrible. And I'm not saying that I haven't done things that are unproductive. I absolutely have. But when I see certain
like making
things,
videos,
it really upsets me, and it's hard for me to stay quiet about stuff that upsets me. I wear my heart on my sleeve.
You know, but when it's easy to stay quiet is when you're recording at night and don't want to wake your parents up.
She gets up before she reads the message, even though I think she was in the room when I sent it. Yes, she was. But she gets up and walks out, and then comes back and responds to the message. And this was her response. And I say something else in the chat here. I think I sent one or two other messages. I'm not 100%.
Oh my god.
Also, it's like I believe this is her Discord that she has pulled up here. I don't know. I don't use Discord. I'm pretty sure it's Discord. I don't know though. So yeah, I said in the chat to the person who responded to me, I'm only asking. I have over 4K subs. I'm just trying to have a conversation, which I am. Again, I get a lot of comments here about.
Okay, I'm back.
People saying, you know, reach out to these people, see if they want to have a conversation. So that's what I try to do. I honestly try to do that.
Hey, Couples, I'm a smaller creator who covers politics on YouTube. I was wondering if you want to come on my channel and talk about some of your criticisms of Hasan, which I disagree with. What criticisms do you disagree with?
I'm so excited. So did I. I have 2 of his shirts.
Well, he's saying for this guy, that's his, like, he's treating it like church here.
Ah. Right. Still. Not a lie.
You know what's great?
Mm.
Jack is never going to make a video about how he left the right.
Yeah, you know why? Because I'm not fucking dumb. I nobody gives a fuck. But what I could do is not so much a how I left the right, but more of a lesson on, I wouldn't even say radicalization, but like a lesson on observing people around you is probably a better idea.
There's this guy I just watched the other day. Like, I didn't really identify with anything in his video, but I just like commented, like saying like, "This is a great video. Like, I don't give a fuck about anything you say in here, but like, this is great content, right?" And it's this guy. His name is Dan with red hair. He has 3,000 subscribers. But I'm gonna post this in chat. Anyone who wants to see like a really, really good like male loneliness, you know, like the video is called "I Should Have Been an Incel, Narrowly Escaping the Alt-Right."
See, that's almost exactly the type of thing that I could make, right?
I organize white dudes who have been in danger of being radicalized by the right.
That's actually very interesting. Where? In America? Because like that's actually very interesting. Well, here I'll
It's COVID.
Yeah.
The Australian government stuff about COVID was pulling, and also Gamergate. Yeah. It's the COVID to Gamergate connection.
Yeah, like I could literally talk about all of this, right? Because I was there when Gamergate started. I was there. I was watching all of that content. Got into Steven Crowder's stuff. I literally only watched I watched his show because he, you know, immature, like edgy comedy, retard. You know what I mean? That sort of thing.
Whoa, and you said the R word.
Yeah, it was for context. But fucking cancel me, please.
It's funny because you don't care and use it anyway. That's why I was pointing it out.
I do not care. You're right. But I also think that, and I think the difference with me is there is no malice, right? It's not, because it's an interesting discussion that I don't have time for. the nuances of language and speech and all of that sort of stuff. It's a very in-depth discussion, but this is what I was going to do. So let's see.
Yeah, don't navigate off this video. I'm enjoying everything.
No, I'm going to come back. Don't worry. I'm just going to give everyone this gem.
Zapata's getting grunty because Biji's playing.
If you guys want to see some funny shit, look up this channel.
Oh yeah, you can look at Jack's old content before I recruited him with my propaganda.
Look, I've even got the Australian flag in the background. Yeah, super cringe. I was still fat here too.
Yeah, now I'm the fat one.
Anyway.
Okay, so
side tangent there. If you want to go,
this guy's entire video is a side tangent, bro.
True. But if anybody wants to go have a look, that is available.
We still got to look at the Disney stuff.
Yes. Well, let's skip to that now.
No. I want to watch this guy. I want to hear him finally getting.
Smaller creator who covers politics on.
So like Keffels is going to be like, okay, but what didn't you like, right? So that's going to be her response, because imagine her taking her time out, just being like, oh, you're a smaller creator. I'm going to totally take my time out, give you a call, be like, hey, what did you disagree on?
Yeah.
Like, what did you think was going to happen? You should have said specifically.
Yeah, exactly. Like, be specific. If you're asking someone to come onto something and go out of their way and spend their time giving you their time, you need to make it worth it. Like it's very simple. Also, it's more the defeatist nature of most.
Yeah, for anyone who doesn't know, Jack hates fat people.
It's more the defeatist attitude, this fat positivity type of person.
He's anti-Ozempic.
Ozempic's good. It makes you lose weight.
Well, you said it's a cheat.
It is a cheat. It is a cheat.
See?
Just go to the gym and eat KFC once a day,
person.
and you'll lose 65 kilos. But yeah, like it's It's more the defeatist nature of it. It's more like this I'm already here, so I can't. It's not that I don't, or I don't want to, or I lack of motivation. It's I can't. It's this I can't mindset. Mindset.
Maybe they're disabled.
Shits me. Maybe. All of them.
Maybe.
Every single fat acceptance activist that cries about how being fat is natural. I will rant about this.
This is now we're gonna lose everyone.
I will rant about this. But at the end of the day, I don't actually care. You know what I mean? Like this, it's more an opposition to this ideology of defeatism. And like I literally lost the weight because I wanted to go on roller coasters. The motivation is not the motivation does not need to be high. It's pretty low motivation. I haven't been on a roller coaster since I got back from the US and started losing weight. But that's still the motivation. So, yeah. It is what it is.
Talk about some of your criticisms of Hasan, which I disagree with. What criticisms do you disagree with? Well, I'm confused exactly.
Does she just do streams to her Discord? Is that what this is?
Oh, her chat is linked to her Discord.
Ah, okay.
5th Gen Jack, still a fascist, correct. That dude, you just flung poop out of there, Mike.
Come on and we'll talk.
I don't know why someone came in right now. It's like I'm discussing like really dark shit.
Anarcho-fascism.
I again, this is probably on me, honestly. Like I didn't know what the fuck she was talking about. I literally just came right into the stream and sent the message. I didn't know that she was I didn't know what she was covering. Honestly, I just was not paying attention at all, and that's probably on me.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, it is. Maybe you should have sat in the fucking discussion for 5 minutes and actually planned your approach instead of just going, "Come on my show."
I mean, some of the people that I get, I've been working on, like this Singapore one that we just did.
Mm-hmm.
That type of shit to earn people's trust. The way that we did. By the way, everyone is going to love this Singapore video when it comes out.
Yeah.
We just have to get these two that like take a lot of production effort out ahead of it. And one is almost done.
That's also called anarcho-capitalism.
Anarcho-fascism is more of like Order of Nine Angles stuff.
Is it really?
Yeah, that's what.
Interesting.
So like, you know how I showed you like the opening page of the Iron Gates.
Yes. Yeah.
Right. That's anarcho-fascism. They believe that in a collapsed society they can basically do whatever they want.
Isn't that kind of like the Brotherhood of Steel? Isn't that like their kind of idea?
The Brotherhood of Steel is they believe that they need to guard technology because it would destroy man again.
Okay. Close, but not quite.
Yeah, they're actually, and they're also like you can't join them. You have to be born into it or something.
Yes. Yeah. Mad Max. Yeah. That's the yeah. I mean, it's post-apocalyptic, like it's, but sure. I mean, there's technically police in a state, but
yeah, Mad Max is a cop.
Yeah, so it's like there's discussion to be had on what the world could be called, but I don't think anarcho anything is.
It's more post.
Yeah. It's after everything's collapsed and everything's just trying to stay together. That's what it seemed like anyway. The original.
Plus, even in America, like if you cite Hamilton, right?
Mm-hmm.
Anarchy as defined by Hamilton in America is just having complete freedom for the people, because Hamilton stated that his goals was going to be between, like, it's not democracy and anarchy. It was like order and anarchy.
Yeah.
Right. He never said democracy. He said that's why tyranny and anarchy is like democracy being the lynch point. And these guys didn't want the regular citizen to vote. So let's be clear. You know what he was talking about here. He's like, So like just giving people the right to vote was an anarchist policy.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, democracy and anarchy are basically intertwined. Like they can't really work
also
without
patriot
each other.
literally means anarchist.
Yeah. Yeah, that's something that we've been discussing
if you go by
recently.
like the American Constitution and how the word was used at the time.
Yeah.
Responded said, usually you DM about that, not this cringe self promo in chat. I'm not trying to promote my shit. My Twitch account.
Thomas Jefferson also sucks.
Thomas
Jefferson is like,
I only use his Twitch.
Out of the shitty racist guys, he's the best of the shitty racist guys. So like Jefferson has like some good takes on certain things, but it's like inside that good take, there's also a few bad takes.
Yeah.
You know, like his thoughts on religion are like kind of cool because he like takes out like the mysticism of religion. But because like Robespierre is what about Hamilton? Hamilton sucks.
That's right. He did the Jefferson Bible, didn't he?
Yeah. So like if you think about like Robespierre, right? He was like, no religion, we're gonna replace it with guillotines, right? Jefferson was like, we could take the mysticism out and let people kind of keep a religion. It's definitely a better strategy than Robespierre had to the situation. You know?
I mean, Robespierre and the Soviets kind of had a similar idea, right? You eliminate God, and the state becomes God. Like,
there's literally a quote from Marx about religion, like religion is like the poison of man, something like that.
Yeah,
you know, it's around. It's that
explicitly anti-theistic.
Yeah,
which
and like
we've discussed
this is where like I talk about it with like Black Red Guard a lot, is that you look at right now with Palestine, right? The biggest thing, opium of the masses. See, everyone knows. They're all chiming in. So like the fact that socialism ended up being anti-theist when it went to the Middle East, it created Baathism which is National Socialism. It combined socialism and nationalism because both those ideologies were against the Muslim Brotherhood. But there is like Islamic socialism. It's very minor and it's pretty cool. And I might talk to somebody who knows about it and bring them up, but we'll see how that goes.
Yeah.
But the entire thing, like these people would have ended up being like socialist Islamists because, like, for example, Maoists are the ones who start the Afghan war against the Soviets. Like two Maoist factions, Sagdullah Mujahidi, who is the English-speaking guy who spoke English really well and would be on stuff advocating for the Afghan war. Very old guy. Ended up being a president of the Transition Council before the Taliban takeover and stuff. And then the other guy is a guy who you can see in the White House talking to Reagan. It's like Mohammed Nadi, and he's also one of the guys who endorses and joins the Taliban. But he's like the moderate guy. He was a moderate Islamist. And the other guy was like a big time Sufi guy. Wasn't Gaddafi an Islamic socialist? I would describe him more as a national socialist than anything. He wasn't really. He claimed that he incorporated Islam. Yes, I was going to say Gaddafi is just a bastardization of Nasser's ideology. It's the same fucking thing. Baathists are literally Hitler, correct?
Pretty much, yeah. Yeah, pretty much. The amount of times I've tried to tell people this, and they're like, "No, they're not. Fuck off." Yes, they are.
Well, I mean,
literally aligned with Nazi groups. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's like saying Russia isn't the Nazi country out of Russia and Ukraine. There are literal gigantic groups inside Russia connected globally
what
to
was
the
the
Nazi
deal with Gaddafi's
network.
female security guards? I'm surprised they didn't kill him, honestly. So all his security guards, he had been raping them from a young age.
Yeah.
He would go to the schools and select little girls to rape and stuff. Ow, don't bite me.
Be more of a Stockholm syndrome kind of thing, I imagine.
I don't know.
It's just cycles of abuse creates fucked up fucked up results in people. Like, you can never really predict, unfortunately. So
That's why, like, you know how not Borat, but Sacha Baron Cohen, he did The Dictator.
Yeah.
One of the jokes was that he had all female bodyguards and they're all virgins, and he knows because he inspects them every night. Like, that's the Sacha Baron Cohen one that I didn't really like because it was a little too close to home about some of these atrocities.
Yeah.
But yeah, anyway, I think if socialism was more open to religion, basically if socialism was more open to religion, there would already be a Palestine state.
Yeah. Yeah. But like that's because like as I said, when you kill God, the state becomes God. That was the whole purpose. Any state that is anti-theist is totalitarian by nature. I believe.
Stop resisting it. Stand up for everyone. Stand up on your little leggies.
He's not having it. Give him something to hold. Maybe he'll stand up. Give him a little fine. Right.
Stand up. You dropped it, you idiot.
Anti-theist is just anti-religion.
Stand up.
Like it's theism is religion. Anti-theism is anti-religion.
He's too stupid to stand up.
Too fat.
All our civil rights leaders are Christian socialists. Not only that, like you look at Quakers, right? Like Quakers were always the ones who were against slavery, and that's why that's why like the West, like you'll hear PragerU make this argument about how Western is secularism bad in the Middle East. Trying to push a secular ideology is exactly how not to get your ideology. It's not that secularism is bad.
It's got its place.
Yeah.
Just like everything. Like this is the thing, and this is why America doing all their shit is so egregious, because
like
it's America coming into other countries and just being like, hey, do it our way or don't do it at all.
For example, and people will be like, what? How could you use this guy as an example? He's a fascist. So Ataturk in Turkey, right? Turkey is like 99% Muslim, but Ataturk founded it as a secular state. And the military's role is to make sure that it stays a secular state. So it can happen in the Middle East. But also you have to think Ataturk, this is like after the fall of the Ottoman Empire, Turkey is reduced to nothing. So he comes up and he like remakes Turkey. And also Nasser was totally secular. So there's this famous speech with Nasser. I think he's in Morocco. And it's like an Islamist protest him or something. It seems very staged, I think, if I'm thinking of the right thing. But it's like a wedding or something. And then he's saying like, an Islamist came up to me and he said that I should make the hijab mandatory. And I asked him if his sister wears hijab, and he said no. And I said, you think you can take control of a country when you can't control your own sister? Basically, lying to the guy.
Hilarious. It's a good way to do it.
When realistically, he would have just killed him if it was Nasser. Nasser is like, he definitely was he definitely propelled this Arab nationalist movement, and he wasn't a Ba'athist, but like he was definitely, this was like post World War II nationalism. If Ataturk is a fascist, then Nasser has to be too.
Yeah.
Account to play games, and the YouTube attached to my Twitch account is my gaming channel.
At least Ataturk ended PYT. I wish it was the current
gaming channel. There's no way for me to get into contact with her. There's literally no way for me to contact her. So I said, you know what? I'll go in the Twitch chat. And that very clearly didn't work. You can even see this message here that says their link to YouTube has 66 subs. LMAO. That's because I have my gaming channel linked to my Twitch. I don't have my main YouTube channel linked to my Twitch because I don't cover politics here on Twitch. They said it's a trap. Don't fall for it.
That is because he has to sell an RP book.
I don't know. I said I just got here. I didn't know what you were talking about. Not trying to interrupt.
What do I use as a wall? I guess Matrix.
And she starts.
Sure, I'll do Matrix.
Talking about her wallpaper.
Yo, that's because you're in Europe.
Like Europe does nothing right. That's the problem.
Anyway,
it's just
so my critique being confined to the Middle East and North Africa, I would say this North Africa, especially, you have the Christians as well. Like the only place where you have religion is this region, really. But I would say that secularism shouldn't come with anti-theism.
No.
And like being in the Middle East is like, because like I was going to the Middle East at the height of cringe atheism, right? Like I thought Bill Maher's Religulous documentary was like the best before I started going to the Middle East, you know? And like there's something to be said, for example, so the reason why Afghanistan united is because the king said we're all Muslim, right? Because it's so ethnically diverse. And then you have like Saladin, right? So like the Crusaders couldn't do shit against Saladin because he was able to put like the religion as a unifier. So if you're talking about like, especially when you look at old school socialism, the socialist project needing to be something huge, multi-state to compete with capitalism, to be anti-theist going into the Middle East during that era of the Cold War was dumb. And honestly, America, more than people realize, backed a lot of dangerous people. You know, what's that Polish guy's name? Brzezinski. Brzezinski literally helped the Shah get overthrown, helped the Mujahideen in Afghanistan. He's probably connected to the Black Decade too, knowing him. That was after him, but then he also, like, the Singapore thing. I didn't even know about the guy with Reagan, where they're talking about how this guy who like killed millions of people in Vietnam, not directly, but you know, spiritually advised Reagan to commit genocide in Vietnam, is the one who's like doing gays in fucking Singapore and shit now. Even though he's dead, it's his organization.
Fucking crazy.
That's the thing, is that closing people off is dumb.
Yeah, exactly. Like the strength is from like, think about it, right? Think about it on the most basic of genetic levels.
Nixon's spiritual advisor. You'll see this Singapore interview we did was fucking off the chain. It's so good.
Like if you think about it from like the most basic of DNA perspectives, right? If you mix similar DNAs, you get defects. Right.
Oh, like inbreeding.
Same fucking thing, right?
Okay. Whoa, anti-Semitic month.
Hey, that's you put that out there, not me.
I know. I'm just kidding.
But like it's literally as basic as DNA. Like the more diverse your DNA, the stronger you are. It's the same with anything. The more religions you have, the stronger it is.
So we'll see, but I'm told Islamic socialism is really fucking cool and really based. So we'll see if this guy will fucking talk to me about it.
Yeah.
But a lot of this stuff is connected to Pakistan, where they're persecuted. Like I have a friend who's do you know what the Ahmadis are in Pakistan?
No.
So they're just like, they're still Muslim, but they're called the Jews of Islam, because everything is blamed on them. They're always blood liable to the Ahmadis and stuff. Right? And they spend a lot of lobby money here. So do you remember the one guy, the libertarians hated him, but it was like this guy who was like Muslim Marine or something. He was super anti-2A and like wanted to ban assault weapons and stuff.
I don't remember that at all.
So that guy was an Ahmadi guy, and like so he was like, so he used the anti-2A shit to basically get a bigger platform for them. And then you could, it was like public speaking. You would pay him to do public speaking and stuff. And it was actually just like indoctrination to like the Ahmadi faith.
That's fantastic. Because that's the other thing, right? People don't realize that there's hundreds of religions. So like to limit people's freedom to believe or whatever they want it's fucked up. Who the fuck are you to tell someone that they can't believe in something?
All right,
like,
so
fuck you.
This is the page, right? So this guy was never deployed. He was like barely even a Marine.
Okay.
He's on the CFR, right? But if you go to his website and stuff, Right. It's like book speaking arrangement right away.
Huh.
And then like one of these pages is just like straight up showing the where he's connected to the Ahmadis and stuff. Yeah, so it's like you actually like look in here and you'll start seeing more and more like Ahmadi stuff.
Interesting.
So it's just funny because like it's like very culty how they like do this indoctrination stuff.
It's very interesting.
But it's not like the Ahmadis are the only one who do that. It's just
Yeah,
that was an example I thought of.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Could you make an argument that religion also excludes
we were
people?
talking
They
about
do until they're based.
Yeah.
Right. Like so like the thing is that religion going to the extremes is just as bad as any ideology going to the extremes. But like we have a ton of like Muslim staff here, and like the main one that people are going to see is Ace. And like Ace, like I've never really heard him say anything prejudiced or bigoted. He just, as we talk about LGBT issues, he kind of doesn't chime in because he doesn't know about it. You know, so it's one of those like if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything nice at all type things. Always the French. Yeah, so we can also if we can get back to talking shit about French people.
Yeah, if you got nothing nice to say, don't say anything at all. But if it's about the French, fuck the French.
Plus, religion also, the bigotry in religion, like you see the anti-gay shit. The Singapore shit, by the way, it's all about this. It's all about fucking Christo-Fasc and how it's connected to like the Heritage Foundation here and stuff. It's insane.
All right, let's finish this video. And then
but like the whole thing with bigotry and religion, those people are already bigoted. And they're using the church as an excuse. Even the fucking Pope is out there being like, hey, shut the fuck up. Marxism is based.
Grooming and rape, please don't be weird debate lords. You know, maybe this was on me, honestly, you know, coming into her stream and, you know, talking about something when I didn't know what the fuck anyone was talking about. I also don't know why, but my fucking Twitch chat just doesn't work right. I can't see everything that gets sent in my Twitch chat for some reason. It's been fucking bricked for a little while now. But
maybe you should use an alternate app like everyone else on Twitch.
I don't know, guys. This is part of the problem that I said. You know, I know that I have a smaller channel, and maybe it really is just I have to grow my channel more. I have to, you know, have a larger following for these people to actually, you know, want to talk to me. The only people
I'll talk to you, bro.
I've ever talked to, at least lefties that I have directly spoken to, either through messages or whatever, are Benjamin Dixon. A while ago, and also I called into the Majority Report one time, and Sam took my call, and I got to talk to Sam and Emma for a couple of minutes, which was really cool. I'm always gonna, you know, just fangirl over the fact that I got a call in the Majority Report, got to talk to Sam Cedar. But it's like I said, there's no way for me to have, at least right now, there's no way for me to have a real conversation with any of these people because they don't respond to me. They don't say anything to me, and you know, I might be coming off as, you know, maybe I'm coming off as, you know, this desperate, you know, little bitch that's, you know, just trying to
totally understand.
I really just want to talk to these people. I just want to have a conversation with them. I think that it's really, 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 really important. I think it's extremely important that, you know, if you want to respond to somebody, if you want to criticize somebody for something they said, if you want to call someone out, or if you want to discuss with them, you know, something that they said or did, you really have to understand, you have to know what it is that they said or did. That's what I do when I make my videos on conservatives and Republicans, when I'm trying to combat their mis and disinformation. Sometimes I just make videos where I'm just laughing at people, you know, honestly, just poking fun at them. You know, I try to have fun. But you really have to understand what people are talking about in order for you to be able to respond to it. I'm a firm believer in that. And if I can't, you know, not that if I can't, but I would really like to be able to have a conversation with some of these creators, just because, you know, I want to know, I want to be able to further understand, you know, if this is really what they feel like, you know, if this is really who they are. And again, Falls, in my opinion, has said some really horrible shit in the past. There's been some allegations about Falls that I'm not going to get into in this video.
Noodles,
again, there's so much
mentioned
mis disinformation on the internet, just in general, especially when it comes to creators like this, that it can be really hard to pinpoint the truth. Not really hard all the time, but sometimes, you know, it's really hard to fall into a trap of something that's just a lie on the internet, because everyone can say whatever they want on the internet, right? You can pretty much say whatever you want, and some people will believe it, some people won't. And if you have a big enough platform, you could say whatever you want, and it could literally just all be lies, and no one's gonna bat an eye, and people are gonna believe it, and they're gonna eat that shit up, and then they're gonna go out and share that information that's wrong because
like Hasan and all his fucking watches.
So
fuck Hasan.
The thing about Wahhabism winning, I mean, we've known this is happening since the Afghan-Soviet War, how much money Saudi Arabia puts into like these madrasas and shit. Like, so this Wahhabism is also an extension of Saudi nationalism. And like just Saudi Arabia controlling Mecca, like somebody needs to take that away from them in general. Just get it out of their hands. There's like, I'm not sure exactly what happened, but something like the rebels in Syria, they made a deal where like they can't come to Mecca anymore. Anyone who like opposed Assad in Syria can't come to Mecca, as like a deal with like Assad that Saudi Arabia made. It's something along these lines. I'm not exactly sure. But yeah, like there's like Christian missionaries as well. Like it's not just like the Wahhabism that like fucked Malaysia, but like you look at Christian missionaries everywhere. Like Indonesia, how it went from like Buddhist to Muslim and stuff. Like not all of this is good stuff. But if you look at like you exclude America with this, I finally unbookmarked it because I stopped using it. But if you look at a map of religious devotion, right, America is like the only one in the global north. So I think being in America, we're more reactionary when it comes to religion because of how zealotous religion is in this country. When in Europe, like people who are Christian in Ukraine, they've like been to church 3 times in their entire life. That's Christianity in Ukraine. You know what I mean? Yeah. Okay. So,
and I'm gonna.
So we have an entire LTech episode. We had been wanting to talk about the Siege of Mecca for a long time, so we brought in a creator who does specifically like Muslim history videos. And we do a history of militant Islam. And part of that is talking about the whole story behind the siege on Mecca. And like, we also talk about the Black Decade in there, which is like very unknown.
And I'm going to make a follow-up video to this. I didn't get any other response from Kafals here. I didn't send any more messages because I was just like, okay, there's no point in me wasting my time here.
Baptized cakes and eggs. They baptize them or just bless them? They sprinkle them with holy water and say, you are now baptized. Consecrated. Okay. See, like, there's stuff about Islam that I really like against idolatry. Like, fucking, hell yeah. Let's topple those statues of Lenin.
Yeah. No statues. I am a firm believer in no statues for anybody. Unless it's like a statue representing an idea, there should be no statues of an individual ever.
Jesus' religion used to be a form of ethno-nationalism. Most religion was. Look at the Iraq Civil War.
Can't email her. The only 2, or I guess 3 ways.
She doesn't want to talk to you, bro.
Public Twitch chat. And
like, what are you gonna tell her that like she hasn't heard from other idiots about her critique of Hasan? This is like the most trolled person. Like Tanky's number one enemy is fucking Kafals. I like seeing David's cock in Florence. Okay. You raise a good point. If there's cocks on them, they can stay.
The YouTube videos, which again, I don't think that most people are going to take that seriously. Because I do believe in being able to talk privately about stuff and work that out. But I honestly just wanted to I want to have a conversation with these people. I want to talk about this stuff. I want to be open and honest with all of you guys.
Check this out right on my feed.
That's where.
Active violence against the Medis, right? So they desecrated tombstones of the graves here.
Yeah,
because they're not like the Muslims they're supposed to be. So like Pakistan is another one. So like the guy based the Constitution of Pakistan off Ataturk, but he made it even better. Muhammad al-Jinnah and the Muslim League, right? So they made it so like they literally put Hindus in government to make it balanced, and basically Pakistan technically was a secular state in founding. Like it's a Muslim state that was accepting of all other religions as well.
Yeah.
And then Zia Haq changed that.
Right.
All right, Matt, I'm a little, just in this weird space right now when it comes to making this content and talking about these things, because I get really anxious when, fans of people that I call out come and just dogpile me and, say a bunch of shit.
Statue of Liberty is not a real person, so that's also fine. I guess you could argue David isn't technically real either, but, like Mount Rushmore, Lenin, Marx,
blow it up,
bust,
tear it down.
The statue of Clinton in Kosovo, that especially needs to go. That thing's ugly.
Yeah, get rid of it. All of them. All of the statues of people. Every colonizer statue, fucking tear that shit down. Destroy it. Melt it down and
use it for the bullets.
On Parliament. Yes. Perfect. Melt it down and use it for the bullets. It's perfect. Even better. Fantastic. Love it. Fuck statues.
Yeah, you're full of shit. You don't know what you're talking about. You're just criticizing them for views. You're just using his name.
The
for
Clinton
views.
one
There's a lot of comments
is
on
funny.
my Destiny video that I made that said that again.
go to a
Anytime I talk
museum.
about a specific creator, conservative
It can go to a museum.
Yeah.
or progressive, there's always people that are coming into the videos, with the exception of like Sam only, pretty much. Sam Cedar and Emma Vigeland are pretty much the only two that I talk about. That unless some crazy conservative motherfucker shows up in the comments just to troll me, most of the comments are pretty positive.
Are we trolling?
I don't know if I mentioned this earlier.
This dude has probably had nobody criticize him.
Maybe. It's hard to tell, really. Some people can just ignore it.
Past that I have never posted. I didn't think that they were good videos. I don't think I articulated my points.
Comments are one thing,
and I also again always have that feeling in the back of my mind, that anxious feeling of if I post this video, are people going to come and just shit on me? It is a genuine.
This one, yes, because you said this video was called "The Problem with Discourse Among Progressives." And made it look like you were going to talk about like Keffels and Hasan discourse, but instead it's you crying about how your crush didn't message you back.
That is pretty much what it is.
20-minute video that could have been not a video to begin with. You shouldn't have made this video, period. This could be a Twitter post. I mean, I complain on Twitter constantly.
Thing that I feel, and sometimes it scares me a little bit, and maybe I shouldn't feel like that. That's just me. I mean, it is just me. But that's going to be it for this video. I know that this video is kind of all over the place. It's like I said, I feel really strongly about people misusing their platforms, especially when a lot of these people have bigger platforms than me, and when they use those platforms to say
That's okay. We're technically smaller, so
not even that I just disagree
we're
with,
good. We can shit on them all day since we're slightly smaller.
Information that's incorrect or wrong, or just they make shit up.
Mm-hmm.
It really weighs heavy.
Yeah,
on
like saying that I have a propeller hat. It's not a propeller hat. They make shit up. Their information is wrong. There's clearly no propeller on my hat.
Just I can't. Sometimes I just get to the point where I can't not talk about stuff. Okay, I can't not talk about stuff. So I wear my heart on my sleeve, and I know that most I'm assuming most people in the that are subscribed to me are not people that know me personally. But I wear my heart on my sleeve. It's really hard
Twitter
for me to not talk about stuff that's bothering me, talk about stuff that I feel strongly about.
When I have anxiety, I post on
that's going to be where.
My Twitter activity these days is I go on Twitter, I scroll about 6 posts, I see what's on there, and
I see a femboy, gotta come.
And then I close the app and don't open it for a couple days. It's great. Highly recommend.
I leave this video. This video is a lot longer than I was expecting it to be.
Oh my god!
So here all the way to the end of the video. Congratulations, you listened to me rant and be all over the place for 20 whole minutes now. 20 whole
At
minutes.
least you're self-aware.
Guys, hit the like button. Hit that subscribe button. Press that little bell.
Go ahead. He's asking for your engagement. Oh, that's not very nice.
This video. I don't know if it's going to be out tomorrow or not. I don't know when I'm going to.
No, I was fine.
I will give him a like. No, I will give him a like. He can have one.
In the past that
it's the only one
I disagree with, and I also think are just
All right, go dislike all his other videos now.
Out of the video.
Don't actually. We gotta look at some Disney stuff with Daily Wire to wrap here.
Oh, he's got a Tim Pool one.
Okay, let's save his Tim Pool one for next time.
You know, Daily Wire, yeah?
Yeah, there's a few one about them talking about Disney because they want to do their Snow White. They made a fucking nationalist Snow White because the girl is like, I don't know, is she like, I think she's Latina.
When you leave the scene, I like to.
And didn't Brett Cooper like throw a hissy fit because they replaced her?
Well, I don't know. That's in some of the stuff I sent you. I sent a bunch of them because there's a bunch of people reacting to Daily Wire making an anti-woke Snow White.
Turn to the camera like, gal's mad.
Now, I think it's pretty safe to say that Snow White 2024 by Disney is...
Bro's hat doesn't even fit his head. Are you fucking kidding me with your fucking hat, bro? What are you doing? What is that fucking space on your fucking hat?
Was that the actual actress talking about the Daily Wire's version?
I don't know. I didn't hear.
When you leave the scene, I like turn to the camera like, gal's mad.
Now, I think it's pretty safe to say that Snow White 2024 by Disney is by far going to be the biggest box office failure among Disney throughout all of their other films.
Why am I not crying in public? It's so upsetting. We didn't even see it, but I saw.
It probably will be, because people are sick of these.
None of the Disney live actions are good, though.
Yeah,
that's the point.
Beauty and the Beast was fine.
Disney knows what they're doing. They don't actually care about if this lady can act or not. Just like the Little Mermaid, they do not care. The girl could sing. If you can sing, that's definitely a priority.
And then they had to go and give her an original song.
But Disney is not going to cast a white lady for anything at this point. Knowing the free advertisement Ben Shapiro is going to give them, why would they? It's
exactly.
It's not like a move that's good economics.
Also, Israeli. Ooh.
Who is?
Gal Gadot.
Oh, because Gal Gadot was originally Snow White and they replaced her?
No, I think she's the queen.
Oh.
I think. And that's a good cast for the queen, honestly. I would be interested to see her role more.
You remember that movie Beowulf and they put Angelina Jolie in and they made her tits bigger?
No, I never saw it.
I didn't either. I just know that
That's
they made her
hilarious.
tits bigger because
I didn't know that. That's funny as.
The logo, and I went, that's my name. Snow White's up there, and I cried my eyes out.
The new woke Snow White starring Rachel Zegler. Disney bragging about we're so proud to have a Latina Snow.
Can we just note this Twitter page, please? Everybody,
wokeness.
Everybody, block this page. This
so
page is basically
they're
basically a Libs of TikTok ripoff. They just
I
basically
watched Barbie
retweeted
physically because people were balding.
I watched it because it was a great movie.
Yeah, we have 3 Barbie videos, by the way.
We do. You guys should watch them. They're great. We also roast Ben Shapiro because his review was fucking awful and he missed every single point of the movie. So much so that Brett Cooper was closer. It's very entertaining.
The new woke Snow White starring Rachel Zegler. Disney bragging about we're so proud to have a Latina Snow White. We really love diversity and representation.
In the ever-evolving world of Hollywood, where creativity and controversy often collide, one name has recently captured the spotlight in a whirlwind of emotions and opinions: Rachel Zegler. Known for her mesmerizing performance as Maria in Steven
I
Spielberg's
haven't.
remake
I might.
West Side Story,
I
Zegler
don't know
has
if
been
I
on an
should. It
ascent
seems
to
like
stardom
2
that
people
almost
who are just going to have
But
the
as the
same
saying goes,
ideology
great
agree
fame
on
comes great
and
scrutiny,
disagree on
Zegler found herself
nuances.
at the center of a social media storm, all thanks to her upcoming role as Snow White in a remake by
That
the
costume
Daily
is
Wire.
awful.
Can only be described as a roller coaster of reactions as Rachel Zegler rages against the tide of controversy, leaving fans and critics alike in anticipation, bewilderment, and debate. Disney's latest Snow White, Rachel Zegler, found herself in hot water as she faced heavy criticism on social media. Daily Wire host Matt Walsh and several others joined in the chorus of disapproval as she continued to criticize the original film. In a recently resurfaced video, she went so far as to label the prince as a stalker. The controversy surrounding Zegler and her outspoken views on the beloved classic continues to spark heated debates and discussions across the internet.
I mean, the original cartoon came out in 1937, and very evident.
Is this a safe space for Georges? Yes. I frequently speak about Georgism.
Weird. So we didn't do that this time.
In response, Walsh shared a message on his platform addressing his 2.4 million followers. He tweeted, "Disney is trying a really interesting marketing strategy where the star of the new Snow White spends a year before the movie's release publicly talking about how much she despises Snow White." Conservative radio host Dana Loesch jokes, "They probably couldn't have a Prince Charming in this one because Snow White is so annoying."
She's the former NRA person.
That he'd just let her continue napping. Brandon Morse, editor at Red State, kept it straightforward with his response. Disney's own actors are tearing down Disney's legacy. Due to this, Rachel Ziegler has been through quite a roller coaster ride lately, and she's not holding back when expressing her feelings. It all began when some major Hollywood studios
talk
started
about whatever
blacklisting
savior
her
you
and
want.
taking
I like this girl. Honestly, I like her. Her attitude is great.
Rachel?
Yeah, no, this girl. The actress, whatever her name is.
The Snow White actress.
Mm-hmm.
away some big roles. Disney, in particular, didn't even invite her to the premiere of Snow White 2024. But wait, there's more to this drama. You see, the Daily Wire is a new player in town. They're making their own version of Snow White called Snow White and the Evil Queen, starring Brett Cooper. This twist on the classic tale has hit a nerve with Rachel Ziegler, and this feud has been brewing for weeks.
This is an AI voice for sure. It's voice to text.
Snow White. They're going all out to make it a faithful and, in their words, accurate version. They're sticking to the classic portrayal of Snow White and the Evil Queen, and they're not holding back. Co-founder of the Daily Wire, Jeremy Boring, said, "It's taken 100 years to build Disney." Boring further added, "We know we aren't what Disney is today, but we hope in time we might become what they were. One step at a time."
Boring. He sure is.
A little studio with big ideas and the courage to chase them. While Disney still uses Walt's name, they have all but abandoned his legacy. This
oh my God, bro. Yeah, dude. Maybe because Walt was a fucking Nazi.
Yeah, his legacy of what? Fascism? What the fuck are you talking about? Of like minstrel cartoons? What are you talking about?
Queen is a drag queen. Bro, drag queens love the Evil Queen in Snow White. All of them have been her once for Halloween.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Wire's New Kids Entertainment division. Although no official release date is available, the teaser indicates that the film is on its way and will be hitting screens soon. In a press release, the company referred to the House of Mouse, a well-known term often used to describe Disney. It said, amid a tumultuous time for Disney with its live-action Snow White star Rachel Ziegler publicly disparaging the classic story, contributing to already plummeting favorability ratings for the once iconic company, the Daily Wire announced Monday it will make its own live-action adaptation of the Brothers Grimm fairy tale. At first, some conservative folks weren't thrilled about the casting of Ziegler, a Latina star from West Side Story, to play a character originally described as having skin as
she's
white as
already
snow
been in a
with Brothers
musical.
Grimm
No
story.
shit.
They
Then...
also raised eyebrows when they saw
there you
that
go.
the seven dwarfs, once central to the story, had become a diverse group of magical beings with different sizes and genders. Then, the 22-year-old Ziegler stirred the pot when old comments from last year surfaced during the summer. She didn't seem too...
It was like, wow. We just found out why she got cast. Problem over. Video over. No more issue. What's the problem? Like, fucking hell.
Keen on the original Snow White movie, hinting that the new one would bring a whole new twist to the beloved character. It's safe to say there's been quite a buzz around these changes. Now, Rachel Ziegler is ready to speak out against this whole Snow White battle. She's not happy about the controversy around changing the race of characters, and it seems even Disney has given her the green light to defend their decisions in interviews. Stay tuned because this showdown is far from over. Now, even though she's still not part of the D premiere, here's a crucial update on this ongoing drama. Rachel Ziegler persuaded Disney to let her express her views on social media, specifically Twitter and YouTube. Her target, the Daily Wire and Brett Cooper and their version of Snow White. It's rather unexpected, but Disney has given her
I fucking love this.
They appear to see the Daily Wire's Snow White as a real
Disney
challenge
fighting
and
the Daily Wire. This is
which
amazing.
could impact their bottom line. Ziegler is
That's why I saved a bunch. This is just the intro to it because there's other people ranting about this, and we'll see who does it the best.
This clash of titans is drawing the gaze of Hollywood fans far and wide. Rachel Ziegler, well, she's not exactly known for taking criticism with a smile, especially in a situation.
Why would anyone want the same movie again? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? That's what Hollywood is now. You know why? Because they go, hey, you know what made money? This movie back in the day. Let's just do that again. Because capitalism can't breed innovation.
That stars Rachel Ziegler herself. Now, this is where it gets interesting. Picture this. Next year, we're in for an epic showdown. It's like a head-on collision.
This is exactly why the new Star Wars is bad, because they know you can't do anything. You're giving it free advertising. The worse they make it.
And Disney's Snow White. It's a clash of storytelling giants that's got everyone buzzing. Ziegler is about to kick off a unique campaign. She will wear t-shirts supporting her version of Snow White, where they've swapped the character's race. But that's not all. Behind the scenes, things are getting pretty intense for Ziegler and her team. It seems like Disney has given her the green light to speak out against the Daily Wire's version to use Ziegler as a direct spokesperson.
Oh my God,
They're
you've said this
firmly in
already,
her corner.
AI.
Even those t-shirts she and her team are planning have Disney's stamp of approval. And that's not all. Disney is also talking seriously with Comedy Central about an upcoming South Park episode. They're really not happy about it, especially because it's poking fun at the idea of race and gender swapping in Snow White. On the other hand, the Daily Wire Snow White is all about sticking to the original story. They're urging everyone to watch their version rather than what they call Disney's atrocity. It's a battle of creativity and values and getting more intriguing by the minute. Snow White and the Evil Queen.
Hi.
I'm sure anyone who subscribes to Daily Wire Plus does not watch this new Snow White with a Latina in it.
Newsflash. Snow White isn't an original story.
Got him.
Is scheduled to debut in 2024, while Disney's version of Snow White is hitting theaters on March 22nd, 2024. As for the Daily Wire project, Disney has yet to provide any immediate comments or responses. The battle between these two adaptations continues to unfold. Ziegler's reaction to all of this shows that she has a tough time handling criticism or any kind of response to what Disney is doing with these iconic characters.
Let's see a reaction.
You said this already.
Ages. We're not just talking
All right,
about
next
Disney.
video.
Snow
This
White's
one is just repeating itself because it's AI. More AI slop. I can't wait till Daily Wire makes $0 off of this fucking movie. Like, bro, you could literally pick any episode. What was the Disney show?
Welcome back to the comment section.
They were in real life. It's like Enchanted, but it's like real life. And it was
Once Upon a Time.
Once Upon a Time. You could pick any episode of Once Upon a Time, and it's going to be better than whatever Daily Wire makes here. And I fucking hated that show.
I didn't mind it.
My abusive fiance used to love it and watch it all the time, and I would laugh at how bad the effects are in it.
They're so bad, but it's like Riverdale, right? So bad it's good. You know what I mean?
No,
it's like all these.
I don't understand what you mean because I've never seen
Australian TV dramas that have been going for 40 years. They're fucking awful.
You'll watch nothing and be happy. Be happy.
Talking yet again about another Disney remake because that is a huge topic of conversation online because they won't stop doing them. No. That is how they're making their money these days.
I want to know why they
are losing money.
And now Daily Wire is doing a remake of a Disney movie. Ha ha ha! Fucking idiots. Same fucking thing, you morons.
Remakes work. Now, a few weeks ago, pictures from the new Snow White live-action remake went viral, and people
Is there
have a field day with it, rightfully so,
Little
because it
House
looks
on the
absolutely
Prairie
atrocious.
remake thing that they had, where it's like Trouble on the Prairie Dogs, and everyone said that it was fucking dog shit.
Never heard of that.
I guarantee you, Lady Ballers is like their best movie.
Ridiculous. First of all, there was only one actual dwarf, the token dwarf, and the rest of them literally look like crackheads that are stumbling out of a San Francisco Whole Foods. And also, we were reminded that the girl playing Snow White isn't actually Snow White, after all, which should not have surprised anybody. It is 2023. You can't hire a white girl to play Snow White. Anyway, to be honest, the actress's race and the crackhead dwarves have become the least of my concerns after what I saw the last couple of weeks. Before we get into this, though, make sure that you like this video, subscribe to the channel if you have not already, and ring that notification bell so that you never miss a comment section.
The costume is so bad.
Okay, so this new live-action Snow White is actually written by Greta Gerwig, who also wrote Barbie.
Are you serious?
Lady Bird and Princess Han.
Seriously?
Are you serious? Okay, I'm back in for Disney Snow White now.
Yeah, I'm back in too. What the fuck? If she does something with that movie like she did with Barbie, I'm down.
I'm back in.
I am
totally
Brett
Cooper is gonna fucking love it, and it's funny because she's playing the white Snow White, and she's gonna end up loving this because Brett Cooper fucking loves Greta Gerwig. We know this because we made an entire video about her talking about
herself.
Greta Gerwig. Yeah, Greta Gerwig is literally her favorite director. Barbie was okay. Okay, now you're gonna get banned. Just kidding.
Stay later.
No, just kidding. I would say Barbie is okay too. It's overhyped.
Watch our Barbie movies.
But I respect it because it finally gave women something to watch besides Avengers, you know?
Barbie, but also she's one of my
this
favorite
Avengers movie is going to have a girl in it, girls. Oh, it bombed. It was the worst one yet. Hey, guess what? We're doing it again. Uh-oh, COVID. Lady Bird was better. I haven't seen Lady Bird yet, so I'm very poor.
Barbie, but
Also,
So
she's one of my
it's hard
favorite
to see
writers
indie
and
movies.
directors. I've
There you
liked
go,
her
she
since
just
high
did it.
school, so this pains me because what she is doing with Snow White seems absolutely terrible.
Dude, I trusted you. I trusted her.
Because she's involved, I want to believe that this movie will have some redeeming qualities. Will I actually watch it? Probably not. But I hope that it does for those of
Yes,
you
you
who
will.
watch it. But the lead
United States for
actresses,
Barbie
Rachel Zegler
haters.
and Gal Gadot, are making it very, very difficult for me to believe that there's anything redeeming about this project whatsoever. Now, I am sure that we have all seen this viral clip, but let's just watch again.
You said you were bringing a modern edge to it on stage. What do you mean by that?
I just mean that it's no longer 1937, and we absolutely wrote a Snow White that is
not going to be saved by the prince.
She's not going to be saved by the prince. She's dreaming about becoming the leader she knows she can be,
Oh.
and the leader that her late father told her that she could be if she was fearless, fair, brave, and true.
Oh my god, it's a really incredible story. You're making this girl boss story based on an important father figure. Her father tells her to be brave and strong. Don't you think that there's a,
Don't they always
something
talk about
redeeming
father
Is
figures?
Arya Stark not cool
That's
as fuck now?
Yeah, she was always the coolest. She was always the best character.
I can't put that on screen, but I hope she does call the queen that.
This is the first time I noticed that, even though I've watched this like 6 times now.
Just a
That's
really
weird.
incredible story for I think young people everywhere to see themselves in.
Snow White is running for president.
I'm launching my
Now this has to be
campaign.
before
I am. Why do they look so
they put Brett
smug?
Cooper in her own movie, right?
I think so, yeah. Because what? 5 months ago.
How long? When did they announce this shit? We'll see, because she'll advertise her own role
Yeah.
if they've already planned it.
Yeah.
They both have that look on their face, just like the feminists, like, yeah, we're so much better than you. Anyway, so apparently,
They are
according to
better
them,
than
and
you.
according to the writers of Snow White and Disney, women can't even want to be in love anymore. That's some outdated construct.
I'm fucking better than
that was
you.
back in
I
the
know.
30s when women
I
actually
joke
wanted to
that
be around
Jack's
men.
allowed
Actually,
to say it, but even then, YouTube will ban us if we keep throwing that shit around. We've already been demonetized for the Houthis shit, so
Yeah, exactly. We're already demonetized.
Yeah,
and
so
I'm Australian,
yeah.
and if they ban us
So
for
we've
me
al-
saying cunt, it's
No,
racism.
But the thing is, when the reapplication comes up, they're gonna fucking grade us again and keep banning us.
Right. But yeah, it's
Anyways,
it's
yeah,
Australian- it's
we've been
native Australian
demonetized.
language.
YouTube took ads off her videos because they're against small creators making
Mhm.
journalism and neutral content. So make sure to
Yep.
sub to our Patreon for $1 or more.
Please.
Look, there it is. There's the link going across the screen. You could be there.
Exclusive videos and uncensored let them eat cakes. We are a press.
And soon there'll be
Independent press.
I'm working on the first movie review thing, which is like
Mm.
not actually a review thing. But I see all these things. So you know how they like the meta was like give Pakistani tribal people food and film it.
Yeah.
So they started doing that, but it's with them watching American movies like Jurassic Park. And they're just supposed to talk the entire time, right? Because if they're talking the entire time, then they can cut all the clips together because they're
Mhm.
always talking about, oh my God, blah, 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 blah. And that's like a small thing with the movie. So I was like, look, if they're doing this and they're posting it directly to YouTube, we can do the same thing and post it to like a paywall.
That'll be good.
wanted to be in love. Like, even though women in 2023, we still come home. Even the most girl bossy feminist girls out there that I know, they still come home. They cuddle up on the couch, and you know what they watch? Rom-coms. They watch rom-coms and BBC Jane Austen adaptations,
Okay.
and they eat ice cream because at the end of the day, we're
That's
still
her.
women.
This is
we
her
still wanna be
projecting
in
again.
love, and
Brett
we still
Cooper loves
like
Jane
men, and we
Austen
still wanna
adaptations.
find a man
I've
to
watched
treat us well. But
watched
nope,
maybe
nope.
3 Brett Cooper videos, and I know this. So
That is a very outdated social construct. Can't have that anymore. That makes us weak and makes us look bad, even though that is literally who we are. That is not a bad
there's a Vaush
thing. Like,
video.
oh my gosh,
I
it
might
is
have put it
so-
in the list, but it's him basically talking about how straight women are evil. And I saved. I previewed it. I was like, this is actually funny, so I saved it. So maybe we'll look at that sometime if it's on the list. I'm not sure. We're
Not
definitely
today.
finishing today with this Daily Wire nonsense, though. There's a
yeah.
few of these though.
Yeah, there is.
1930s, got to move away from that. Now it's funny because these seem to be
What's
the
funny?
only talking points that these two actresses have been given because they are regurgitating them in literally every
Almost,
single
it's
interview.
almost like
have
they
done,
work for Disney.
Yeah.
with the same smugness and pleasure around it. Here's another one, again, just as insufferable as the first.
The cartoon was made 85 years ago. It's extremely dated when it comes to the ideas of women
Sure.
being in roles of power. And
Especially the rape.
That's not cool. Yeah, should probably change that.
Yeah, she's asleep. She didn't consent to this.
Not cool.
What a woman is fit for. Snow White has to learn a lot of lessons about coming into her own power before she can come into power over a kingdom.
She's not going to be saved by the prince, and she's the proactive one, and she's the one who set the terms, is what makes it so relevant to where we are today.
She's the proactive one, even though she literally gets saved. Like the whole story is
based.
Legend. Thank you. We appreciate it.
Now as long as
we will
can pay
add
our
your
screen
name.
guard bill.
We will add your name.
her getting saved. She gets manipulated. She eats the poisonous apple. The prince has to come and save her. Is she just gonna like wake up like some kind of zombie from the dead? Like, here we go, I'm back up again. You don't need to know. Like, the whole narrative with her and the prince is her being saved. It makes no sense. It's almost laughable. Also relevant for today, like Al Gadot saying that. Disney, have you ever considered that your
Brett
fairy
Cooper's about to
tales
star in a
have
movie where
actually
she's
stood the
asleep the whole time?
Mm-hmm.
Hilarious.
Top tier. Actress.
Hilarious.
Oscar nod.
test of time because they are always relevant, because that is what a fairy tale is, because they have timeless universal values and lessons that any person, regardless of their age, regardless of their generation, could connect to. That is why they are so important. That is why they have been around for hundreds of years. You didn't start these fairy tales. Grimm's fairy tales, that's where they came from. People love these for a reason, because of the values. You don't need to make this girl bossy to make it relevant for young women. That's totally beside the point. Maybe we don't need to reimagine this. Somebody commented and said, the Disney animation of Snow White was here to encourage the people during the Depression/war. She is patient and kind, which gives her her wish. Somebody else said Snow White is kind, hopeful, resilient. Those are traits worth representing. Nope, not anymore. Outdated. If a woman is kind, that means that she is weak. We cannot have that anymore, ladies. You must be bossy at all times. You must be bratty, smug, and single and unhappy. Then you will be relevant. Overall, since those first photos came out from set last month, people have just gotten progressively more angry about this entire project. Like, basically nobody is happy. That Rachel Zegler and Gal Gadot interview talking about this dumbass new Snow White live action movie is so funny. Everyone working on this movie seems to hate the original. Why didn't we just make a brand new movie? I don't know, Jack. I ask that every single time I do one of these episodes. I would really, really love to know. There's a couple of TikToks. I mean, they've been all over my For You page right now, which I really appreciate.
Adriana Castellotti walked so that you could run Miss Ma'am. This role would not exist for you if that role had not existed for her in 1937. I know that you've rewritten it, and it's going to be about
oh my God, lady. Pick a better angle for yourself here, okay? We're just seeing up your nose. You look like a fucking Hey Arnold character.
Exactly what we want.
Bitches
there are
leave.
women in this world who want that fairy tale.
The tweet they pulled up had 0 likes and retweets. Is that what we're saying? Did that happen?
You
I
are
missed
talking
that.
down
I
on
hope
the
that's
first
true.
full-length animated feature in history. Generations upon generations, decades upon.
Why didn't we just make?
Oh my God. Amazing.
What does it say?
Zero. Nothing. No engagement. 200 views. 200
And that's what she picked. Because all they did was look. You can see it too. All they did is keyword search.
Yeah.
And take a fucking screen cap.
Lazy.
Make a brand new movie. I don't know, Jack. I ask that every single time I do one of these.
I told you, fucking stop yelling at me.
Look, they're making the Slender noise when he get you for her. Because she the Slender
Such a good
Man
TikTok.
coming to get you.
Everything she said.
Does she
is so
advertise
accurate.
her movie?
I
Is
understand
that
women
out
do not
yet?
want to rescue themselves, 'cause that's what
She
we do
doesn't have
literally
her
every
white
single day.
mic
Thank you,
stand. They redid her set. It's so much worse.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
Feminism. Thank you very, very much. Maybe
And
we
I
don't
talk
want to
shit
see
about that
in
curtain
a
in the
movie.
background.
When that is literally what happens every single day. Let women have their fairy tales. That is the point
Okay.
of this
Nobody's
entire episode.
taking
Here's
them
another
from
one.
This sounds like the end of the video, and you know what? It would have been good had it ended there, but there's 10 minutes
Crazy.
left.
They're making the 1930 Snow White version illegal.
What?
She's saying let women have their fairy tales.
Uh-huh.
Nobody's taking them.
This guy was spot on.
She's not going to be saved by the prince, and she's the proactive one.
Okay, but why? Why?
This is the part I really liked
Why
about the
not?
Barbie movie when they said, why can't
Because
they
it's
just be an ordinary
written by
Barbie?
Greta
I
Gerwig,
love
maybe.
that. Because the point of Snow White's fairy tale, isn't that she's going to try and become a leader. That was never in the original fairy tale. That's not part of Snow White's story. She's not supposed to be this girl boss, leader, queen, feminist icon. And I don't know why every reimagining, it has to be that the woman is in a position of power.
Because we are in a matriarchy, sir. That's why.
Snow White in the original fairy tale survived 3 different assassination attempts. She lives for free in the dwarf's house and just bakes whatever she wants. She makes her own food. She's pretty much free to do whatever she wants. And Snow White was manipulated into taking a bite of that apple. It wasn't because she wasn't proactive enough or because she wasn't, you know, this feminist, go-getting leader woman. She took a bite of that apple because she was manipulated to. There was a really powerful older woman who was manipulating her the whole time.
Also, it's funny to me when they're talking about being proactive.
I hate
and making
woke
this all
media
relevant,
discourse.
as if
It's so
manipulation does not
boring.
happen in 2023. As if young people.
I just want to get to the part where they say that the actress playing Snow White is mad because Brett Cooper is the new Snow White. Because I sent one of those videos.
It'll get there eventually.
Is it
Are
in
still
this
not
one?
easily swayed. Like, wasn't Snow?
There is another Rachel Ziegler one. Do you want to just go to that one and end on that one?
Yeah, let me check my actual watch later things.
Okay.
White 14 or 15 in the original story? I'm sorry that at that age, she didn't know everything, that she was not the girl bossiest feminist leader queen yet. Like, I'm sorry that's not good enough for you. That's just the story. This is still relevant. Being a young, innocent person, that's something we have all experienced. That is relevant in itself. Again, the values are timeless. You do not need to change them.
I don't know why, in order to make a film more progressive, the woman can't have a focus on love or finding true love. They almost act like it's something to make fun of. When even in the original cartoon, she sings one song about finding her true love. The prince is in the movie for like a minute. Snow White wanted to find true love. That's fine.
And in that minute, he rapes her.
What's the other one you have called?
What?
What's the other one you have called?
Other what?
You said there's another Rachel Ziegler one?
Yeah, it says it's Rachel Ziegler goes off on Brett Cooper for replacing her as Snow White. Which I am assuming is the one that you're talking about.
Well, so this one right here, that one was the AI one, I assume, the one that I just sent you. That we just watched. So the other one is some other conservative saying something stupid.
No, this one isn't AI. This is something different.
Oh, that's what I meant. Is that okay? Yeah.
So this is All right. Do we want to move to that one?
Well, I just want to look at that one because the last one I definitely have here. The last one to wrap up on is definitely this one, and I think you'll agree that one is definitely the one to end on.
When the female Ben Shapiro puts a target on your back,
yes, this is the one that originally started me down the rabbit hole.
Cooper is the newest it girl at the conservative Daily Wire. Love her or hate her, she's the Gen Z star.
Look, man, I kind of like her, to be completely honest.
I kind of could care less.
I kind of like her.
She's like the least insufferable person.
Yeah. Like that's what I mean. Is like
wait. The new TNT. What's fucking not Adam Friedland, but the other guy from Cumtown has a special, and he's talking about like how it's crazy they have Splinter with that voice. And
yeah,
like, it's like one of the funniest bits in that special.
It's just
like,
the rat voice.
it's like they're like, oh, you can't do racist comedy anymore. Okay, checkmate. Look at this bit.
Or all of Kill Tony.
For spilling the tea on a channel that was boring and lifeless. And this time, she has come after her fellow Snow White, Rachel Ziegler, who isn't exactly winning the popularity contest in the high school that Hollywood is. Well, Brett Cooper might have won the prom queen with her latest popular video on YouTube.
She seems cool. I'd be.
Splinter is voiced by Jackie Chan. Are you serious? That's fucking awesome.
That's even better. It's not even a voice. That's hilarious.
Real quick. So first things first, why is Rachel Ziegler being dragged on the internet?
She's not going to be safe with the prince, and she's not going to be dreaming about true
Listen.
love. She's dreaming about becoming the leader she knows she can.
Everyone, that's part of the American and colonialism. Everyone had to be Protestantized in their names. Blame Protestants, not Americans.
We have a soundbite for that.
We have a
Hold
few.
on. Where are they?
Technically.
So we can start killing the Protestants
No,
now
Michael,
tonight,
that's
can't
not
we?
what this is about.
Wait, I got another one.
Could you give us some of your political beliefs?
Kill everyone now. Condone first-degree murder.
Beat the hell black and tan. Newsflash, people, love is officially dead. Sounds a bit whack, right? This is why the newest Snow White for
Ugly
Disney has
costume.
lost the people's favorite vote dramatically. The drama starts with a viral clip of Zegler's interview where she talks about giving a modern edge to Disney's Snow White by not introducing a male love interest in the movie. That's right.
Great
the
decision.
super mega heartthrob Prince Florian won't be making any appearance in the film whatsoever.
Great decision.
So if you were hoping to relive a "they lived happily ever after" moment while watching the movie, you might want to make some alternative.
You know why I'm happy about this? Give me something different.
Yeah. You know, there's
This
a
might have
Bella from
legs.
Twilight Snow White movie. Was that any good?
Nope.
Did you see it?
Yep. Was not good. There was also the Snow White and the Huntsman movies.
I thought that was the Bella.
Is that
from Twilight
those
one.
ones? Oh, okay. Like the movies themselves.
Her name's
were
Kristen
fine.
Stewart. Why do I feel like
Yeah.
that's somebody who was in Charlie's Angels?
Because she was.
Kristen Stewart?
Yeah, the remake. The Charlize Theron remake.
What are you? No way! No
Yeah.
way! There is another Charlie's Angels. And
Did you not know this?
No, that's so funny.
And they cast
Oh, she was in Zithra.
yeah.
Zithra is a fucking awesome movie.
Yeah. She's in so much stuff that you wouldn't even know.
She's a great
And
actress.
She is.
Oh yeah,
she's fantastic.
she's in the Camp X-Ray movie where it's about a guard falling in love with a Gitmo prisoner, but Camp X-Ray literally wasn't like the facility that they're showing.
Yeah.
It's when they kept them in cages outside.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she's good. She just can't emote well. She's gotten better though. Yeah, okay, it was those ones. What else was she in?
It would be really cool if we made movies that weren't things before. Look, I heard because Barbie went well, we're finally getting that Stretch Armstrong movie.
Which will just turn into another Disney fucking remake bullshit. Have you seen American Ultra?
No.
So American Ultra is basically an MK Ultra
Wasn't
story.
it written by that dude who was a rapist?
I don't know.
Chat, let me know.
Who are you talking about?
The guy who's a legendary director's son and used his status to like rape women.
Give me a second.
Chat will know if they know. Hit play.
Okay.
Plans. Fans were already
Max
upset that
Landis?
Disney had made
Yes,
massive
rapist.
changes to the original.
Really?
Yes.
Interesting.
Big time.
It's a good story.
Chronicle writer guy. Yes, him. Big time.
Wait, Chronicle? Really?
Yep, big time. Big time rapist.
What the fuck?
He's literally no. He's literally the reason why Me Too started.
Crazy, really.
Yeah.
Adventureland is a good movie. You're 100% correct. And American Ultra is like a I fucking love it. It's got Jesse Eisenberg in
His
it.
dad
too.
was too. I didn't know about that, but I'm not surprised because especially back in the what's funny is like I don't think Jerry Seinfeld makes his point the right way, but somebody's interviewing him and said, "Is there a Hollywood problem?" And like the way he responds is like not exactly right, but the whole point is that he's trying to make is that it's a society problem, but he doesn't express it the right way.
Yeah. It's
What-
such a hard thing to express though. That's the problem. And
Well,
this
the
is problem
reporter
we've
didn't
been having.
have him elaborate on that point. She asked
Yeah.
more like leading questions about other things in Hollywood.
Right. Yeah.
So it didn't come off very cool. But like it's like so true that like it really was not a Hollywood thing. Men abusing positions of power. These people just are famous enough to have people care when they came forward, and that's the only reason why it changed.
Yeah, exactly. That's all it was, is that these people had positions significant enough to matter. And the positions of power were that out of whack.
Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs that was released in 1937. But that anger was only limited to the visuals of the movie. A Latina character was cast for a racially white-skinned Snow White, and the new adaptation didn't have any singular titular frame on the dwarfs. The backlash became such a moment on the internet that people were calling for a Disney is over party. Ultimately, the franchise had to change the movie's name to Snow White solely.
Disney, they called for Disney to be over. Wow. Epic. Wow, you showed them.
Only
yeah.
One actual dwarf in the movie. Yep, Brett Cooper wasn't the only person to notice that weird out-of-touch detail. Her stands rallied behind her instantly.
What are you talking? There's
because
all of
Disney
them
was
are
selling a
in there.
movie
We've
that
seen
was
this.
completely opposite to its title.
I only think
But,
one
oh
is
boy,
a dwarf, though.
Oh, the other
Yeah.
are special boys.
Or they might just be normal.
There's like a knockoff
regular
one.
people.
You know, like one of those like knockoff Italian animations.
Mm.
And it says something like it's Snow White and the Seven Special Boys. It might be a video game or something. I think it was something I saw in Cinemassacre where they talk about this ripoff.
Yeah.
The Twilight Zone thing. Okay. For some reason I feel like I know what you're talking about, but I don't remember hearing about this. But when I hear the Twilight Zone, all I think about is dead Vietnamese children.
What?
Because the 2 Vietnamese kids died filming the
When?
Twilight Zone movie. They got their heads cut off.
Oh, yes, the helicopter
Yeah,
crash.
they weren't even
Yeah.
like legal citizens.
Yeah.
Like they literally like didn't have like the permits to even work in these.
It changed Hollywood, didn't it?
I don't know.
I'm pretty sure it did. Yeah, wild. But that was the new one. I think John Landis was the host of the original Twilight Zone, if I'm...
Oh, John Landis oversaw it. John Landis is like huge. He was like one of the powerhouses. So him abusing his power, I wouldn't be surprised. But Max Landis literally did "Don't you know who my dad is?" shit to people.
Oh my god.
Like he could blacklist anyone because of his dad.
Insane.
And then he used that for a power motive to do his crimes.
Fuck that guy.
Did he?
Fuck
I hope he fucking Did anyone take him to court or anything? Probably not, because there's no justice in this world.
Yeah, probably not. Anyway, it's almost 5 hours, so let's fucking
let's finish
through this
It
shit.
was the least of Brett Cooper's worries. What really set her off was Rachel's comment on how women do not need to find love. It's 2023 after all, and not 1937.
Yes.
So another newsflash, besties. Snow White isn't getting saved by a prince anymore because, according to Zegler, he's just a creepy man. And the last thing she would want to do in her movies was to be dependent on a prince who is madly in love with her character.
You know, the original cartoon came out in 1937, and very evidently so.
Damn, Max Landis still posted.
Like, I'm just confused how she's not white enough. Like, what the fuck are they complaining about? Like, do they want her to be like held inside her entire life?
Yeah, well, they even said that they're changing the term of fairness.
What do you mean? As in like the
because the fairest one of all, they said it's changed.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting. I think changing it to like most earnest of all would be a good one.
Mm-hmm.
I agree. She is gorgeous. And I love her attitude that she's just like, fuck all these people.
Yeah, it's going to be another slam dunk for Greta Gerwig. I can tell you already. Just like how Barbie was.
Yep. I think you're 100% correct. And she is this confident because I think she is confident in her production skills, in her direction skills.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's what's going on here. And what we're witnessing is a power play. And Daily Wire is fucking walking.
It's going to be the first
right
live action Disney that's good. Plus, Greta's only writing as well. She probably wouldn't want to direct under Disney because who would want that?
Yeah, they would take
What
a
a
lot of control.
nightmare.
Yeah. Maybe it won't be, unless she's like an executive producer and she has some kind of say in the direction. Then maybe, but like if she's just writing and it's left to another producer, it could go either way.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see.
Story, with a guy who literally
I might white crime it and pay for another movie and go see it.
stalks her. Weird.
In the upcoming
is
movie,
weird.
Snow White will follow the advice given by her late father, and instead of tying the knot with Prince Florian, she will forge her own destiny. You'd think Rachel wouldn't add fuel to the fire that was already galvanizing online and beyond.
Feed
Nope.
that shit,
The actress
son.
went ahead and blasted an entire tank of gasoline by labeling Prince Florian a creepy stalker
Love it.
who gets obsessed with the ethereal beauty of Snow White.
Love it.
So by removing his character altogether, they're doing a public service for women.
Get him, Rachel.
Now that's a classic
Get 'em.
recipe for getting canceled on, at least on one side of the internet. Yikes.
Okay,
And
I
of
guess
course, Brett
Wow.
Cooper wasn't
Wow.
in any
there's
of
a
it.
Netflix Chronicles of Narnia movie that Gerwig is
Mm.
also writing.
Yeah, did you not know that she's doing Chronicles of Narnia?
No, I could care less about that Jesus shit.
Well, that's why it's interesting. Because I'm pretty sure she's not the most religious person.
She wrote for China, Illinois. That's funny.
Huh.
10 episodes. That's
So
funny.
I'm very, very interested to see what she does with the Narnia stuff, because it has potential, I think. Look at what she did with Barbie. Of all things, what a random fucking movie to have that kind of message.
Mm-hmm.
Right? She's been given a Catholic film, a Catholic story. Right?
Is it okay if I hang out? Duh. We're
Like,
not
what
going to
the
be online
fuck?
much longer, though.
Yeah, maybe like 20 minutes.
We'll see how long it takes us to get through this fucking video.
Yeah, she's not Catholic. The story is Catholic. I'm
Yeah,
curious.
Narnia
what
is like
she's gonna do
all
with the
Catholic
story.
Jesus stuff.
Yeah,
It was like I remember Harry Potter was big, and it was like the thing they were pushing on kids instead of Harry Potter, being like, you know what's
yeah.
better than Harry Potter? Chronicles of Narnia.
They were good movies.
Are you? I don't know. I haven't.
You never watched them?
No, I don't care.
Interesting, because I when I watched them, I only found out.
I just know
recently
that there's
they
a
were
goat
Catholic.
man named Mr. Tumnus, and I want to bang him. Right? He was a hot to trot guy, right, Mr. Tumnus?
Yeah.
Everyone,
it was like the
everyone, let me
first
know.
one I used to be.
Everyone, let me know if you would fuck Mr. Tumnus.
Also, it's kind of funny that this is like a Snow White PR disaster.
Okay,
Do you know
I
who
think
this
he was
is?
hotter in the Scary Movie ripoff.
Do you see this little symbol in the top left corner here? This is fucking Sky News. Irrelevant.
On one side of the
Shut the
internet.
fuck up.
Yikes. And of course, Brett Cooper wasn't having any of it. She came for Zegler for assuming that every woman is tired of the idea of love and that they don't want to build a life with men anymore because that was just a trend and we're...
You know what this is exactly the same as? This is exactly the same as the conservative reaction to Black Lives Matter. This response right here from Brett Cooper on the Daily Wire is literally all lives matter. That's what they're doing, which makes it even more cringe.
So over it. Apparently not, though. The way Brett Cooper responds to Zegler instantly made her popular in the comments section.
Launching my campaign.
I am. Why do they look so smug? They both have that look on their face, just like the feminists, like, yeah, we're so much better than you. Anyway.
Snow White can girl boss all she wants, and she can still come home to a man. Or maybe she can get married to Prince Florian like she does in the original. And that technically shouldn't impact her capacity to become a leader. But nope, Zegler believes that
I'm
love
fucking
and
better than
leadership
you.
can't coexist. And Cooper could have pulled out some receipts. There's no doubt that Brett is the queen diva of the
Timing
Daily
off.
Wire. She holds multiple degrees, was a successful child actor,
Was
got
she?
her own show on a big channel, and then she
Did
finally
she?
got a ring on her finger as well. Fans were quick to point out how Zegler's generalization is gross because...
Look, man, getting a role on a show for the company that you already work for, who's known to be very incestuous with
No,
their media
I
production
think
and
she
only
was on
casting
something
people.
else, and they pulled her from that.
Okay, I could be wrong, but my point still stands. Like, Daily Wire is notorious for being very
Yeah,
incestuous.
she was on
with their
Heathers for the
casting.
Paramount Network.
Ah, interesting.
Which I'm not sure if you've seen Heathers, but that's a big time
haven't.
like girl movie from my era, even before me.
Hey, women can do it all, from girl bossing to romancing. Both Zegler and Gal Gadot, who plays the evil queen, have done
Hey,
a
I
bunch of
fucking told you. Did I not call that?
What?
I fucking knew it. I'm like, she has to be playing the queen, right?
Who, Gal Gadot?
Yeah, she's like the perfect cast for it. She's tall, right?
She's evil.
You sure, right? You stick her in an evil costume, and you film from a certain angle. You can make her look massive and imposing. That'd be great. Camera tricks.
Reviews about making the
CGI.
movie relevant again. And well, those words didn't go well with the internet community at all. Maybe Rachel Zegler is just in her fumbling.
I don't give a fuck because
flop
Twitter's
era,
not a real
but
place.
She isn't leaving any single opportunity to not get devoured by hate parties on Twitter. People are complaining that the cast of the movie clearly misunderstood the assignment, as they can't understand that fairy tales are timeless.
There's an acting credit for Brett Cooper in the comments section with Brett Cooper. And it's for one episode, Brett the 50s housewife. So she did a little character thing.
That's hilarious.
And then
It's
put a
so
fucking
funny that
credit
that's a
on her
credit.
IMDb for it.
That's so funny.
When Brett Cooper decided to wear her superhero cape and just save her fans from the misery of watching an iteration of Snow White that isn't actually Snow White.
It doesn't say that she's
Watch
got a
out,
credit
people,
for the
because there
longest
are
yard. That's what I thought that clip was from, where she was in football gear.
Which longest yard?
I assumed the one with Adam Sandler, she was in football gear or something. I don't know.
The fuck?
I just assumed. I was like, hey, football movie of the past.
Where is it?
When he was like, she was a child actor and she was in football, and it wasn't that long ago. He literally just said it. She was an accomplished child actor and in her own TV series.
It'll be...
Every woman is tired of the idea of love over it. Apparently not, though. The way Brett Cooper responds to Zegler instantly made her popular in the comments.
On their face, just like...
And she can still come home to a man. Or maybe she can get married to Prince Florian like she does in the original. And that technically shouldn't impact her capacity to become a leader. But nope, Zegler believes that love and leadership can't coexist. And Cooper could have pulled out some receipts. There's no doubt that Brett is the queen diva of the Daily Wire. She holds multiple degrees, was a success.
See, what's this?
Badges. No, it's not the longest yard. Unless there was a newer one.
With Adam, I was just thinking with Adam Sandler, you know?
That was like 2007.
I don't know. I just saw footballer said, hey, that's a football movie. Gotta be the longest yard.
Successful child actor, got her own show on a big channel, and then she finally got a ring on her finger as well. Fans were quick to point out how Zegler's generalization is gross because, hey, women can do it all, from girl bossing to romancing. Both Zegler and Gal Gadot, who plays the evil queen, have done a bunch of interviews about making the movie relevant again. And well, those words didn't go well with the internet community at all. Maybe Rachel Zegler is just in her fumbling/flop era, but she isn't leaving any single opportunity
This guy's so
to
fucking
not get
annoying.
devoured by hate parties on Twitter. People are complaining that the cast of the movie clearly misunderstood the assignment, as they can't understand that fairy tales are timeless. So this is when Brett Cooper decided to wear her superhero cape.
Them making a different adaptation of the story does not erase the previous story. Shut the fuck up. Just go watch your 1930s cartoon with your sexual assault and shit, and shut the fuck up. Nobody gives a shit. This is so fucking pointless.
And just save her fans
Like there
from
are
the misery.
there are genocides happening, and this is what people are fucking complaining about.
Of watching an
Shut the
iteration of Snow
fuck
White
up.
that isn't actually Snow White. Watch out, people, because there are 2 Snow Whites in the town, and both have reportedly decided that either of them has to be exiled. Yep, the drama got far more
What?
twisted.
Who do you
They
think's gonna
keep
win?
advertising this like Rachel Zegler actually responded to
Yeah.
Brett Cooper saying this. I've seen nothing.
Yeah.
I've seen nothing showing that she's said shit.
Mm-hmm. Also, if we're really gonna have a battle between the Daily Wire and Disney, I'm back Disney. I don't know about you. It's a safer bet.
Than you could have ever imagined. The Daily Wire pulled off an ultimate Chad
they?
move that no one saw coming. Rachel
Oh
Zegler
no!
must have stumbled.
Nobody
Okay,
saw
the
this
movie
coming.
she was in, where she's in football gear, is called Shots Fired. I was looking way too far back because I forgot that Brett Cooper is literally like 18.
Stumbled real hard when she heard about it. You see, the Daily Wire is making their own version of a live-action version of the movie Snow White and the Evil Queen.
It's a show.
And guess who's playing the princess in the much-hyped version of the film?
She's not even
B
in
to the
like
R,
the top billing.
Brett Cooper herself.
Huh?
I said it's a show. She's not even in the top billing.
She's a sub character. She's probably like a high school person in the background.
Believe it or not, Cooper's version of the film is rumored to give Disney major competition.
Uh-huh.
While the Daily Wire's movie will only be available on Bent.
So, how did the last Daily Wire movie do?
Good.
What was it called? Let's have a look.
Little House on the Prairie.
Is it actually?
She was born in 2001. She's just over. She's literally graduated college. She took a break from acting to pursue college, is what she said.
That's right. It was Run.
Lady Ballers is the last one technically, but I'm sure Jack is thinking of something else.
Lady Ballers.
Yeah, do you even know what Lady Ballers is?
No.
Oh my god, bro.
I think it's this one, this Run, Hide, Fight thing.
Oh, the one that's about school shootings.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Jesus.
It's about fighting back against school shooters and stuff. I'm telling you, the Little House on the Prairie one was like their big one. Don't tell them about Lady Ballers.
Terror on the Prairie.
There you go.
Uh-huh.
Little Terrorist on the Prairie. So Lady Ballers, here, you ready for the joke?
Uh-huh.
You remember Joanna Man?
No.
The movie?
No.
Okay, so the movie Joanna Man is about this guy who basically fails his NBA career. So he takes on a alter ego to play in the WNBA, and the alter ego, her name is Joanna Man. And then the conflict is that he ends up like falling in love with somebody who's on the team or something. Or maybe he plays on the team to get closer to his ex who didn't want to be with him or something. And then he has this confliction where he has to come out that he's not Joanna Man, he's actually this other guy. But he knows it will, like, he's lying and he's in that. It's like the typical, like, oh, you're lying, but you actually fell in love and now you can't come clean. That typical archetype story. So anyway, not an original story, but it's about a bunch of dudes who decide to become women to play basketball. That's their plot for their movie, right?
Oh, this is the Daily Wire movie?
Yes.
Yes, I actually have seen this. Yes, I have.
Previews for it.
Yeah, that looks awful.
Mm-hmm.
So I looked at Terror on the Prairie. The ratings are fine, but I want to see earnings.
What? You laughing at how much it earned? Is that what you're laughing at?
Yes.
Yeah, no, this is so true. They originally wanted to make it a documentary, but they couldn't even find anyone willing to like do it. Because you literally need to like take HRT and shit to like actually. So they knew exactly what they were they knew this shit that they're doing wasn't possible because they set out to make a documentary first. See, 2 people have even said it. Yep.
Hilarious.
Fucking idiots.
So
and instead their successful show, out of everything that they've done, their most successful show is a chinchilla ripoff of Bluey Dog.
That's the funniest part. So, not only was this movie free on their subscription service and nowhere else, it had an international box office. In 2 countries. Let's see if we can guess.
Saudi Arabia.
Yes.
Was I correct?
Oh,
No
sorry,
way.
no. You were close. It was the UAE.
Okay.
Sorry, I saw Arab and United, and I'm
That's
like,
so funny.
Close. And Russia.
Epic.
And it made 13 grand.
Oh my god.
Guys, the Daily Wire Snow White movie is going to be a Disney crusher.
So like I think someone like Curtis Johnson or something did a watch through like review, one of those types of people, and I've watched that, and like it's basically the entire movie summarized with like clips from the movie. Terrible movie.
What's the worst live action remake that Disney has made, you reckon?
Lion King.
The Lion King?
Yes, because it's not even live action. They just sold it as live action.
Yeah. Let's see how much that made. It made
Beauty and the Beast probably did worse.
1.6 billion.
Mm-hmm.
Daily Wire, from their best performing movie, I'm assuming, made 13 grand.
Lady Ballers is their best movie, you think? I think
No,
Little
I'm
House
saying Terror on the Prairie.
Okay, yeah, I would say that one too.
Yeah. Because it had like 83, 82 on Rotten Tomatoes.
But they have like an angel investor capitalist dude who's like funding all their shit.
Mulan, I didn't even think about that. Let's actually look at that.
Mulan definitely made money.
The Mulan remake earnings.
The Beauty and the Beast one. We're killing time here. We should be finishing what we're doing.
We are killing time. Okay, Mulan actually
5 a.m.
fucking Mulan bombed.
Oh, did it?
Yeah, and it still made $70 million. Like box office. So
yeah,
it lost
we
money,
know. Thank the tourism board. It was shot in Xinjiang.
I am going to go to the next one, and we'll finish on this one.
So she never was mad at
Disney
Brett
is
Cooper.
by far going
This
to
is
be
not
the
the last
biggest
one.
Huh?
The last one is the other. There's an.
Oh, this is the one that you sent that we watched already. Okay,
Yeah.
what was the last one?
It's in the private chat.
Yeah.
This is the last one, and you'll know why when you see who's doing it.
Yeah.
What do you think the lizard people are talking about? What do you think?
What your balance, guys?
Daily Wire teaser.
Time a prince would come. Oh no, it wrong. But now that time is gone.
The trailer's shit too.
It's literally just her putting an apple in a basket and turning around.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
can we
It's
go back?
literally like, hey, look.
Costume. Let's look at her costume from the ground up. See if it's better than the shitty costume Disney put that.
It probably is. Let's be real.
It's probably just a blue dress they find at a thrift
Yeah.
store.
When it loads. It's chuck the fit. It's decide to kill itself.
Sometimes you just got to refresh, you know? The point of the trailer, look at her, she's white. They have two trailers. And one of them is literally like how Disney is woke. That like the other trailer, it's the same trailer cut up with just Disney is woke nonsense in it. So she has at least two colors in her dress, I saw.
It's I was literally going to say the same thing. Is like this trailer is literally look, Snow White is white.
The singing is fucking awful, but the other one has another song and it's something else that's dumb.
It's a copywritten song. It's like Charlie and the Chocolate Factory or some shit.
It is. That's what it is. It's Come With Me and You'll See. Imagination. It's got some flower patterns on the side. This
honestly
is like something
better.
I think you could at least jam it up a little bit.
True.
This
you could at least
put
put yellow in it. You could at least put yellow in it, like the original costume. If you're making it an original or faithful adaptation, do the costumes properly. Spend money, you fucks. Oh, this will.
You just watched.
This is the $5 dress that we got from Savers. This is going to be your set piece for the entire movie. We've only got one, and there are no others.
We filmed a squirrel and some deer in the woods for the rest of the trailer.
Blue and yellow.
A teaser for Snow White and the Evil Queen, an upcoming feature film by the Daily Wire.
Whoa, drone
In fact,
shot.
it's starring one of their own hosts, Ben Shapiro's doppelganger, as she's often referred to, Brett Cooper. Now, just like all of the other remakes that have basically involved some cultural changes, the Daily Wire did like the live-action remake for Snow White, which is starring a woman, an actress who's 22 years old. Her name's Rachel Zegler, and she is Colombian and Polish.
Everything is
she considers herself a white Latina, but
there's a reason why we put this at the end.
Criticism toward her coming from conservatives isn't just about, you know, Snow White being cast by someone who doesn't have like translucent skin. I think it also has to do with some of the comments that she's made about the movie itself while she's out there talking about it. We'll get to that in just a moment. But nonetheless, the Daily Wire decided to provide their own version, their response, if you will, to the live action remake of the Snow White movie. Now, we'll tell you more about that later, but first let's talk about why the Disney Snow White movie is getting criticized. First and foremost, conservatives are mad that Snow White is being played by Rachel Zegler, who is not in fact white. Her mother is Colombian, her father is Polish. Zegler also publicly criticized the original Disney animated movie for its, in her mind, dated storyline. I mean, it did come out in the 30s, so sure. And hinted that the new version will give her character more agency. She said that Snow White is not going to be dreaming about true love. She's dreaming about becoming the leader she knows she can be and the leader that her late father told her that she could be if she was fearless, fair, brave, and true.
My brother,
Zegler
this is
told
haram.
Vanity Fair, people are making these jokes about ours being the PC Snow White, where it's like, yeah, it is, because it needed that. So I have some comments in response to her comments, and some people might not like it, but that's okay.
Don't worry, I'm gonna balance it out by making fun of the right wing. Go ahead.
I'm fucking better than you. True love is awesome, guys. True love is what keeps me grounded and able to do this job, which some days is incredibly hellish. True love means you get to share your life.
Because
with
I
a
fucking
partner.
hate Cenk. He smells bad. I have to sit next to him. He yells at me the whole time. He smells like a kebab. What?
I don't care who that partner is. I don't care if it's a same-sex partner. I don't care if you're heterosexual. It doesn't matter. Having someone in your life that you love and loves you back and supports you makes everything else in life better. I'm saying that as someone who had the same mindset as Rachel Zegler. So don't let people convince you that like, no,
feminist.
Having those personal, loving, intimate relationships doesn't matter at all. In fact, you should like look down at that and instead be like, I don't know, a boss girl. And like, no, you should be obsessed with, you can be obsessed with your career. You can be an independent woman. You can also do all of that while having a loving relationship as well. Like it's not, it doesn't have to be one or the other.
But Anna, I don't think that's the critique that they have of the old Snow White. I think that the critique is the one she said, which is that Snow White doesn't have enough agency in the story, right? That it's like she's being rescued by this Prince Charming, or I haven't read it in a while. Prince Charming's in it, right? Wait till I get to funnier revelations about what I think of Snow White.
She was poisoned by that bitch witch, okay? All right, she's unconscious, okay?
I may not know my flowers, but I know a bitch when I see one.
Great, who cares?
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm sure that
Oh no, women, your agency is being questioned. Come on.
Well,
wow,
bitches
that was
leave.
so funny.
You know what?
Fast forward.
Sometimes
Huh?
Her dancing back and forth like that looks so funny and fast forward.
questioned. Come on.
Look at a Halloween decoration that like you walk past.
Agency is being questioned. Come on.
We'll go even faster.
No, women, your agency is being questioned. Come on.
Yeah, I think faster it didn't look as good because it cut out too many of the frames where she's at the end.
True.
On. You know what? Sometimes a dude comes around and does save you. So what?
Oh, okay. Well, God bless.
Really, we're gonna like, oh, no, how dare we portray men as the saviors in some cases?
You are
anyway. It's so dumb. All of this is so dumb.
Okay,
Right,
so they're
look,
pro
I
Daily
don't know
Wire.
exactly
I
what
guess.
Rachel.
I guess so. The right wing grift continues.
Bigoted fucking losers.
Zegler or anyone else is criticizing about the original thing, but yeah, there's nothing wrong with true love, of course. And sometimes a woman rescues you, sometimes a man rescues you, sometimes someone straight rescues you, sometimes someone gay rescues you. The white, black, who cares? We're all
Damn,
human.
bro, that's got to be like the
Okay,
gayest
so,
shit
look,
I've ever heard ever.
I think a couple of things in here that I think are hilarious, and then I actually do want to make some points about their business model. So, and whether this movie's going to work. So when Brett Cooper.
No one says her name like that.
Emily in Paris, the way that the British guy says Cooper's name. Anyway, some of you will get that. You see, I like True Love. When Brett Cooper turns around.
Oh my God, you watch Emily
literally
in
thought for half a
Paris
second,
junk?
is that
Oh
Ben Shapiro
my
in drag?
God.
No.
What?
Okay, and then like, is this Drag Queen Story Hour?
This is my favorite junk revelation is that he's a big Emily in Paris fan.
Is that what this is? Because that would be the funniest thing that ever happened. Because then I would watch
That's
it.
why you
I
seem
would
like
watch
it's
it.
so
They'd make a
funny.
lot of money. Okay,
That
I
would be
recommend it.
Of course.
So much like Ben
She
Shapiro,
does.
it's unbelievable.
It's uncanny. It
And
really
it's
is.
unbelievable that they're not siblings.
They're not related. Like that's okay, guys. I have an admission.
We have Jews.
It's embarrassing, but I will admit it anyway. For the longest time, I thought Brett Cooper was actually
Rewind and catch him on the minute content. I've had enough of this wrap up on Snow White. Yeah, we literally are ending with this video.
Yeah, we're pretty much done. Have a good one.
Ben Shapiro's sister, who also makes content on YouTube.
But that's a different
But
person.
that's a different person.
And she also.
Is it YouTube?
I think she's on OnlyFans. I really
Like
do.
both
I
Ben
think
Shapiro
that she
and Brett
did
Cooper.
something
It's the
like
mo-
that. Like it's patron.
It
only
would be
stuff.
so smart for her to do it.
Who?
Not even do anything. Just post like
No, it's just like
wholesome
it's just
family
about how to be
photos.
like a Jewish stay-at-home mom. That's all the content is. Yeah,
Fucking hell.
but it's like paid.
Mm. Good for her.
I have a friend.
In that bag.
She does a really funny video that I'll send to you, where she's like challenging Abby Shapiro, but she dresses up as Abby Shapiro. She's really funny. She does like these she always has like weird costumes and stuff in her videos.
I appreciate the effort.
Like, I think that's the most interesting part of the story, to be honest with you. But anyway.
No, but there's a relevant part to it too. It's not just random. The brother makes like this big giant movie that they spent a lot of money on.
Yeah.
And he casts the lead role as someone who looks just like him. Okay, that's kind of funny.
She's a host at the Daily Wire, though. So, like, it seems like they were,
Why are you taking the funny? He's trying to say, hey, it's funny, and trigger a laugh, and you had to make him get serious by being like, actually, Chunk, it just makes sense because she works with them, and it's lazy. It's not funny.
A doofus.
Already work with
me? Yeah, I get it. I get it. It's just funny. That's all. Yeah. It's something else that's funny. I thought Snow White. I thought White was her last name.
No, Snow White in the original
Bro,
fairy
I
tale
do
is
not
like it's a
understand it. It,
reference to her skin, and
hurts
it's supposed to
my
be
brain.
so pale that she almost looks sick.
Yeah.
Which
What's her name?
I
Do
don't
we
know if
have to-
audiences are into that right now, but who knows? Maybe.
But guys, so that's going to lead to my main point. Things change, and I get why conservatives
What's
get
Snow
so
White's
mad
name,
about
then?
stuff like this because it sounds.
Is she named after her skin?
I guess so.
Okay.
Sure. I have no idea.
What do you think? The lizard people are in charge? Is that what you think?
It's the lizard people. Chunk thinks so.
So silly to the rest of us, right? But generally
It
speaking,
is silly. You're right.
conservatives
Fucking
don't
lizard
like
people.
change.
Seriously.
They're not like me and you. Like, and by the way, there's some parts of change that I don't like, right? And I'm a very nostalgic guy, and I like to take the same road. I don't like to vary certain patterns and habits that I have. But whether we like it or we don't like it, things change.
Confirmed
so to that point about
autism.
her being like, so
What?
It's a confirmed autism.
oh, white, she almost looks sick. It's beautiful. Like today, people are like, what? There's this saying in Turkish, so I understand that racism is worldwide, right? And it's not just about racism, it's about whether you worked in the fields or you were rich. So the most desirable woman was supposed to be someone so white, and this comes from Turkish culture, where we're not that white, okay?
It's also from any Asian culture.
It's all cultures. He's right.
All cultures.
He's right.
Yeah.
All cultures have this racism about field work.
Yeah. Yeah.
That you could see a dark grape go down her throat.
Gross.
Which everybody, in the modern world, when you say that, everyone goes, ew, gross, right? But back then they're like, oh, that's so hot. She's like a ghost, right? So times change. Conservatives, this is when you grab the thing and you cry into, oh, I don't want times to change.
But Jake, let me counter what you're saying for a second, okay? Because sure, yes, times do
I
change.
want somebody who's that
And if
white.
you want
I
to put
like
out a
seeing
different
grapes go
movie-
down people's
and put out a
throats.
different movie. Like, I actually have a problem with all of the remakes. Because how about instead of remaking movies, you guys actually imagine something new and create new movies?
Original take.
Yeah, well, so that
Impossible. You know what's funny though? The Disney Snow White, it's original. Plot twist.
Whatever.
That's a great point, but that's like slightly different because,
Is it-
and yesterday on Old School, we talked about that. And one of our members made a great point where they said, yeah, the reason why Flintstones and Jetsons are basically the same exact thing, except one is in the past and one is in the future, is because they're both based on The Honeymooners, which was a sitcom at the time, right? So that actually leads to two interesting points. One is that, yeah, like we don't know that Hollywood, for all of its creativity, is not that creative. Ants and Bugs comes out at the same time. The two disaster movies where the comets hit us at the same time.
Ants and Bugs come out at the same time. Bro, Bug's Life is also a remake of Akira Kurosawa's masterpiece, Seven Samurai.
Yes, it is. Yep.
Same movie.
And A Bug's Life is fantastic.
It's better than Akira Kurosawa.
I haven't seen it. Can't comment.
We'll watch it. It's really good.
I've seen A Bug's Life. It's a great movie. When Pixar was fucking not molested by Disney.
Out at the same time, because when a
Now all
script gets
they're
hot in
making
Hollywood,
fucking
people are like,
sequels.
"Oh, I'm gonna make it. No, I'm gonna make it," and they both make it at the
Just
same
no
time.
imagination. I think
Right.
that's like the most. To me, that's the most offensive part about all of this. Just the lack of imagination and the laziness.
Yeah.
Like, oh, we can't think of anything new, so why don't we just remake a Disney movie from the 1930s or Disney
Sounds like
fairy
you're
tale
more
from the
mad
1930s?
100%. But look, so
at the Latina Snow White than the Daily Wire Snow
It
White.
certainly sounds that way.
but then on the parts of why things have to change, The Honeymooners is a perfect example. So the main punchline in Honeymooners was Ralph Cramden
hitting
going,
my
"To
wife."
the moon, Alice! To the moon!" And everybody laughed out loud. So what were they laughing at? He was gonna punch his wife so hard she'd fly to the moon.
So funny.
And everybody thought that was like a hilarious line back in the day. They're like, oh man, he's gonna punch her in the face again. And so hard. So should we still celebrate that? No change, no change, right?
The Daily Wire would
oh,
say
man,
yes.
punching your wife in the face.
Huh?
The Daily Wire would say yes.
Yes, they would.
This is so funny. You remake it exactly like that. Don't change a word. Yes, sometimes you gotta change things. It's a little awkward. Are we gonna remake 16 Candles and have that Asian character be like the most outrageously offensive character anyone's ever seen? Long Duck Dog?
Jake,
Are you serious?
Jake, hold on. But like, are you trying to make the argument that
I'm
Snow
fucking
White being
you.
saved by a prince is
you're
on the same
insulting
level?
16
That's
Candles
not
in front of
gonna
Anna.
happening.
She's
No,
gonna
I
get
don't
mad.
care about Snow White at all. Okay, so I'm just saying it in general. Sometimes, in fact, the example I was going to use is not Snow White, is Hansel and Gretel. We made the mistake of watching a remake of that with our kids. It was like a cheesy remake anyway, but that story is super dark. A lot of the Brothers Grimm.
Wow, you mean the grim horror fairy tales are dark stories? Whoa. No fucking way. Crazy.
Stories are enormously dark.
I'm
A
never
lady
gonna
seems like
forget the
she's helping
dark
the
grape thing he just said, by the way. That is like gonna haunt me for a long time.
little kids.
I'm never gonna forget the fact that guy called Keffels Kafals.
Kafals.
Insane.
I had already
Insane.
forgotten.
Hilarious. Never forget.
Yeah, he's
forget.
crying because she didn't answer his messages. It's like, bro, you don't even know her name.
Bro got left on red.
Bro.
And they got candy and everything's fine. And then she's gonna boil them alive.
That was his equivalent of "you're ugly anyway."
We don't need it.
Maybe we do. Maybe sometimes.
Okay, so anyways, roll with the punches, conservatives. Sometimes times change, and sometimes it's wonderful that times change. Like we had slavery, we don't have it anymore. That was good change. Please agree with me.
Okay, I'm gonna say some stuff.
Bro,
you guys are gonna hate me. It's okay. You can hate me. I will accept
hurts
it.
my brain.
They did this. So Sex and the City. Okay, they are now coming out with like a new franchise associated with Sex and the City called Just Like That. I think it's called.
Yeah.
Unwatchable.
Unwatchable.
It is so unwatchable because they're pandering and they're trying so hard. And I got to be honest with you guys. Even me, I'm getting so tired of like the constant like pandering, pander. Just give me entertaining, interesting, compelling content.
Anna, no pander. Okay. What's her last name? Kasparian.
Anna,
I got
some shows for you.
Kasparian.
I got some shows for you. Oh, what's it fucking called?
Great job, hit play.
Yeah, no, fantastic. But Marvelous Mrs. Maisel, fantastic.
Remake. What?
Did you say remake?
What?
What'd you say?
I don't know. I said hit play.
It's like the Man in the Watchtower or something like that. It's like
Man in High Castle.
Yeah, that's the one.
That's a book.
It's a book and a TV show.
Yeah, but it's based
a
off
TV
of a book that a dead
It is
guy
based
wrote.
off a book. Yeah. Same guy that wrote the book that Blade Runner is based off.
And Scanner Darkly, which is better.
Yes.
Scanner Darkly is like the best movie.
What is that?
Oh, it's like the first cell shaded movie.
No
and like
shit.
now you can just do an effect plug-in that cell shades the movie, but they did all this shit by hand.
Insane.
So they shoot the entire movie and do it all by hand. But it's before Robert Downey Jr. was Iron Man, before Woody Harrelson came back, right?
Oh.
So they grabbed all these great great actors that were coming off of like sobriety. They just started their sober phase. And it's a movie about how the government creates the drug epidemic.
No shit.
It's so good. And Keanu Reeves is the main star in it. And they had to convince him to do it because he didn't want to do another sci-fi movie after The Matrix. But it's literally just a drama where it's almost like basically talking into a camera the whole time. But it's so good. It's so good. Alex Jones is in it as well.
Huh.
He plays a guy who's yelling about how the government is watching you, and then the government comes and kidnaps him.
Oh, that's funny. All right, let's fucking go.
Without the tokenism.
Also,
okay, let's go. Pauses.
The Expanse. Watch The Expanse too. Also a really good show.
It's so obvious when they engage in the tokenism. There are shows, like brand new shows, that are based off of old shows from literally like decades ago, almost a century
Like the 3 that I just listed.
Ago, that are incredible, right?
Yes.
And they're cast by, it's a diverse cast.
Yeah.
I'm forgetting the name of that one show that it was a comedy based on the public school system.
Abbott.
Yes, Abbott Elementary. Abbott Elementary is like one of my favorite shows, right? And it's a diverse cast. Okay, the creator is a Black woman. She also.
Umbrella Academy is another one on Netflix. Not an original concept, but an original story. So, kind of a cool idea.
Stars in it, and it's excellent. It is excellent, and I never feel like I'm being pandered to as I watch it, right? So like I think what we do with these like remakes, and then like there's all these annoying changes that I don't even think need to be made. Like I'll give you an example of the dwarfs, right? So in Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, in the remake, they've done away with that for some reason. Okay, so instead of
because it was uncomfortable. Come on.
Hold on, but little people exist. Like why? It's uncomfortable.
That's it, Buster. No
more military aid.
Like so, back in the day, they thought it was hilarious to take little people and you might have seen it in Wolf of Wall Street, and do all sorts of gags with them, like throw them against like a giant dartboard and all these.
Fidget tossing.
I hated those.
That's not what happens in Snow White, though.
Okay, now in Snow White, you could argue
they're the heroes.
Yeah, that they're the heroes. So it all depends. Sometimes change is good, sometimes it's bad. Sometimes you keep it, sometimes you don't. I'm just saying, in general, it's not the worst thing in the world if we change some parts of it. Okay, and I don't know how they're going to do it, and so
she's like, I want to feel like I'm at the circus. I want the little people in the movie.
Sometimes you don't. I'm just saying in general, it's not the worst thing in the world if we change some parts of it. Okay, and I don't.
We need that. Man. We need that.
Well, I mean, if you remember to cut it, because I won't.
Okay.
When I look at this and cut it, when I look at this to post it, 3 months from now when it's finally QC'd and stuff.
Eventually. All right. Let's
know how they were going to do it. And besides, come on, let's all be honest. None of us are going to watch either one of those movies.
No, we're not. It's true. It's so true.
Yeah, but I'll double down on what Anna's saying about the pandering. Yeah, that Sex and the City remake I tried watching it with my wife. It's just the worst.
Oh my God.
And everything's a formula. And everything is like, it's almost like someone who isn't progressive, who's trying to appeal to young progressives. So they're like, and you're LGBTQ plus. Well, I'm okay with that. You're like, oh, yeah, please stop. Okay. So now last thing. Back to the business model that I promised you guys. So first of all, them making this movie, go for it. If Americans want a non-adapted one, and they like the children being boiled alive by Hansel and Gretel's witch, and they like this, and they like being Bambi being murdered in the beginning. I'm kidding around.
No, don't talk about Bambi.
I'm kidding. Whatever you want to do, guys, nobody's stopping you. It's a free country, and then see if people like it. And if people like it and they want to watch that version, who cares? Who cares? So like the right wing gets offended at the adaptations, right? But we shouldn't do likewise and get offended by the right wing's non-adaptations. Yeah. You want to remake a boring thing as perfectly boring as it.
This video could have been 30 seconds.
You mean the Young Turks could have not existed?
Originally adapt every on.
Is the video
one, and they like the children being boiled alive by Hansel and Gretel's witch, and they like this, and they like being Bambi being murdered in the beginning. I'm kidding around.
No, don't talk about Bambi.
I'm kidding. Whatever you want to do, guys, nobody's stopping you. It's a free country, and then see if people like it. And if people like it and they want to watch that version, who cares? Who cares? So like the right wing gets offended at the adaptations, right? But we shouldn't do likewise and get offended by the right wing's non-adaptations.
Bam, video done. Everything else, cut it.
But then how would we leech off of
it? I'm just giving them editing tips, that's all. You also wouldn't need to pay your editors as much. You'd make more money. We know you're greedy capitalists.
You want to remake a boring thing as perfectly boring as it was originally? Have at it, Hoss. Right? And you want to put in Ben Shapiro's doppelganger to freak us out? Have at it.
My brother, this is Haram.
Okay, so she's a real person with real feelings.
But come on. Do it
again. Funny edit. Rare young.
She's a real person with real feelings.
Do it again. It is uncanny.
You're telling me that's not the same person. Okay, anyways.
It's amazing.
All right, we're just playing around. Okay, so super last thing. I don't think this model is going to work. I almost want it to work because I
don't care. All right. All right.
Who's ready for bedtime?
Bed.
You must have known you were wrong when your fingers were dipped inside me.
The lighter.
But I'm trying to figure out how we get them to have Pokemon go to the polls.
Hitler wasn't fucking bad because he was fucking killing Jews, okay? That wasn't the main problem with Hitler, I think. That was like maybe 8th down the line.
I did everything right and they indicted me.